Our MC dies as an office worker and wakes up as Alan Palatio, the third son of a trash noble house. It should be easy living, until he remembers this world. It is psychedelia, the game he once played, and in 10 years 5 beings called the Great Sins will appear. When they come, greed, wrath, sloth, pride, and obsession, the kingdom and the Palacio County will fall. Alon has no special power, but he has one perk. He knows the game's future. So he makes a dangerous plan. Before the great sins awaken, he will find them while they are still kids, save them from their cruel past, and change their path. 2 months after he decided on this, he received his personal knight, Yaban, in his office. Yaban informs him that he has managed to rescue orphans and place them in an orphanage that he pointed him to, and among them was a girl named Utia. Alon is pleased to hear this news, and this just confirms his suspicion that Yaban is truly capable. Yaban is confused whether he is getting complimented or not because it is hard to tell with his expressionless face. Alon agrees with him and tries to let off a desperate smile, but this only makes him look even worse. This is pretty hard for him, since his original face was quite expressive, but it appears that his emotions don't show on his current face. Nonetheless, Yaban thanks Alon for the compliment. Apparently, betrayal is rampant in the game, but Yaban is a rare top-tier supporting character who doesn't betray his master. The moment Alon found him, he hired him without hesitation. Yaban then confirms from Alon that the raid was to rescue Utia, and he says yes. Yaban finally understands why Alon is interested in Utia, because even he, who has been a mercenary for many years, Utia is not an ordinary child. Basically, she was pretty strong, leaving Yaban to wonder why she would allow herself to get captured easily. Alon then asks Yaban why he didn't bring the girl to the estate, since it would be easier. Alon commends Yaban for the observation, and though it seems like he is letting her power go to waste, leaving her at the orphanage is all part of Alon's plan. Utia Bludia is a member of the grotesque blood tribe who wields power from a contract with an indescribable being from another dimension. Utia later grew up to become the sin of wrath among the 5 great sins. She was given a title that made her seem like a monster that deserved nothing but death. She was a monster who caused hundreds of deaths, but if she manages to grow up peacefully, she won't take part in the destruction. To Alon, he has managed to remove the first landmine, and since he can't give his real reason, he decides to give Yaban a fake reason for leaving Utia there. Alon comes up with a stupid reason, and Yaban believes him. Alon mentions that the time is not yet right, and he tells Yaban to make sure that no one else knows about what they are doing. He also orders Yaban to provide anything that the orphanage needs for them. Alon then passes a letter to Yaban, telling him to give it to Utia. Yaban asks if the letter is important, and Alon says it is a letter to help Utia settle in. Alon believes that the letter would be great to calm her down, since she went through a harsh human experiment. Yaban is impressed that his master even wrote a letter, and he promised to safely deliver it. Even though he doesn't know if the letter will calm Utia down, Alon believes that he has to try first. Apparently, he mixed the real message inside the pleasantries that he wrote in the letter. This was something he heard dozens of times while replaying the game. It was a calming message from the Archbishop that helps with the sin of wrath. However, this message came too late in the game, but Alon believes that sending Utia the message early should help put her in the right direction. Alon cannot believe that he is trying to befriend a monster, but since they worship a being from another world, he believes that it should work. When Utia receives the letter, she takes a moment to read it, and in that moment, Yaban can feel the immense magical power coming from her body, which is quite absurd. She is basically a strange child, totally devoid of emotions. Utia then asks Yaban if Alon was truly the one who sent the letter, and with fear creeping through his body, Yaban says yes. Utia lets off a really terrifying aura before asking Yaban why Alon himself didn't show up. Yaban cannot believe that the girl is already at the peak level at her age, which is why her mana can be visualized. Yaban then tells Utia that Alon said the time is not right yet. After hearing this, Utia finally calms down, and this is also thanks to the hidden message that Alon put in the letter. Utia knows that it is something only someone worthy of being her master can know of. With a joyous face and overwhelming aura, she mentions that she finally understands her master's will. Meanwhile, Alon, in his bed, is thinking of how he can make sure that he gets the next person on the list to help increase his seemingly short life. Soon afterward, Alon is in the library, trying to get clues on the third sin when Yaban rushes in to tell him that he has managed to rescue the second sin that he mentioned. Even though he looks utterly exhausted, Alon asks Yaban if he treated the kid right. Yaban assures him that he did everything he asked after he rescued the kid from the illegal slave market. Suddenly, Alon's trash big brother Tonio enters the room and wastes no time using Alon as his footmat. He expresses his shock that someone as dull as Alon has decided to read books in the library. Alon keeps mute, but this pisses Tonio off and he screams at Alon, telling him to give a reply when he is being talked to by his elders. Alon cannot believe that the former owner of the body managed to survive this long because Tonio is always picking fights. Alon would have preferred to fight back at him, but he knows better. He quickly bows his head like a slave, telling Tonio that he would like to simply excuse himself from the library since his big brother wants to use it. Tonio laughs at Alon, saying he has finally known his place. Suddenly, a knife comes flying toward them, and it narrowly misses Tonio's head. It turns out that the knife came directly from the eldest son, Leo. Leo talks about how he doesn't want any racket early in the morning. The tension between the two immediately toughens up as they start threatening to kill each other. Alon gently crawls away from the two since he doesn't want any of their beef. The family was nothing but a side character that got wiped out very early, and even though they are a powerful family, the two Trash brothers were always locked in a fierce battle for who was going to become the head of the house. One is known as the King of the Flesh, while the other is the King of Drugs. Basically, the two are the kings of the underworld, and no one who wants to live a good life will dare mess with them. Alon manages to crawl out of the room while the two are turning everything upside down. Alon figures out that the best thing for him is to live as an incompetent trash if he ever wants to live long. Alon returns to his room and gets on his couch to rest. On the other hand, Yaban wonders how such an incompetent-looking person like Alon is able to uncover human experiments. Alon is someone who looks really frail, who can't even take care of himself, but for some reason, he knows about secret foreign affairs. Nonetheless, he considers Alon a really peculiar person. The last child he rescued is considered really dangerous, with powers that are considered to be world-ending. Basically, he was rescued in the kingdom of Kallian, where there was an illegal slave market. With this, Alon has been able to rescue the second sin, Deus. After Deus was sold into slavery, he was abused and passed around endlessly. Because of this, he ended up becoming the sin of sloth, which is among the 5 great sins. After Deus lost it, he wiped out kingdoms in the most horrific way that one wouldn't even think is possible. Even most players were traumatized by how cruel Deus was in terminating his enemies. Because of how dangerous he was, Alon told Yaban to treat him gently. Yaban then asks Alon if the letter he sent to Udia is about the second child, and Alon confirms this. In addition to the important message in the recent letter, he also added extra important information to it. Alon had told Utia to take care of the child because he was frail, and just as her master ordered, Utia did the right thing. She walks up to Deus to help him out of his desperate mental situation while telling him that he has been chosen by a great person. Utia told Deus that he would get his revenge against those who wronged him if he could serve Alon with the utmost loyalty. With Utia's help, Deus is able to unleash his power but also keep it under control. Alon, on the other hand, is panicking because he doesn't know where the third boss is. Suddenly, Yeban enters the room to tell Alon that the second son, Tonio, is dead. This genuinely shocks Alon because Tonio shouldn't be dead yet. In no time, a funeral is arranged for Tonio, and even in the hall, their father is seen having fun with girls, as if he is not bothered that his son just died. On the other hand, Alon finds it really suspicious that Tonio died from an accidental fall because it didn't happen that way in the game. In the game, Leo struggled before he could finally kill Tonio. However, things are different because Alon can clearly see Leo laughing over Tonio's corpse. Nonetheless, Alon believes that the only thing he needs to do is make sure he rounds up the 5 great sins. A year later, everything at the house seems to be more stable than ever, since there is no cause for succession, and Leo has also taken over his brother's drug trade. During that 1 year, Alon basically became pen friends with Udia. They are always sending letters to each other, and because of how good everything is, the orphanage keeps getting a long list of donations. Yaban then tells Alon that he has found a clue concerning what he is looking for. Alon is pleased to hear this because it basically means an ancient record about the third boss. Alon is pleased that he has finally found the third boss. To Alon, it's a peaceful evening, but the same cannot be said at a certain drug distribution site. 2 high-ranking officers under Leo arrive at the warehouse to find dozens of their members drenched in their own pool of blood. The ones still alive begin killing themselves, as if they've lost control of their bodies. They push knives into their throats in the most horrific ways. The 2 officers soon find themselves sharing the same fate as their counterparts too. It turns out that the person behind this is Deus, and he is being supervised by Utia. After they are done wiping out the bad guys, Deus asks Utia if their actions even mean a thing, and Utia assures him that it does. Utia asks Deus if he pities the bad guys, but he says no, since they are the ones causing people to do substances. He is only curious about what it means to their revenge plan. Utia then assures him that it sets the stage for the return of their master, and since he is coming, they can't allow his throne to be in disarray. Deus finally understands everything Utia has been preaching to him, and before they leave the scene, they make sure that the warehouse is utterly destroyed. They leave a blue moon sign on the grounds of the scene, as they consider themselves the Blue Moon, who are Alon's blade. One more year later, everything appears to be going smoothly as Yebon comes to report to him that he has managed to save the fifth kid too. The fifth has also been sent to the orphanage, and Alon cannot contain his joy that he managed to pull off his biggest worry. Because of his hard work, Alon doesn't mind feeding Yebon with the best goodies that he can get his hands on. To find the third sin, greed was the hardest, but they were able to pull it off thanks to his gamer knowledge. Yebon did everything he could to make sure that everything worked out well in the end. Alon then tells Yebon that he is free to rest for a while because he has been running around for quite some time. Yebon asks him if the orphanage mission is done, and he says yes. Yebon is relieved to hear this, and he asks Alon if he isn't happy because he doesn't look like he is, but Alon assures him that he is. In fact, he claims that he is currently smiling even though his face says the opposite. Yebon has no choice but to go with what Alon claimed. Alon lies on the ground with the relief that everything is going the way he wants it. Because the kids only became evil thanks to their evil past, he made it his mission to rescue all of them, and he didn't think he would be able to pull it off before. Alon then asks Yebon about the status of the orphanage, and Yebon presents him with a letter. Yebon assures him that everything is going smoothly just as expected. Apparently, the children were initially like broken dolls, but they have somehow managed to brighten up. Alon is relieved to hear this, since there won't be any reason for them to hire caretakers. Alon is proud of Yutia because he didn't expect her to be able to handle the pressure of taking care of the kids. Alon suspects that it is easy for her because of her background setting, which is tied to the orphanage. Alon then tells Yebon that with everything he has seen, Yutia is a good kid. From the letter she sent, she assures Alon that he has nothing to worry about because everything has been settled. Alon mentions just how proud he is to see the kids growing up properly. Since all five are growing up really well, Alon concludes that the environment plays a huge role too. Yebon then asks Alon when he plans to meet the kids, since he said there would be a time for it. Deep down, Alon has no intention of meeting the kids in person. He knows it would be good to meet them in person so that they can get closer, but he is terrified of their personalities that he has seen while playing the game. Nonetheless, he believes that it should be fine, since he rescued them before their awakening. Alon then lies to Yebon, telling him that he might try to meet the kids later in the future. Now that he has pulled off the rescue, Alon believes that the next thing on his list is to learn a bit of self-defense skills. Since magic requires talent, Alon has just what it takes to learn it. Yebon then asks Alon if he has heard of the Blue Moon. Alon replies that he hasn't, and Yebon explains that they are a group that has recently gained popularity by hunting down criminal organizations. Since it sounds like cleaning up trash, Alon doesn't see any reason why it should be a problem. Since the Blue Moon is not part of the game story that Alon knows, he believes that it will go away in no time. Yebon then drops the bombshell, saying the group has killed nobles, which is why he believed Alon might know them. Upon hearing this, Alon tells Yebon to start sleeping in the room close to his. Meanwhile, the leader of Blue Moon, Yutia, is asking her members about the week's report. Xiaolang, the Sin of Pride, reports that she has taken care of the slave traders' heads. Before eliminating them, she promised to let them live if they could guess her eye color, but for obvious reasons they couldn't, which ultimately led to her killing them all. The sin of greed, Ryan then mentions that all the bodies were buried cleanly. And for the illegal experiments, Radan, the sin of obsession, has taken care of them all. Yutia is glad to hear this, since everything appears to be going just the way she wants it. She commends all of them, saying that they all exist for the glory of the Blue Moon. Just then, Radan mentions that there is a slight problem. The head of Avalon, the organization that they are targeting, is being ruled by Leo, the Count's eldest son. Apparently, Radan discovered a dangerous document when they were wiping out Avalon's base in the south. Basically, Leo is planning to terminate Alon after their father dies. When Yutia sees this, rage takes her over. 2 years later, Count Palatio, who has been sick, dies. The official report mentions that he died of cardiac arrest, but given his history of drug abuse, it is obvious what killed him. During the funeral proceedings, Leo learns that the Blue Moon has struck his business yet again. Alon hears his brother and his men talking about Blue Moon and realizes that they have finally started taking the organization seriously. Momentarily, the Count's funeral with 0 mourners ended very quietly. After the funeral, Yebon asks Alon what his next plan is. Yebon reminds him that by next year, Leo will inherit the title. Surprisingly, Alon tells Yebon that they are leaving the estate. This shocks Yebon, and Alon mentions that they are going south to a remote village called Rodmill. This is a remote village in the southern territory of the Palacio County. Without wasting time, Alon and Yebon got out of the mansion, and they were enjoying themselves in Rodmill until they were forced to return to the mansion just 3 days later. Something shocking and surprising has happened, and this is the death of the eldest son, Leo. Alon cannot believe that he is already back at the estate in just 3 days. Alon wonders why the eldest son is dead barely 3 days after he left. The cause of his death was a blade strike to the heart. However, the question of who killed him remains unanswered. Later on, Alon asks Yeban if he found anything unusual, and he says yes. Just then, Yeban asks Alon if he was the one who wiped out Avalon in one night. This question shocks Alon, and he finally realizes why the other nobles and guests present are scared to look him in the eye. On the day that Alon was going to Rodmil, Yeban asked Alon why he was not going to a city instead of a remote village. Deep down, Alon knows that the only place he can finalize his plan is in Rodmil, which is why he is heading there. Since he has saved the 5 great sins and prevented the world from getting destroyed, he believes that Rodmil is the right choice, since it has no connection to the original story. In addition, it even has a Palatio villa there. This is a separate house built apart from the main family residence. It is basically the perfect place to live leisurely as a noble. The only answer he gives Yeban is that there is a reason for everything. Yeban is tired of hearing this, as he tells Alon that he is always brushing things aside, but since he can't get the words out of his mouth, he just decides to let it be. It turns out that Leo was already planning to kill him, but since he is already leaving by himself, he decides to hold off on it. Alon even bows to him like he is scared before leaving, and all of these convince Leo to let Alon go. Nonetheless, he decides to tell his assistant Alman to follow Alon's carriage. Alman then asks Leo if he wants to kill Alon by asking him to follow the carriage. Alman wants to confirm if he really wants to kill Alon. Leo is shocked to hear this because Alman has always been the one who follows any order without a word of complaint. Leo is surprised that Alman is asking questions. Leo screams at Alman, telling him that his only job is to follow the orders, but Alman suddenly pushes his sword into his chest. Leo is stunned, leaving him to ask Alman why he betrayed him. Alman smiles, telling Leo that he likes playing games. Alman mentions that he has been playing along all this time, and it turns out that he is not really Alman, but Radan, the sin of obsession. Radan tells Leo before finishing him off that no one touches their master, the Great Moon. He mentions that they might be restricted from carrying out missions, but when it comes to the safety of their master, there is no question about this. Radan reveals that he intentionally waited for him to say he wanted to hurt Alon before finally making his move to take him off the board. Radan says he has been waiting for a whole 2 years just for him to make the wrong move. While he is bleeding out, Leo tells Radan that he won't be able to escape from his men. Radan then replies that he just made the extinction of Avalon his prime purpose with what he just said. Radan shakes his head for Leo, saying that the Great Moon, Alon, really did give him a chance to live, but he ruined it. As usual, Alon woke up to a beautiful morning which he considers paradise because he can wake up anytime he wants, eat whenever he wants, and enjoy his life as a noble. Alon is enjoying himself so much that he thinks of starting a toast business. He is busy munching on delicious food when Yeban enters the room to tell him that he just got a message. Alon's food immediately becomes bitter when he reads the letter to find out that he is requested to return to the estate because his brother has just died. With just those simple words, his so-called paradise ended in just 3 days. In grief, he returned to the estate, and he noticed that everyone was reacting to him in a very weird way. This is when Yeban asks him when he became a mastermind, who was able to destroy Avalon. It finally dawns on Alon that he has found himself in some really crazy simulation. Alon then asks Yeban to explain the situation of how he became a mastermind to him. Yeban simply replies that he is the only one who stands to gain anything from the chaos. Yeban continues by saying Leo was murdered after they left the compound, which is a perfect alibi for him. In addition, this ultimately promotes him to the position of being the heir with no rivals. Yeban mentions that since Avalon is gone, Alon would have no one causing him trouble. With all of these put together, Yeban says Alon has become the mastermind of the county. Yeban also glazes himself, saying he is a swordmaster and he is under Alon's command. Alon is ultimately confused by all of these, forcing him to ask Yeban if he's having fun, since he seems to be dancing around. Alon sits down to think about everything that has happened. Racking his brain, he doesn't think there is any organization strong enough to be able to take Avalon down in just one night. Suddenly, it dawns on him that Yeban once told him that there is an organization that hunts other organizations. Alon thinks the culprits might have been the Blue Moon. Yeban then tells Alon that with the information he got from the guild, there is no indication that Blue Moon is involved. Basically, the Blue Moon organization never leaves bodies, but they leave a mark. Avalon officials, on the other hand, were killed with the use of a sword. Alon finally realizes why they picked him as mastermind because he has an assistant who wields a sword. Since the Blue Moon didn't appear before the main story and there is no indication that they are the culprits, Alon starts to wonder who it might be. Later on, during their usual meetings, Utia asks her colleagues if there were any traces of their involvement in what happened, but they assure her that there were none. The only thing they left behind were stacks of bodies, and they did everything the way Utia wanted it. Utia smiles because her plan worked out so well. This basically ended Avalon, the powerful organization that once held the Asteria kingdom to ransom. All it took Utia and her colleagues was 5 days to bring ruin to Avalon. Radon then tells Utia that the cleanup is not entirely complete. Utia asks him what he meant by this, and he explains that he found more nobles who are connected to Avalon. Apparently, the Altea Duchy appears to be the most involved culprit in everything. Without thinking twice, Utia tells the group that it is required of them to quietly remove the threat. Utia then asks her friends about the Information Guild, and they assure her that the guild doesn't have anything that links them to the whole annihilation. Basically, all the other guilds share the same view as the Information Guild because they are all calling it hell created by the Swordsmaster. Rhine then asks Utia if they should maintain surveillance, and she tells them to do this. Utia tells them how important it is that their master does not find out about everything happening. Deus mentions that Leo, who was Alon's brother, was the one who targeted him first. Utia then says they can't justify what they did since they didn't get an order from Alon. Utia reminds them that they are a sword and they are not allowed to think on their own. Utia says the blue moon only moves by order given, and in addition she warns them that their master knows everything. With this in mind, she urges them to always live to the standards set by their master and never disappoint him. Deus is surprised that Utia, who is overwhelmingly powerful, is scared of Alon finding out about their exploits. Nonetheless, Deus cannot argue because everything they are doing is for Alon. A month later, Alon finds himself stuck with several chores. This is not the kind of life he envisioned for himself, but the life that chose him. Because of Leo's death, Alon has earned himself a bulk load of resentment. Surprisingly, Leo's death is not supposed to happen until 6 years later. Because of the entire family's sudden death, all the work fell back to Aelin. To make things worse, everyone is working so hard and delivering their projects right on time. Alon remembers that during his father's tenure they were all working like bugs. Unknown to him, the servants and workers are all working really hard to make sure that they don't get on his bad side and end up in a ditch somewhere. Alon wishes that the servants would just sort things out themselves without involving him in it. Later on, Yeban commends Alon for reaching the 2nd tier of his magic practice in the space of 2 years. Yeban tells Alon that he possesses incredible talent, since it usually takes about 4 years of training to reach the 2nd tier. To avoid arguing with Yeban, Alon admits that he is talented when it comes to magic. Basically, Alon was putting everything he knew into magic defense because he was nervous. The technique he is also learning requires a lot of magic control, but Alon doesn't see himself getting good at it. Initially, Alon was excited because he thought once the plan was over, there would be no more danger. With this, he could self-study without stress. However, with the recent call for security, Alon has realized that his mana hole is really small. Basically, the mana hole one is born with is like an athlete's body time, which is fixed from birth. And when it comes to Alon's mana hole, it is quite small. It is too small because even his training can't cover it. Alon is thinking about his stressful life when Yeban informs him that a dance invitation has just arrived. Alon is surprised that he has been invited to a party dance, but he has no choice but to attend. Upon stepping into the hall, Alon complains that he is already tired. The party is a regular ball for networking among nobles, which is held in the southern region of the Asteria kingdom. Alon also thinks of building connections with the ball party, since he will be the count soon enough. Alon figures out that having a good connection with other nobles might ensure his security in the future. Alon makes his move, but all of the nobles start to avoid him like he is some sort of disease. Yeban comforts him, telling him not to be upset, but Alon is not even upset. Alon already expected something like this to happen. Alon tells Yeban that he needs to excuse himself. Alon walks over to the drink table while thinking about his move, even though he is being avoided for being the black sheep. Alon is prepared to solve his current situation with the social skills that he claims he has secretly practiced. Upon picking up a wine cup, he walks to a lady while talking about how nice the drink is. He tells the woman that he would love to get some bottles to take home, and he tries to end the conversation with a smile, but just as expected, his smile looks horrible. With fear creeping through the lady's body, she tells Alon that she is going to tell her father to arrange it, and before Alon can say anything else, she runs off. Alon finds himself stranded, while the other guests in the house start whispering about how Alon must have threatened the innocent lady, forcing her to run away. In fact, they believe that Alon is worse than his late brothers. Alon tries to delude himself from the reality that the lady is scared of him, and he concludes that the lady must be shy. Yeban walks up to console Alon, and he mentions all the sacrifices he went through to try and make sure that everything comes out good. It finally dawns on him that the Palacio name is more dreadful than he even thought. Since the rumors have claimed that he had his brothers killed, he has automatically become the one person everyone doesn't want to associate with. Tired of the room, Alon tells Yeban that he needs to get some air. Meanwhile, Alon is being watched by a peculiar red-headed woman. Alon is reminiscing about his trash life on the balcony when a strange girl shows up, asking to speak with Alon. Alon is shocked that someone just spoke to him, and when he looks closely, it turns out to be Loria, the third daughter of the Altia ducal house. Alon is not entirely surprised that someone from the house is speaking to him. Alon remembers that the Altia family is one of the great villains of the game. They are basically the black sheep of the north. Alon figures out that whoever chose to speak to him is not an ordinary person. However, Alon wonders why he doesn't remember the girl, since he doesn't think he saw her while playing the game. Just then, Loria goes straight to the point, telling Alon that she needs his strength because she will soon be assassinated. Alon is shocked to hear this, and the girl continues by saying that up until that moment, she has been under her father's protection because she is the daughter of his mistress. However, her father has fallen ill, and she fears that her sisters are going to terminate her. Alon finally realizes that it is all about survival, and then it dawns on him that he doesn't remember the girl because she died before the main story of the game began. Loria continues by pleading with Alon to help her, and Alon gives his reply, saying he is not going to help. Loria continues by saying she is not asking for his help for free. Loria promises Alon half of the duchy if he can help her. Alon ignores her, saying he is leaving. Alon admits that Loria is in a tight position, but at the same time, he will also be putting himself in danger if he helps her. Even if he wants to help, Alon knows that he can't because, unlike the rumor, he is just a talentless dude. Just as he is about to walk through the door, Alon's conscience stops him and he turns around to talk to Loria. He tells her that something good will happen for her, and deep down, he hopes that she actually meets someone who can help her. Meanwhile, the Sins observing Alon have noticed that Loria has approached him, and they deduce that telling Utia is the best option before acting. Ryan then tells Deus that he might not need to report the situation since Loria is the only Altia who is not affiliated with the bad things that they are doing. This in turn excludes her from being Radon's target. Deus agrees that this makes things easier because the other Altias will be dealt with. Ryan mentions that Utia has told them to make sure that all information flow is cut off to make sure that the Avalon incident never gets to Alon. Alon is walking through the hall by his lonesome self when he is suddenly approached by the redhead lady. Alon is initially confused whether he is the one being greeted or someone else. Alon nervously replies to the greetings, and with the way the girl is walking and her aura, Alon can see that she is a shady person. Alon tries to remember who she is because he has definitely seen her face in the game. In addition, he figures out that whoever talks to him isn't normal. Alon finally remembers her name, Kalia Zenonia, and he walks up to her to offer his greetings. Kalia is shocked to see that Alon actually knows who she is. Alon tells the lady that he knows her since she is quite a famous person. Apparently, there are 3 great houses in the kingdom of Asteria. The house to the north is House Altia. The house in the east is House Palacio, and in the west is the degenerates of Zenonia. It turns out that Kalia is the eldest daughter of Count Zenonia. If Palacio is considered a gang, Zenonia is a more refined, corporate-style syndicate. Even though he needs some noble connection to live a peaceful life, Alon fears that he shouldn't involve himself with the Zenonias. Alon continues with the compliment by telling Kalia that she is famous because she is beautiful, and Kalia thanks him for the compliment. Kalia says she would like to talk more, and Alon agrees, but mentions that there are lots of eyes watching them. Deep down, Alon just wants the lady to let him go his way. Kalia smiles, saying Alon is just as the rumor said, but she lets him know that she would like to see him again. Alon is surprised by this, leaving him to wonder what the lady meant by it. Meanwhile, Deus and Ryan are still monitoring the situation, and it appears that something more concerning has come up. Deus tells Ryan that there is a weird dude who is tailing Alon. Since there are no direct orders concerning this, Ryan suggests that they observe, but move to elimination if needed. Later on, Alon and Yeban head to a canyon that Alon has reportedly been looking for. Yeban is skeptical about the whole thing, and he tries telling Alon that the insides of the canyon are dark even though they are in broad daylight. Alon, on the other hand, is rejoicing that he has finally found his objective. He prays that he is at the right site because he might as well fall into depression if it turns out to be the wrong one. Upon entering, Alon is relieved to see that it is exactly what he was looking for. Basically, it was easy to find in the game, unlike what he just went through to know its location. Alon apparently came to the canyon because of a certain labyrinth, the Labyrinth of Whispers. If he can solve the riddles in 8 chambers, he stands a chance to win a valuable artifact as his reward. Since he still remembers the whole walkthrough, he believes that it is time he savored the joy of level 1 grinding. Alon is blown away when standing at the entrance of the labyrinth, since it is his first time seeing it in real life. Yeban then mentions that the canyon appears to have been built by hand, leaving him to question how Alon knows the place too. Alon casually mentions that he comes here often, and this shocks Yeban. Realizing that Yeban is already overthinking it, Alon tells him that he is only kidding. Upon stepping into the labyrinth, they encounter several monsters hanging from the roof, waiting for them to get the riddle wrong so that they can be crushed. While Yeban is freaking out, Alon remains calm, and this shocks Yeban. Alon just focuses on the riddle, while Yeban is racking his brain on how he has failed several times in trying to figure Alon out. Yeban thinks deeply about it, and he realizes that none of the missions that they have conducted have ever been related to each other. From taking down an evil organization to saving a slave to paying off someone's debt, to helping an orphan, and several others like it. This makes Yeban question how Alon knows the labyrinth when Alon doesn't even leave the estate. Just then, Alon mentions that he has gotten the riddle right, but they need to wait for the giant hand to finish its thing. Even though Yeban is curious about Alon, he knows that something good always comes out of every mission that they undergo. The door starts to open, leaving Yeban to wonder what exactly Alon is planning again. When the door finally opens, they are met with countless treasures sitting in the large room. Standing in the distance is a gauntlet with rings on it. Apparently, Alon's only mission is the black ring on one of the fingers. Yeban is surprised to see that this is their only goal because it appears to be totally useless. Alon retrieves the ring and realizes that it is too big for his hand, but he is taking it nonetheless. He tells Yeban to drop the treasures that he has packed because they would only bring trouble to them. As they leave the labyrinth, Alon assures Yeban that there is nothing dangerous on the way out. Alon is thankful for the walkthrough because it made things easy for him. Momentarily, they run into a bit of a problem. A bunch of stone golems have blocked the way, and Yeban is already thinking of how he can get Alon out of there. Just then, Alon tells him that he has nothing to worry about because he will handle the golems. Yeban tries to tell Alon that escape is their #1 priority, no matter what it is that he is planning. Alon walks toward the golems while raising the finger holding the ring. Yeban is worried that Alon is going to get himself killed because his Tier 2 magic is useless against the golems. Once he is close enough to the golems, Alon uses the ring to activate the constraint instruction. Time stops, and Alon finds himself in an empty dimension, where the system tells him that he has 2 constraints that he can enact. Alon remembers that in the game, his current position has a selection window. Staring into the abyss is a giant face, and Alon believes the reward for clearing the labyrinth is the constraint instruction. As the name implies, it is an absorption-type artifact that imposes restrictions on the user in exchange for power. The voice that just spoke to Alon made everything feel very real. Alon then mentions his first constraint. After reciting the spell, the being asks him what he plans to gain, and Alon mentions that he would like to twist the laws of the world a little further. Once he has laid his claim, the system grants his first constraint, and for his second constraint, he follows the same procedure, and the system asks him what he seeks by this. Alon simply replies that his request remains as just before. The being takes a minute before answering Alon, and Alon fears that he has messed things up. Alon knows that choosing both seals and words for the constraint gives the highest magic attack power. While he was playing the game, he mastered all the hand signs and phrases, which means that his request is supposed to be granted. Just then, the being grants his request, and the voice tells him that he is considered really important to have remembered everything related to the forgotten god. The voice then tells him to carry on the will of the forgotten god, leaving Alon confused. After the being is done talking, the ring on Alon's hand gets absorbed, which is a sign that the constraint worked successfully. Just then, Alon returns to the real world when Yeban is trying to get him out of the golem's way. However, Alon resorts to his magic power, but even after using his entire mana, the sphere of lightning that he created remains small. Since his own magic power is trash, he decides to try out the constraint's power by giving it the price that it demands. That leaves Yeban utterly terrified. With just a flick of his finger, Alon sends the ball of magical light into the midst of the golems, and the moment the attack hits, they all crumble into tiny pieces. As usual, Alon maintains his casual, sleepy eyes, while Yeban is totally blown away by what he just witnessed. Once the golems are out of the way, they start navigating their way out of the cave, and Yeban asks Alon if he has been hiding his true power all along, but Alon says no. Yeban argues that in all of his long years of being a mercenary, he has never witnessed something like what just happened. But Alon maintains that it is nothing but a second-tier magic. Deep down, Alon is actually freaking out because he didn't remember the magic being that powerful when it was being used in the game. Alon remembers that in the game, a spell can be strengthened with the use of an incantation, and what he just did is increase the potency 5 times the usual number of times with the number of incantations that he used. By doing this, he was able to acquire something entirely different, which is a greater power of a higher magnitude. Even Alon is surprised at how devastating the magic is, even though it is a second-tier magic. After a few minutes of navigating through the cave, they finally make it out of the cave, and Yeban heaves a sigh of relief that they are out. Yeban lazily sits while complaining about how tiresome his current task is, compared to actual combat. Yeban turns to Alon, asking him who designed such a terrifying place, and this is when it dawns on Alon that the labyrinth actually had another name, which spread around the community. It was known as the Labyrinth of Whispers, and it got everyone's attention. Alon used the opportunity to tell Yeban that it was created by a dude named Palayon. When Alon realized that Yeban was about to start asking more about the labyrinth, he dragged him up, telling him that it was time they left. Alon tells Yeban that there is still something he needs to do once they return, and his work ethic impresses Yeban. When talking about the magic, Alon knows that a sigil that matches a spell element increases its potency, and this was the basic rule in the game. However, things were a bit different in real life because the visuals stayed the same, while the attack stats increased. The sigil basically altered the spell itself, and Alon starts wondering if his mana control has gotten so good that he was able to perceive the changes in how things work. Since he is not sure about this, he decides that he would have to test his theory once his mana recovers. Nonetheless, he is glad that everything turned out pretty well. Unknown to Alon and Yeban, they are being watched by one of the Sins. The girl makes her way to the labyrinth to study the writings on the wall, and she can clearly see just how seemingly powerful Alon is. She is impressed by everything that she witnessed because Alon appears to know everything and even move according to what she knows. She is blown away by the fact that she believes that Alon was the dude named Palaon. In addition, she is more interested in the fact that the incantation that Alon used was not recorded in the books present in the ancient library. All of these put together make her reverence for Alon go even higher than before, and she finally comes to the conclusion that everything Utia said was true. Just then, Deus joined her, and she asked him if he was able to obtain the information he had gone for, but he said no, claiming that his target died before he got what he needed from him. She is a bit disappointed by this, and lets it be known that they would have to report it to Utia for more insight. Since their job in the area is done, the two fly off like wizards. Meanwhile, at the Zenonia Count's house, Kalia can't keep Alon's name out of her mouth since she met him during the ball. Apparently there is something sinister going on in the Count's house. Everyone believes that Kalia's father has control of everything, but unknown to them, he is nothing but a puppet to his daughter. The main person running the house is none other than Kalia, while her father is just a figurehead. But her conversation with Alon leaves her suspicious that the dude has found out. She is still thinking about this when one of her attendants comes running to her, telling her that she needs to come to her room immediately. She rushes over to see her spy lying dead in the room. However, she doesn't see the need to panic because the seal she placed on him didn't activate, which means he didn't divulge any information before his death. Nonetheless, Kalia can see that the body was deliberately placed in her chambers. This leaves her even more concerned about how she was found out. To Kalia, she believes that Aelin is the one responsible, and she assumes that Alon figured everything out during their conversation together. Unknown to her, Alon is just a regular dude napping in his caravan and oblivious to world politics. On the other hand, Loria is making her way home, and she is entirely worried because her meeting with Alon didn't go as planned. With the little time she spent with Alon, she can see that he is not someone to be made an enemy of, and even though Alon is her last lifeline, she understands the fact that he would not agree to a deal that would not benefit him. Loria has basically been stripped of power by her siblings. From the eldest son, Timalian, the eldest daughter, Marianne, the second daughter, Philine, to the second son, Kig. Loria arrived at the family mansion thinking about how she had managed to survive thanks to her father's influence. Now that her father is gone, she is left with the question of what she is supposed to do. Just as she enters the house, two maids come running over to her looking all concerned while shouting her name. The maids tell her that her siblings Kig and Philine send themselves to the afterlife, and the news of this shocks Loria to her bones. She doesn't want to believe that ruthless fellows like Kig and Philine would willingly wipe themselves out. Loria then asks the maids about Timalian and Marianne, but she gets her answer when they step into their rooms to find their bodies hanging off of each other. Loria is left in total shock as she stares at her siblings' bodies, and while the entire chaos is unfolding, one of the Sins is seen leaving the area with a smile on his face after a successful mission. The whole estate is thrown into chaos, since no one understands what on earth is happening. Suddenly, Loria remembers what Alon told her. At the end of their meeting, he had told her that good fortune would find her. Because of this, Loria immediately comes to the conclusion that Alon is behind everything that happened. With the sudden deaths of her siblings, Loria suddenly becomes the sole heir of the Altia Duchy. Even though she is supposed to be glad or relieved, Loria falls to her knees in terror because she believes that she has made a deal with a demon. Nonetheless, she comes to the brave conclusion that there is no turning back because she has seen firsthand what happens to people who betray Alon. Loria toughens up, saying she only has to move forward with the path that she has chosen. 2 months after this, Aelin is in his office when one of the attendants shows up with an apparent gift from the Altia Duchy. Alan opens up the box, and he is blown away when he sees a nice bottle of wine. Yaban tells him that the wine is quite special because each bottle costs several thousand gold, which is why it is rare. Coupled with the bottle of wine is a handwritten note from Loria Altia herself. Alon is surprised when he sees this, as he starts to wonder why Loria would send him such an expensive gift. He is forced to ask the attendant if the gift is really for him, since he doesn't see any reason as to why Loria would want to honor him. The attendant assures Alon that the gift is for him because Loria personally prepared it for him, and she ordered it to be delivered by hand. The moment the attendant addresses Loria as the Duchess, it suddenly dawns on Alon that something is off. This is when he realizes that the youngest child in the house, who is Loria, has somehow become the Duke of Altia. At the Altia estate, Loria is trying to settle into her new position as the Duke. She finds herself sitting in the Duke's office, which is a restricted area from her in the past. Even though the entire scenario surrounding her siblings' deaths was questionable, she avoided all forms of suspicion because she had a good alibi, which was the ball. Even though her secret organization had been wiped out by her siblings, and by the time she returned to the mansion, she was basically a nobody. Everything changed for her with Alon's assumed interference. This leaves Loria wondering just how far ahead Alon is thinking. It turns out that she has unified all of the organizations under Altia, but she is not naive enough to think she can take on Alon's superior power. With this, Loria assumes that Alon still wants something else from her, and she believes that it is the underworld network of Altia. Even though she has come to these conclusions, she believes that she just has to focus on what is at hand while waiting for Alon to contact her. With a bright smile on her face, she wonders if Alon liked the wine she sent to him. Back in Alon's office, he is freaking out because he can't believe that Loria is now the Duke, even though she was being targeted just a few months back. Without being told, Alon can see that there is something strange at play. A couple of months later, which is 5 years before the story began, Yaban addresses him with the title of a count. This comes as a surprise to Alon, and Yaban reminds him that it is almost the new year, and his succession to become a count is near already. Alon is totally blown away because he never saw himself becoming a count in the plan that he drew out for himself. Nonetheless, he can't deny the fact that he is enjoying the perks that come with becoming a noble. Yaban then hands him a letter from Yudia, and Alon asks Yaban if he has gotten any information on the assassins who sent Leo to their ancestors, but he says no. However, he assures him that the Information Guild is still working on it. Yaban asks Alon why he is so interested in the whole investigation, and he demands to know if he is interested because of revenge. Alon then replies that he just wants to be prepared for anything that comes. After Yaban is done teasing him about the whole count title, Alon opens the letter from Yudia, and it is just as usual. Nonetheless, Alon appreciates the monthly letters because they provide some sort of warmth to his cold lifestyle. Alon smiles just like a regular proud dad would smile, even though he has never seen any of the kids before. Alon then asks Yaban how old the kids would be, and he lets him know that they are about to reach the age where they step into society. In fact, some of the kids who are in the orphanage with them have left earlier. After getting this vital information from Yaban, Alon realizes that it might finally be time he lets the 5 go. Yaban is surprised that Alon is willing to let them go, and Alon tells him that they are all grown up already, so it is time they think about their futures. Alon believes that the 5 have grown past the age where they would awaken as sins and can finally integrate them into the society. Apparently, each of the sins had a narration revealing its specialty. Yutia has the talent for faith, Deus has the talent for swordsmanship, Rhine has the talent for research, Siolang has the talent for combat, and Radan is special when it comes to leadership. Alon is convinced that they are going to shine if he can place them in the right positions and environment. Because of this, Alon decides that he is going to give each of them a gift, which is his plan from the start. After he is done sorting out everything he needs to, he sends them individual letters via Yaban. Not long after this, Yutia received the letters, and she told her comrades that they had received a new directive from the upper echelon. She tells them that the directive this time around is special because it was sent to them individually. The 5 receive the letters in joy, and they start rejoicing as if they have won the lottery. However, before they open the letters, Yutia suggests that they read the old letters first because Alon's directives are always top tier. The others are surprised and impressed when they hear this because Yutia was the only one who got to read the letters before. Yutia believes that they all have the clearance to read the letters now, since they have received individual directives. Yutia opens one of the letters for them to see, and it is nothing but basic greetings. The other kids are confused because it sounds very ordinary, but Yutia kicks in quickly, telling them that Alon had told them from the beginning to disguise the letters as normal conversations. Yutia then shows them what she claims to be the first directive after the first greeting letters. Inside the letter, Alon told them how his second brother used him as a chair, and Yutia tells them that this is nothing but an elimination order for them. She also points to the part where Alon seemingly entrusted her with the Blue Moon organization. Yutia then tells her comrades that they are to read the letters just the way she did so that they can get the directives correctly and be able to effectively carry out their mission. Deus then cuts in, asking if it is not better for them to visit Alon in person if they are trying to avoid any leakage of information. Utia then replies with a stern face and voice, telling Deus that their mission is to follow. This sends chills down Deus's spine, and he replies that he is fully aware of what is at stake. Since they have gotten this out of the way, Rena suggests that they read the new directive. Upon opening the letter, Deus realizes that he is being sent to Caliban, which is the land of knights. Reen, on the other hand, is told to head to Colony, which is basically a desert. The other two also check their letters, and they are sent to Raxas and Lartania, while Utia is ordered to go to the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. Inside the letter, there are also instructions on what they are to do. Deus is surprised that he was told to become a knight, as he doesn't see any reason for this. Nonetheless, Alon has assured them that he would continue to sponsor them. In addition to that, Alon attached the location of a gift to the letter. Before they disperse, Utia reminds them that mentioning the blue moon is utterly forbidden unless Alon himself mentions it first. With each of them honoring the directive, they get their affairs in order, and they depart to their respective designations. 3 months later, Alon is still researching the magic in the world, and he has not seen what he's looking for. Since he is stuck at a crossroads, he decides that he has to experiment with himself. Alon then remembers the assassins again, and he asks Yaban about them, but Yaban lets him know that there has been no progress yet. Deep down, Alon figures out that everything happening is a result of the butterfly effect of what he has done, and it has somewhat become uncontrollable. A clear example of this is Loria. She should have died, but she has suddenly become the Duchess of Altia, where she is now building up a terrifying power in the underworld. Alon then tells Yaban that there is no need for them to investigate the assassination again. Yaban is surprised to hear this, but Alon has figured out that it would be better if the whole situation remains unknown. He doesn't want to dig into anything that is going off-quest because he is trying to avoid any disastrous consequences. He knows for a fact that the secret organizations don't interfere unless something harms them, and he doesn't want to touch the hornet's nest. Yaban follows his boss's orders and assures him that he won't investigate again, but he lets him know that Deus has been knighted in Caliban. Alon takes the news with great joy because it is something worth celebrating. Barely 3 months after this, Yaban informs Alon that Deus has created a knight order. This shocks Alon because creating a knight order means Deus is expert level or above, even though he hasn't even been knighted for long. Yaban agrees with Alon, saying Deus is truly an overwhelming talent because Caliban is known to be strict when it comes to their knighthood. 6 months after this, which is 1 year after the Five Sins became independent, Alon has fully become a count. Alon is in his office when Yaban walks in, and as usual, he has some news for him. Yaban reveals that Deus has become one of Caliban's 5 swords, a master knight. The news of this sends a shiver down Alon's spine, causing him to drop the book he was holding. Sweat ran down his face as he asked Yaban to confirm if he heard right. This is because swordmasters are the only ones who can become a master knight. In the game, a swordmaster is a very powerful being who has surpassed the Aura Blade, causing him to awaken a unique ability called derivation. Alon then asks Yaban if Deus is a swordsmaster, but Yaban says it is not definitive yet, since he hasn't created a derivation yet. Nonetheless, the country still went ahead to grant him the title of a Master Knight because he beat the 4th sword. In addition, Caliban had lost a Master Knight to the Northern Barbarians because they had been at war for over a decade. Yaban mentions that it takes at least 15 years to understand and wield mana, and derivation might take decades. Reinhardt, who is the 1st sword, became the youngest Master Knight at the age of 32. Alon can attest to how strong Reinhardt is, but even with how strong he is, it took him over 20 years to reach his peak state. However, Alon is blown away by the fact that Deus has reached the level of a Master Knight in just 1 year, even though he didn't even know swordsmanship from the start. Since derivation is the only thing missing, Alon believes that Deus has what it takes to surpass even Reinhardt as a swordsmaster. Suddenly, Alon starts thinking about the benefits he might get from nurturing the kids the right way. But he quickly removes this thought from his head. He realized that he should be grateful that the 5 didn't awaken as the 5 sins and bring destruction to the kingdom. Alon finally comes to the quick conclusion that the kids doing well is the main thing that he needs to focus on. Meanwhile, in the central region of Caliban's capital, Kurdam, there is a high, noble residential district where the Knight Order resides. Standing by the window and staring at the great view of the city is Deus, who is now the captain of the Eclipse Knight and the youngest Master Knight. Deus lets off a good smile when his sister waves at him from outside the building. Deus remembers how everything played out until that very moment. He remembers losing everything to the bad guys, known as the Black Ones. Because of this, he was taken over by rage and hatred. He found himself locked up, and even though he was saved by Alon, he didn't think this was enough reason for him to be loyal to him. He was only loyal to the promise that he would avenge what he lost, and because of this, he became a member of the Blue Moon. Deus started working as an operative and taking on dangerous missions without caring about his own safety. For years, he was going on missions that would bring him a step closer to the Black Ones. After years of service, he finally received his first personal directive, and inside the letter was an instruction, telling him that there was a gift in a small inn in Caliban's south. Even though Deus has never been the one to be hyped about gifts, he still decided to check it out. Deus entered the inn, and his eyes lit up in shock at what he saw inside. The gift Alon had prepared for him was the family he thought he had lost forever. It was his sister standing in the inn, and Deus rushed over to hug her tightly as tears ran down his face. Deus had believed that his sister, Shilly, was dead, but there she was, standing in front of him. Deus asks Shilly what happened after they separated, and she explained that she was kept in isolation by the bad guys while she waited for her turn to be killed. In the course of this, she escaped but was caught again later and sold to slave traders. As fate would have it, Yaban appeared and saved her, and since then, she has been enjoying the gracious hands of Alan. Shilly showed her brother a letter sent to her from Alan, assuring her that she is safe, while staking his family's name on it. Shilly lets her brother know that she is grateful for everything that Alan has done. When Deus saw this, he was extremely blown away because Alan didn't only protect his sister, but even put his family name on the line for her. Deus was stunned and in disbelief at how Alan knew about his family, since he never told him. Even Utia didn't know the full details of what happened, but Alan was able to cover everything. This convinces Deus that Alan practically knows everything, and it is in this moment that Deus finally decides to subject the totality of his loyalty to Alan. Now that his sister is standing in front of him, Deus is happy that Alan overlooked his foolishness in questioning his supremacy. Deus's only target was vengeance, but the gift of his sister was incomparable, and because of this, he became more than a fanatic. In fact, he has made it his life mission that he has to repay Alan's kindness. Deus's target is to attain the top echelon in Caliban and become a master knight so he can create an elite guard composed of the best swordsmen, and that dream is already coming to pass. Deus is determined to face any hardship whatsoever until the day that he is able to repay his debt to Alan. Until then, Deus is ready to prove himself beyond what is expected of him. As part of his endeavor, he and the Eclipse Knights soon depart on an expedition to fight the barbarians. Meanwhile, Alan is feeling a semblance of peace, and he believes that this is because the kids are all grown up. At the same time, Alan has devoted himself to research since he came back from the labyrinth. At this point, he has come to a conclusion on his current research results. With what he put down, he figures out that refraction enhances the imperfection of a completed spell, thus expanding its area of effect. Repulsion, on the other hand, crushes the form of whatever is fired, which causes the projectile to transfer. Just like these, Alan has put together all the variables of the magic that he is researching. He has also figured out that he can only use magic once a day, which is thanks to his small mana core. Nonetheless, Alan has concluded that magic is fun, even though he initially debated that it was just for self-defense. Since he has been on the research for the past 2 months, he finally decides to test out the results. Alan pulls himself together and he starts to cast the necessary spells in the order in which he has analyzed them. From fixation to compression to collapse, he is able to produce a powerful, bright attack spell that looks absolutely terrifying. Alan is blown away because everything worked out well, and he finally realizes that the order of the phrases is quite important too. He is still staring at the magnificent creation in front of him when he hears a strange voice behind him, expressing their shock. Alan turns around to see Kalia and her mage beside her, and they are both terrified of what is staring them in the face, which they refer to as origin magic. Alan is shocked when he sees Kalia standing behind him, leaving him to wonder why the lady is there. The mage with her screams in horror because origin magic is something only a 7th circle mage can wield or even achieve. When Alan hears this, he is left confused as he starts to wonder if a low-level trash mage like himself is already being considered to be a 7th circle mage. Later on, Kalia and her mage sit in the reception room, waiting for Alan to show up. Kalia looks totally unsettled after what she witnessed minutes earlier. The reason why she came to Alan's territory in the first place was to confirm the extent of what Alan knows. She also wanted to know the capability of the organization that was backing Alan. However, what she and her mage found was totally different. Kalia cannot believe that her mage, Bianca, who is an arrogant 5th-rank mage, is actually terrified of what he witnessed while watching Alan. To put into perspective, Bianca was expelled from the mage tower for inhumane experiments, and he is powerful enough to wipe out battalions without breaking a sweat, but the same man was crumbling in terror in Alan's presence. Kalia is left to wonder if what she witnessed earlier was truly origin magic, just like they suspected. Moments later, Alan enters the room, and he asks the two why they have come to his estate. Kalia quickly apologizes for dropping in without prior notice. She also apologizes for running into him while he was conducting his business, claiming that she was only searching the estate for him. Alon calms her down, telling her that she is not going to hold what happened against her. However, Alon tells Bianca and Kalia that the magic that they witnessed him use was not origin magic. He tells them that he is just a second-rank mage who is not capable of wielding origin magic. Alon turns to Bianca, saying he is pretty sure that he sensed the fact that the magic he used has no actual function. It is basically a magic that is useless in both defense and attack. With a stern voice and overwhelming aura, Alon tells the two that they have to keep what they saw to themselves. Bianca quickly cuts in, assuring Alon that he didn't see clearly. Kalia is shocked when she sees this, because she can't believe that someone as arrogant as Bianca can be using honorifics while talking to Aelin. Alon is glad that they have sorted out the misunderstanding, and he asks them why they have come to see him. Kalia then reveals that they were only in the area and thought it would be nice if they paid their respects, which means they have nothing of importance to discuss with Alon. Alon is a bit disappointed to hear this, and he lets them know that he has a lot to attend to, so he doesn't have the liberty to sit around joking with them. Kalia stands up to acknowledge Aelin's brief presence with them and tells Alon that she and Bianca will now take their leave. Just as they are about to leave, Alon tells Kalia that she should consider visiting Loria if a companion to talk to is what she seeks. Alon lets Kalia know that there is a chance that they are going to get along well. Even though Kalia is skeptical, she assures Alon that she is going to take his suggestion into consideration. After their brief discussion, Kalia and Bianca leave, and as they leave, Yeban turns to Alon, asking why the Trash family would come to see them. Alon replies that he actually has no idea what the Zenonia want with them. Alon is worried that things would definitely go south if the rumor spread that he used origin magic. He might as well see power-drunk people running after him, since they are in a fantasy world in the first place. At the same time, Alon doesn't think Kalia would visit Loria because they are fierce rivals in the underworld. As they ride away from the estate, Kalia turns to Bianca to ask him if Alon's magic was truly origin magic. Bianca then replies that it wasn't origin magic. Bianca explains that origin magic is a magic that draws its own laws onto the field of total principles. It is a chance and privilege granted to supreme archmages. But Alon's magic was entirely different. Bianca reveals that he activated his observation eye and saw Alon's magic. The field of magic was essentially being torn apart, and Alon was twisting the principles. He was collapsing laws, but was still able to manifest the spell, which is a miracle that defies all logic and reason. With a horrifying face, Bianca reveals that behind Alon's magic was the power and work of a forgotten great god. Just by thinking about it, Bianca's head is melting away, and he tells Kalia that he once received praise for pursuing ancient knowledge, which is known as the magic of the Forgotten Era. Because of his knowledge of what he knows and what he saw, Bianca tells Kalia in all terror that she should never think of opposing Alon, or even think of making an enemy of him. After hearing this, Kalia concludes that she has no reason to figure out what Alon wants, and decides that visiting Loria might just be the best option, since she is nothing but a pawn to Alon. 5 months after this, which is 2 years after the kids got their independence, Alon asks Yeban if there has been any update about the Five. Yeban lets him know that there is no update about the Five, but there is some important news that he needs to know about. It turns out that the Zenonia County and Altia Ducal have formed an alliance, and the news of this shocks Alon. He doesn't want to believe that the two pillars of the underworld have come together. He holds his head in frustration that he managed to escape a calamity from the Five Sins. But the world is about to perish, thanks to the Underworld Alliance. It finally dawns on his dumb self that Kalia must have taken his advice the other day. Realizing that he might have messed up, Alon tries to delude himself with the fact that the alliance between the two would definitely not work because they have totally different characters. Nonetheless, he figures out that he has to prepare just in case. Alon then sits down to write a letter for Kalia to try to appear friendly to her, just in case things go south. He sends Yeban to personally deliver the message, and Yeban assures him that he is going to do as told, while also assuring him that he is going to search for the children's whereabouts as well. After Yeban's departure, Alon starts wondering what Radon and Xiaolang are doing, because they are the only ones who have not been reaching out among the Five. Alon is worried that Xiaolang has fallen to her death, but at the same time, he believes that she should have ascended to a warrior's level if she found the gift he left for her. Apparently, he left an arms armor, which is the sacred beast of the Golden Mane tribe. When the armor is worn, it delivers a critical hit chance of 20%. Alon is convinced that Xiaolang should be doing well because he even left a source of funds for her, and the land where he sent her is one where power can be seized through strength. Meanwhile, in the desert nation colony, Xiaolang is actually having the best of times. She found the arms dressing left for her as a gift, and she is entirely grateful for it. Everything she heard when she was a kid about the Golden Mane tribe appears to be true. She had heard about the heirloom, which has been passed down for hundreds of years, and it grants power and divine authority. Xiaolong obtained the heirloom, and she has faced all the trials and challenges presented by the heirloom. Even though it was tough, she was able to face every obstacle head-on because she could remember when she was saved by Alan's grace when she was still a mere test subject. By saving her, Alan gave her the power to be able to enact vengeance on the black dragon who wiped out her parents. Because of this, Xiaolong figures out that it is Alan's wish for her to become the greatest gladiator alive. In addition, she is expected to gather the scattered Golden Mane tribe and restore it to glory with the power she has been given. Hyped about everything she has been through, Xiaolong is finally ready to do what is needed for Alan, her savior, and the Beastkin, while making sure she wipes out her nemesis, the Black Dragon. Later on, Yebun tells Alan that he has some information about Xiaolong. Apparently, she has been given a name, the Golden Flash, because of how she operates in Colony. Alan is pleased to hear that Xiaolong is doing just fine. Alan then asks about Radan, but Yebun says there is a bit of info about him, even though they are not entirely sure if it is reliable. Suddenly, Alan turns to Yebun, asking him why he is lazing around when he is supposed to be busy. Yebun is confused when he hears this because he has basically finished everything that Alan ordered him to do. Alan then cuts in saying they need to prepare early because it takes about a month just to get to the magic tower, but this comes as news to Alan. Alan acts like a fool, asking Yebun if he didn't mention it to him. Yebun refuses to argue with him because he is already used to the way he does things. Yebun then mentions that it takes only weeks to reach the Green Magic Tower, but Elon corrects him, saying they are going to the Blue Magic Tower. Apparently, the Blue Magic Tower is near the Labyrinth City, and because it is far, Yebun decides to start getting their things ready. Alon crashes on the couch, thinking about the exhausting carriage journey that he is about to embark on. However, he has no choice because the item needed to support his small manticore is at the Blue Magic Tower. Alon can testify that the Labyrinth City is filled with loads of memories because he did a lot of grinding when he was playing the game. Apparently, the labyrinth in the center of the city was considered endless, but the deeper the player goes, the better items that can be gotten from there. Even though thousands of players devoted themselves to the labyrinth, no one ever reached the end of it. The group chat was always noisy with players complaining about how much they had tried to reach the end of the labyrinth to no avail. Just like in the game, relics and artifacts are discovered in the labyrinth, which is why certified magic appraisers are found in the city. This then reminds Alon of Rhine, who says she will be taking the appraiser exam anytime soon. Alon is confident that with the type of talent that she is going to pass the exam pretty easily. At the same time, he is worried that the gift he left for Rena is too small, since it is nothing but an equipment appraisal. However, he is prepared to provide more support if the gift is deemed not enough. Talking about the Labyrinth City, Lartania, it is a city of mercenaries and explorers, which is governed by no one. Located in the city is a secret appraisal shop called Merd. Because of the quality services it provides, most of the shop's customers are nobles and A-rank explorers, and among the said nobles is the city lord himself. He is seen in the shop appraising what appears to be a flame-generating device, and the attendant is Rhine. Rhine is wearing a weird device on her face, and with this, she is able to tell the lord what he is supposed to know about the device. The lord is happy with her contribution as usual, and he praises her for it. After the lord is gone, Rhine takes off the device and looks around the shop, since she is now alone. She narrates that the shop is famous, thanks to the distinctive service that it delivers, which is a gift for Alon. Apparently, in the letter he sent to her back then, he had told her to become an appraiser, but she didn't understand it at first. She knows that everything they are doing is to get rid of the bad guys, but she never saw any reason as to why she needed to become an appraiser. This was her conviction until she found the gift that was left behind for her by Alon. The relic given to her was known as the Eye of the Tail, which is a relic that quickly identifies items below a certain mana threshold to aid appraisal. Rhine was entirely blown away because what she saw was totally different from what appeared in the books stored in the library. After lifting the seals, the imprint came to life, and she realized that to defeat the bad guys, she had to upgrade the relic. She considered it an ability and a means to offer sacrifices, and since then, she has been working on the relic. With the time she has spent with the device, Rhine finally realized that Alan gave her a job only she could do, and she believed that everything she is doing is aimed toward the elimination of the Black Wolf. 3 weeks later, Alan and Yaban arrive at the Blue Tower, and they meet the tower's vice master, who tells them that the tower's master is currently not available. The vice master, Pitia Clint, tells them to state their business and get their asses out of the tower. The moment Alan sees her, he remembers her from the game. Apparently, she is a talented mage who went on to reach the 8th circle and even became the tower master in her early 20s. It is known that the magic tower possesses great combat power, and it monopolizes the production of specific necessities, which grants it the status equal to nobility. The authority of a vice master who has gone above humanity is considered godlike, but even with how scary everything appears to be, Alan casually introduces himself. Alon tells Pedia that he is there concerning the time rift because he can remove it. The time rift is a fissure connected to an unknown subspace, which is generated in places where magic is heavily used, and it creates anomalies that cause massive damage. The moment Alon stated his business, Pedia scanned his ability with her observation eyes, and she was disappointed with what she saw. She immediately tells Alon to leave, and this shocks him. Alon tries to argue, but Pedia flares up in anger, saying there are a bunch of people who have come to her saying the same thing. Alon refuses to back down, telling Pedia to just guide her to where the rift is. Pedia continues to remain defensive, and she assumes that Alon is looking for a big win to flip his already tarnished reputation. Pedia even gets angrier, and she unleashes a mana pressure that makes her look even scarier than before. Alon shrinks in fear, but he remembers that he is desperate and cannot give up. Alon steps forward, telling Pedia that he is going to sign over his entire fortune if he fails to remove the time rift. Pedia believes that Alon is still spewing trash, and Alon tells her that he is ready to swear a mana oath if that is what she wants. Alon points out the fact that this is not a bad deal for just a tiny moment of her time, and after thinking it over, she agrees. Pedia then takes Alon to the room where the rift is located, and she reminds him that all of his fortune is hers if he fails to remove the rift. Alon smiles, assuring Pedia that it will never happen. Deep down, Pedia wonders if Alon is just plain stupid or brave, but she is convinced that he is stupid. When talking about time rifts, there is usually no reason to close them before, since they spit out artifacts and vanish naturally after 3 months. Because of this, research on the time rift stopped, and no mage has ever closed one manually, but the Blue Magic Tower has been struggling with the time rift in their building for over 2 years. Now standing in front of the time rift, Alon takes a moment to watch it, and Pedia makes fun of him, suggesting that he leave since he can't do anything about it. Just then, Pedia notices that Alon is holding his hand, which is a method of using one's hand as a medium. Pedia remembers that ancient magic tomes mention this, and it is nothing but a legend. Pedia believes that Alon is just messing around, and she mocks him, telling him to stop playing around. Suddenly, everything goes blank, and Pedia realizes that everything has stopped moving. She immediately activates her observation eye, and this is when she sees the giant red fissure standing in Alon's presence. And being the talented mage that she is, she can feel the overwhelming power in front of her. Before she knows it, she finds herself under the influence of the greater power staring her in the eyes. The overwhelming being moves closer to her and makes its demand known to her, and as sweat runs down her face, she agrees to the said demands. By the time everything clears out, the rift has closed, and Alon is standing in the distance casually, just like he always does. In his hand is also the relic that he came for, and he is pleased that everything went smoothly and easily. He turns to Pedia to tell her that he is going to take the relic, and instead of her usual mean self, Pedia appears to be totally meek. She tells Alon that he is free to do whatever he wants, and she promises not to tell anyone about it. Alon is confused, and he assumes that his bluff failed to work on the girl. Alon then walks toward her, but she quickly moves backward while assuring Alon that she can keep a secret. Alon is surprised to see the lady acting so strangely, but he ignores her and tells Yeben that it is time they leave. Suddenly, Pedia stops him, telling him that she has a mana recovery potion for him, and it was personally made by her. Alon is blown away by the fact that he is getting a potion that was made by the tower's vice master herself. Alon is still checking out the potion when Pedia moves closer to ask him if he likes it. This leaves Alon even more confused because he doesn't want to believe that Pedia is doing all of these because she is thankful for the fact that he helped close the gate. Pedia continues acting weird as she tells Alon that she is going to make sure she follows the request that Alon made. In fact, she is ready to take a mana oath if that will make Alon believe her. Before Alon can call her attention to the fact that she is misunderstanding things, Pedia has activated the oath process, and while under oath, she swears to keep everything to herself. With this, Alon concluded his business at the Blue Magic Tower, and he acquired the relic he wanted with 5 bottles of potion and an oath. As they ride away from the tower, Yeben stares at the relic, which is not more than a bracelet, and he asks Alon if this is all that he went for. Even though it doesn't seem like much, Alon assures Yeben that he really needs the bracelet. It is known as the Seal of the Unholy One, and it has a gem embedded in it that can absorb and store mana from the atmosphere. Alon is happy that the device is working perfectly, and even though the storage space isn't much, it is more than enough to compensate for his mana hole. Alon believes that it is enough for him since his goal is magical research and self-preservation, not fighting. Suddenly it dawns on him that it is quite strange the way Pedia acted towards him before he left the tower. The level of respect she awarded him at some point left Alon to wonder if Pedia was making fun of him. Alon remembers that it was just like that when Kalia saw him the last time. However, he doesn't think he has anything to worry about, since he believes that he won't see any of them again. Meanwhile, in Altea, Loria is hosting Kalia. The two exchange pleasantries with no sign of bad blood between them, all thanks to Alon's influence. Kalia is glad that she followed Alon's advice and came to see Loria. It was during their conversation that they both realized that Alon was far ahead of them. Nonetheless, it was basically an alliance that was formed thanks to Alon's command. The two had no choice but to work together synonymously, since they were both beneath Alon, and a power struggle would be ultimately useless. Loria then asks Kalia why she has come to visit her even though their scheduled conference is the following month. Kalia then reveals that Alon sent a letter regarding her last visit. Kalia shows Loria the letter, and in the letter, Alon talks about Kalia's last visit to the manor and how things played out. He adds that a few other nobles have grumbled to him about it too, and judging from the letter, it appears to be a regular apology letter, but the girls believe that there is a hidden message in it. Since they have come to this conclusion, the two believe that it would be better if they discuss it. The two waste no time dissecting the nobles that they have in the kingdom and which faction they belong to. After so much thought into it, the two come to the same conclusion that Alon doesn't like all of the nobles and their useless factions. With this in mind, they assume that Alon wants to kill all of the nobles. The two ladies believe that Alon wants to rid the kingdom of the existing nobles and create a new regime. The two basically overthink everything and come to the same conclusion that Alon wants to be at the very top. Since they have been eager to help him, they start discussing their plans. Meanwhile, at the Blue Magic Tower, the Tower Master has arrived and he demands to know all of the details surrounding Alon's visit. At the same time, Alon is only worried about how he wants to get home quickly so he can receive Utia's monthly letter. The Tower Master, Selaim, makes his way into Pedia's office, and to his surprise, he finds her completely exhausted and not herself. Even the Tower Master can't understand what is going on because Pedia would have been crashing out already if it was her usual self. He knows that Pedia is a talented mage who was able to become the Vice Master at such a young age. Because of her incredible talent, her arrogance knew no bounds. Even though he knew that she had a trash personality, Selaim decided not to fix it because she was extremely talented when it came to magic. Selaim assumes that when she finally makes it to the 7th circle, she will realize how futile her achievements were and naturally become a down-to-earth person. However, what he never expected was a situation he found Pedia in. Selaim tries to be caring, asking Pedia if the task he gave her before going to the north was that exhausting, and Pedia finally decides to open up. She tells her boss how completely useless she was when she witnessed the magic that Alon used. Salam is left completely blown away because he never expected to see Pedia in such a demoralizing mood. He pats her on the head, and surprisingly, she didn't even push his hand away as she would usually do. Because of the influence Alon had on her, Selaim becomes interested in who Alon is. A month after returning from the Blue Tower, Alon had thrown himself into training even harder. Since he managed to obtain the Mark of the Corrupt, this helped his research on incantations to move pretty fast, and because of this, the number of spells he can cast per day increased. He already jotted down the rules about incantations from and the type of incantations that have to come first. He is completely engrossed in his research until Yebun shows up on the scene. Yebun commends him, telling him how much he has improved over the months. Alon reluctantly agrees to his take, and this is because he is now able to create a massive crater in the ground that he knows normal gravity won't even be able to do. He knows that the 2nd circle spell, Gravity, doesn't have enough output to create a crater, and he has no choice but to admit that he is already getting stronger. However, he knows that this is not because of the proficiency in the use of incantations. Basically, an increase in proficiency means better precision and manifestation, since incantations are more like activation words that merely change properties. Alon had spent months researching the arrangement of Gravity's incantations, and in recent times he has been using almost the same ones in sequence. In the long run, power increases slightly as one finds the optimal arrangement. Even with the evidence right in front, Alon still doesn't think there is any reason for his power to suddenly jump, and he assumes that he is just in good condition as of late. Yebun then tells him that Yutia's letter has arrived, and Alon thanks him for the assistance, revealing that he will read the letter in his room at his own convenience. Yebun is surprised that Alon is already heading inside, and Alon lets him know that he is done training since he has already exhausted the 3 spells he can use for the day. Meanwhile, Alon is thinking of what could make magic strong suddenly, and he thought of curses. Talking about a curse, they are an Eastern ritual involving sacrifice placed on oneself or others. One suffers a specific loss but gains a certain reward in return. Since he doesn't have anyone from the East around him, he doesn't think it is a curse. He turns his attention toward faith, but also trashes the idea, since he is a failed underworld count, so there is no way that would help him. In the end, he comes to the conclusion that he might just have to look the other way. Meanwhile, at the Holy Kingdom of Rosario in the capital, Lionel, which is the pure white city that worships Sirona, goddess of the moon and peace. Utia, who is now a sister in the Eastern convent, is meeting with a knight, Locke. Locke involuntarily bows his head when he walks up to Utia, which leaves him surprised because Utia is not a high-ranking official in the convent. Locke lists out his achievements, telling Utia that this time around he saved 8 children and 25 lives in a small village to the southeast. He attributes the glory to Utia, but Utia humbly replies that he was the one who did everything. Locke tells Utia how grateful he is that she was able to give guidance to a lost soul like himself, which is why he looks at her with so much admiration. Apparently, 2 years ago, Locke was about to give up hope because he was unable to feel holy power, but this was when Utia showed up, telling him to believe in the moon. Locke was confused when he heard this, but Utia let him know that he would definitely understand once he put his mind to it. Since he was really desperate, he had no choice but to pray to the moon for a few days. Surprisingly, after a couple of days, he was suddenly able to feel holy power. Locke couldn't believe that he had just believed in the moon instead of the goddess Sirona. He starts looking at himself like a heretic, but he soon realizes that he could also wield all the holy artifacts and even better than others. He later asked Utia why she told him to believe in the moon, and she replied that faith comes from an invisible belief, but it takes a long time. She lets him know that it is much better to gain from something that actually exists, and this is when she lets him know that the moon will always be by their side. After hearing all of these, Locke made his conviction stronger by believing that the goddess is also the moon. Now, in the present day, Locke sincerely thanks Utia for showing him the way, and she lets him know that there is another way he can show his gratitude. She asks him if he would like to pray with her, and he agrees to do this just like he had done in the past. Utia then leads him into the temple, where other worshippers like himself have gathered, and inside the temple is a great moon reference for them to pray fervently to. Later on, Alon checks out the letter, and he is disappointed that there is nothing really serious about the letter. It is basically a bunch of updates to let him know that they are all doing well. Even though he considers this a good thing, he is now getting lonely at the fact that the only person he has received a letter from is Utia. At the same time, he can understand why, because they have not actually seen his face, so they must have assumed that he is just some kind of big bro who helped them out and nothing much. Nonetheless, he is glad that he has achieved his goal of keeping them on the right path, so they don't eventually turn the world upside down. Alon rested his head on his table, trying to console himself not to be hurt, while also searching for inner peace like Master Shifu. Alon knows how busy Utia is, but she still manages to send a letter to him, and with this, he assumes that only Utia, the eldest of the 5 children he raised, appreciates his effort. Alon is completely lost in thought until Yeban calls his name, startling him out of his consolation mood. Yeban lets him know that he has some news about the kids that arrived from the Information Guild. Yeban mentions that they have deciphered the information about Radan, and Alon immediately tells him to reveal everything from start to finish. Yeban decides to start with Deus and Xiaolong, revealing that they are the ones making the most noise. At this point, Xiaolong has already achieved 32 consecutive wins out of the 100 needed to challenge Baba Yaga. Alon is shocked to hear that she now has 32 wins in a row because the person with the highest win in a row is the Lion King with 41 consecutive wins. Alon remembers that the Lion King is the overpowered character who temporarily joins one's party in the game. Basically, the colony has a lot of powerhouses, which is why they rely on fighters for their military strength. This makes it even crazier because she is about to surpass the top of the peak. Yeban continues with Deus, revealing that he has eliminated one of the 8 barbarian chiefs, Kurga of the Snowfield. The barbarians are basically monsters who have gone past superhuman strength through rituals. Yeban asks Alon if he knows the barbarians, but little does he know that Alon is no stranger to them. In the game, one has to fight the barbarians and even deal with their god, Ultultus. Alon heaves a sigh of relief because he doesn't even want a scenario where he has to deal with them. Basically, Ultultus only appears once the 5 great sins descend, and clearing the mission was hell. Upon hearing what Deus is up to, Alon tells Yeban that this can only mean he doesn't have to worry about him anymore. Yeban mentions that because of what Deus has done, he is being treated on the same level as the first sword, Reinhardt. This leaves Alon with the temptation of whether he should have gone to see the 5 great sins personally. Yeban continues with the information, revealing that Rein, who became an appraiser, is said to be applying black imprints that boost the power of artifacts. Upon hearing this, Alon can only conclude that they are all doing well on their own. However, Alon is more concerned about Radan, who appears to have become a pirate. Yeban tells Alon about the 7 archipelagos off the coast of Raxus, and it appears that Radan has become the captain of the largest of them, the first archipelago. Alon grabs his head in shock when he hears this because the last thing he wanted Radan to become was a pirate. He had once laughed at a meme in real life when he made a joke of someone who raised his son diligently, only for him to become a pirate, but now it has become his own reality. Alon sighs in frustration, telling Yeban that he didn't send Radan to Raxus to become a freaking pirate. According to the game setting, Radan is excellent at sensing enemies, and as a member of the sea god race, which is a rarity on the continent, he is perfectly at home in the water. Since there are many artifacts in the Raxus Sea, Alon had recommended that he become a treasure hunter, which is a promising career path. To help with this, Alon even gave him a gift for sensing, but with everything, he went ahead to become a pirate. Yeban tries to console Alon, telling him that if Radan is a great pirate and a captain, he is basically the lord of the said island, so he is more or less a big shot as they speak. Alon reluctantly agrees to this, but Alon wonders how he was able to take down the captain of the first archipelago since all the captains are superhumans. When it comes to naval combat, the pirates of the 7 archipelagos are practically invincible. Just then, it dawns on Alon that Radan might have only gotten his hands on the most overpowered artifacts from the old era. He remembers that he spent a long time on the treasure hunter minigame just to obtain top-tier gear. This leaves him wondering if Radan managed to take the captain's seat via sheer item power. Even though things don't always go as he wants, he still has no choice but to admit that this feels really bitter. He almost passes out in his chair because he is finally having the feeling of how a father feels after trying hard for their son. Meanwhile, in Raxos, the largest paradise among the 7, the great captain who received the blessing of the heavenly king but was defeated by none other than Radan once ruled the first archipelago. However, Radan had never put too much thought into the great moon. Initially, he saw him as a grateful big brother because he would have died as a slave for biological experiments if he had not met Utia, who helped him awaken his abilities. Radan felt his activities in the blue moon were more like following Utia, but when he finally received a direct order from Alon himself, it felt like something he didn't understand. He read the letter over and over again, wondering if there was any point in becoming a treasure hunter. In fact, Radan had this sense of hate towards the idea because there were a lot of people he needed to enact his vengeance upon. Some years ago, on an unknown island, his tribe, which had lived in peace, was slaughtered by some entities known as Black Things. The whole island was decimated and left in ruins and blood. After this, hunters came across his already exhausted parents and killed them before selling him off as a slave. Radan never thought that being a treasure hunter of the gift Alon gave him would help him enact his promised revenge. He then decided to follow Alon's order temporarily, and he was just standing by the waterside one day when he suddenly set his gaze upon those who killed his parents. He was even more torn apart when the 7 managed to get their hands on the Heavenly King's power. This is a power that can only be granted by the sea god Clyard through a sacred ritual that entails using a part of the sea god race's body. Radan was distraught to find out that every single captain of the 7 archipelagos was using it. Radan is overwhelmed with anger when he realizes that the hunters, who are now the captains, intentionally split up his parents' remains for the ritual. This leaves Radan wondering how Alon knew where to find them because he never told anyone his story. It dawns on him that Alon must have prepared this chance for him so he could finally get his revenge just as promised. However, he didn't have the power to enact that revenge immediately because they are basically superhumans who wield the power of the sea god. This was when it dawned on him that there must have been a reason for the gift Alon sent to him because he believes that Alon would have arranged everything to lay the foundation for his revenge. Without hesitation, Radan puts on the necklace and he dives into the sea. Upon entering the water, Alon's gift, which is Amrita's goggles, activates, and it makes it easy for him to find artifacts hidden deep within the ocean. The artifacts he laid his hands on were more than enough to supplement his lack of strength. He put on all the overpowered artifacts that he found at the bottom of the ocean. He steps out of the water, regretting that the only thing he said to Alon was a simple thank you. Radan can't believe that Alon kept his promise by bringing the target of his revenge right to him, while also giving him the power to carry out the said vengeance. It was at this point that he finally understood the command that he sent in the letter. Radan basically misinterpreted the order to get vengeance while seizing control of the 7 archipelagos. He remembered Utia's words that told him never to forget the great day, and he realized that this sentence is gradually becoming a light of trust. Radan takes pleasure in the fact that everything is coming together for the great moon. 3 months later, Alon was informed that he had to attend the biennial Asteria Grand Social Gathering because it was mandatory. He has no choice, and he reluctantly sits in his carriage like a kid who has no choice but to go to school. The carriages from the Kreld and Edorn families also joined them just as they had planned. Basically, they did this to avoid bandits because traveling in a large group would make the bandits think twice before attacking. However, on the first day of the journey, Alon quickly noticed something important. The 2 nobles who were tagging along on the ride were basically mocking him and everything he does. The 2 had all the bad things to say about him, but Alon just decided to ignore them. They even talk about his dealings with the underworld, but little do they know that Alon has nothing to do with the underworld because he just wants to live a peaceful life. However, his inaction in the underworld has left the eastern underworld to be targeted by bottom feeders. In addition, there is a rumor flying around that he only managed to become a count by luck, but Alon doesn't even want to dispute this. Basically, the rumors about him being the mastermind of the county have died down and have watered down to being a lucky brat. The two proud nobles would even come right to his face to ask him if he had money, promising that they would help him out. Alon cannot believe that two old fools are acting this petty. Soon afterward, it dawns on him that the two are acting this way because they have suffered in Palacio's hands in the past. The Kreld and Edorn families used to be pushed around by Palacio like complete pushovers. Since they now have the chance, they are venting all their sorrow and resentment, which they have bottled up over the years. Alon can only sit there and compare them to internet trolls, and since the best way to deal with trolls is to ignore them, this is exactly what he does. Yeban walks into the room to find the two making fun of Alon like they are getting paid for it. Alon asks him where he's been, and Yeban mentions that he is just coming from the kitchen. Apparently they made roasted corn, and it looks really tasty. The two get down to eating corn, while the trolls continue with their incessant effort to pull his emotions down. But little do they know that all they are doing sounds like music to Alon. Meanwhile, the North, which is an endless land of freezing cold, is controlled by barbarians. It is a place where only a cursed pale white exists, as if all life has vanished. Lying in the cold is a barbarian lord who has been severely injured. Scattered all around him are the bodies of his slain comrades. Basically, barbarians worship battle, and death in combat is honorable and glorious to them. However, they had suffered a defeat that was caused by a cowardly surprise attack from a Caliban knight who proposed a duel only to stab them in the back. As he lies in the snow about to breathe his last, the blood of his kin calls for him, and he finds it hard to die in peace. With his last breath, he calls upon the barbarian god Otultus. Surprisingly, the great Otultus, who looks absolutely terrifying, appears before him to grant his heart's desire. Back on Alon's journey, he continues to suffer insults from the two annoying lords, and in no time, other nobles join, making it even worse than before. However, Alon simply ignored everything because he had no time feeding their ego. Alon and Yeban basically minded their business, preparing their own meal of roasted corn and fish. As the sun sets, the group decides to rest for the night, and the nobles are already losing their heads because they never thought Alon would completely ignore them. Since there is no one aside from Alon and Yeban, the nobles start making their plans to enter the underworld business. They are glad that they don't have to deal with the Palatios any longer. The two trash nobles plan to take control of the underworld and teach Alon a huge lesson. The two are busy making their plans when a strange noise emerges from the distance. They turn in the direction of the noise only to see a monster staring at them. They order the mage with them to provide lighting, and the mage raises his wand, firing off a light bulb into the air to provide more light for them. This is when they finally see what they are up against. It turns out that it is just one monster, but a bunch of them, and they are all goblins. However, these goblins appear to be unique, since they have gems sticking out of their bodies. Even with this strange appearance, the soldiers don't appear to be bothered because goblins are one of the weakest monsters out there. The soldiers soon realize how screwed they are when the goblins rush them in their numbers. On a closer look, they realize that the goblins have wiped out the entirety of those on external watch. The soldiers start to freak out because this is the first time they have seen goblins with crystals bulging out of their bodies. The goblins are also jacked, and the group starts asking stupid questions. To make it worse, the goblins are infused with mana. The goblins rush at them, but the mage present uses his power to pull a wall of earth that some of the goblins rush into. Nonetheless, the goblins continue rushing in until a strange wave of light encompasses them. The mages are shocked because they know they don't have this kind of power. They all turn around to see Alon speaking incantations, and the moment he closes his fist, the goblins caught in the wave of light are compressed into a ball of light. Alon proceeds to crush the ball, ultimately shattering it into bits while exhausting one of his spells for the day. The monsters, the nobles, the mages, and even the soldiers are left in complete shock. Alon is forced to jerk them into action, telling them to stop staring and get ready to engage the goblins. The rest of the horde lunges toward the humans, and it erupts into a full-scale battle. The knights find themselves fighting against monsters that are triple their size, while the mages try to fight from range. Alon also didn't sit idle as he continued dealing overwhelming damage to the horde of goblins. Yeban makes sure to stay by his master's side, cutting down any goblin that tries to reach him. The fierce battle ends up carrying over to the morning, but by the time the sun finally rises in the sky, the humans have won. The nobles who were hiding behind trees finally had the guts to step out, while the knights were completely exhausted. However, the highlight of everything is Alon, who has displayed exceptional power, which they have never seen before. Alon, on the other hand, is freaking out because he almost died during the battle, and this is because he exhausted the daily number of spells he could cast in a day. From the middle of the battle, Alon had become an ordinary person thanks to his little mana running out. While standing there, looking at how close he was to dying, Yeban approaches him, asking him if he is fine. He assures Yeban that he is good, but deep down, Alon hates the fact that he lost the ability to protect himself. Alon thanks his stars because he decided to go with the nobles, even though he would have preferred to travel alone. Nonetheless, he is more worried about the crystals that were bulging out of the goblins, leaving him to ask himself why a divine descended. Basically, a divine descent is a strange phenomenon that appears when an outer god attempts to make his way into this world. Monsters affected by the phenomenon become ferocious, and their physical abilities become more enhanced, as is the case with the goblins. Alon is totally worried because something like this shouldn't be happening, since the outer gods are only supposed to appear after the great sins descended. The presence of the crystal basically shows that the outer gods will soon make their way into the land, but Alon has no idea why, since the five haven't even awakened as the five great sins. Alon is completely overwhelmed with the lack of information, and he decides that the moment they arrive at their destination, the first thing he is going to do is gather as much information as he can. He knows that things can't continue this way because it basically spells danger. But while he is worried about the outer gods, the two trash nobles are losing their minds over his expression. The next day, they arrive at the Rodergri ducal house, but instead of being happy, he is even more sad because he would be forced to stand amidst other nobles who have come for the gathering. He even tries to escape, but Yaban pushes him into the cathedral to prevent him from carrying out his intrusive thoughts. Upon entering the cathedral, Alon expresses his disbelief at how luxurious everything is, and he finally understands why the venue was picked for the gathering. Meanwhile, the other nobles are busy having the best of fun that they can get. Alon decides to just step away, since he wasn't even interested in the whole thing in the first place. Just then, he runs into the two trash nobles who were trolling him during their journey together. Surprisingly, the two appear to be totally different as they offer Alon the best things that they have on them, leaving Alon to wonder why the two are behaving so well all of a sudden. Thanks to his usual cold expression, the two almost lose their minds in shock. They ultimately regret the fact that they messed with Alon. Apparently, a day earlier, which is after the battle with the goblins, the nobles almost go crazy because they finally witness what Alon can do. Confused about what type of magic they just witnessed, they drag off the third-tier mage with them to ask him about the magic that Alon used. They were expecting the magic to be at least around the second tier, but the mage corrects this, telling them that it is a magic that far surpasses his own. The nobles hear this and tremble in fear because this only means the magic is third tier or even higher. This is when it finally dawns on them that Alon didn't just become the count by pure luck, and they have been gravely misinformed. With what they have seen, they realize that Alon possesses the power to make guards completely unnecessary. Because of how grave the situation is, the two have been trying to get on Alon's good side with bribes and the like. At the gathering, the two come to the conclusion that they have to beg for their lives. They approach Alon with all sincerity, bowing, while begging him for mercy. Alon stands there in confusion, wondering why the two are acting this way toward him. Yaban, being the ruthless one, suggests that they just finish them off, but Alon refuses, saying it would just cause an unnecessary scene, which would be bad for them. Alon tells Yaban that he would handle the situation himself, but he is only saying this to scare them, since he doesn't even have the time to deal with them. Seeing how cold Alon is, even with how much they have begged him, the two nobles conclude that they are finally done for. Alon then sends Yaban to the Information Guild with the intention of digging up news on the other nobles. Alon remains in the gathering and soon notices two nobles who appear to be sharing a secret. Since he is interested in what they are saying, he enhances his hearing with mana, and it turns out that they are talking about Altia and Zenonia. He learns that the two have formed an alliance, but Alon doesn't think this should be a cause for alarm, since the two families don't get along well with each other, which means the alliance won't last long. Alon then focuses on the delicious egg tart that he is eating, but out of nowhere, he hears something that shocks him so much that he drops his delicious egg tart. In a surprising turn of events, he learns that he is the leader of the faction created by Altia and Zenonia, and this shocks him to his bones. Alon starts freaking out because the last time he saw Loria was when she was a young lady, and even his meeting with Kalia has just been a couple of times. No more. No less. So he hasn't even met the current Count Zenonia yet. This leaves him wondering why such a rumor is flying around about him, and he just assumes that the nobles have the wrong information about him. He is still trying to recover from this when he is approached by a flamboyant noble, Carmine, who is the third son of Duke Comelon from the Ashtalan kingdom. Alon is initially startled, but then he remembers that nobles from allied nations are attending the gathering. Alon nervously replies to Carmine while introducing himself too. Carmine then disintegrated into a full mocking session, telling Alon that he heard he became a count by pure luck, which is why he had to come see his face. Alon is surprised that he is getting mocked by an outsider, but before he even says anything, three nobles appear on the scene asking Carmine what he just said to Alon. With a stern and serious face, they ask him if he is seriously mocking a noble of their kingdom. Carmine is startled when he hears the seriousness in their voice because Alon was supposed to be a free ride he could trample upon. Apparently, Carmine had come all the way from his kingdom to take the youngest daughter of the Lothergrew family as his wife. He was so confident that there was no woman in the world who could reject him. But he ended up messing things up when he talked about other ladies in the presence of his fiancée. The lady is completely disgusted by his behavior and she walks away, suggesting that they rethink the whole marriage talk. Carmine falls to his knees in complete shock when he realizes that he couldn't calm the young lady down. He gets back on his feet in anger and he is busy walking around completely upset when he spots Alon. Since he had that, Alon was just a lucky person who made it to the position of a count. He concludes that he is the perfect target for him to take his stress out on. However, this just backfired on him as the three important nobles gang up to scold him. Even Alon can't believe what is happening right in front of him because the three are known to all. The blonde-haired eccentric man is the giant of the noble faction, Duke Lothergrew himself. The black-haired man is the giant of the royalist faction, Marquis Mardanio. And the third person is the center of the neutral faction, Count Palin. Basically, the trio is the core pillar of the Asteria kingdom, and they are completely tearing Carmine apart. To Alon, he assumes that Carmine is a shitbag, which is why they are ganging up on him while supporting someone they barely know. Realizing that he would get torn apart if he stayed any longer, Carmine rushes off with tears in his eyes, while apologizing for stepping beyond his boundaries. After this departure, the trio genuinely turns to Alon to ask him if he is okay. Alon assures them that he is fine, but deep down, he doesn't understand why everyone is acting nice to him. Meanwhile, the rest of the room notices that three giants in the kingdom have approached Alon, and they start freaking out because they don't want to be left behind. Alon uses his enhanced hearing to hear them talk about how he is about to become the most powerful man in the kingdom. Alon can no longer tolerate this, and he figures out that it would be better if he clears up the misunderstanding before it gets any worse. However, the trio standing in front of him is not about to just let him go easily. Since he has started working with magic as of late, Mardanio tells him that he has an artifact that he can use. The other two also let him know that they have prepared gifts for him in earnest. Inside his head, Alon is freaking out because it is imperative that he clears up the misunderstanding. However, thanks to his quiet nature, he finds it difficult to speak up and ends up obtaining 2 magic artifacts and 5 mana recovery potions. Later on, at the annex of the Lothergrew ducal castle, Lady Altia is seen meeting with Mardanio. Zenonia asks him how his meeting with Alon went, and he excitedly replies that Alon accepted his gift gracefully. Basically, light gifts between nobles are normal etiquette, but precious items like relics carry deep meaning. For someone who wants to join a faction, it is imperative that a precious gift be given to the head of the faction, and this is exactly what the 3 nobles did. Loria, who is now a lady, is pleased that Alon accepted his gift, which to them means he has given his permission. With this, Loria invites Marquis Mardanio into the fold, telling him that they can now finally work on their goal together. Loria asks the Marquis about the others, and he assures her that they are all on board. Deep down, the Marquis is surprised that Loria, who doesn't show herself personally, appeared to give her word only to him and a select few. They were basically made to go through a rite of passage with a sincere bribe, and even though rumors are now flowing endlessly, there is no mistake that they have found themselves in the new political flow. On the 4th day of the banquet, Alon still remains baffled by the fact that he is getting gifts left and right, and he believes that this is thanks to the rumor that he is involved with Altia and Zenonia. Alon decides to just take everything they give him in the meantime, since there is no indication that they are going to collect it from him. He is in the middle of this deep thought when Yeban appears and taps his shoulder. His spirit almost leaves his body, and Yeban asks him why he is so surprised. Alon replies that he was just lost in thought for a second. Yeban then sits down to tell Alon what he has found out so far. Alon is stunned when he learns that an outer god has descended in the north. Yeban confirms this, revealing that Caliban is currently in an uproar, and based on ancient texts, they are speculating that the crystals are related to outer gods. Alon throws his head down in frustration before asking Alon about the other information he requested. Yeban lets him know that his person of interest is in the village north of Ashkelon, and Alon decides that they are going to make a quick stop on their way. He completely shocks Yeban when he tells him that they will be going to Caliban. Yeban asks him why he is suddenly going to Caliban, and he wants to know if his plan is to go to the north. Alon assures him that he will tell him the details as they proceed, but tells him to prepare everything because they will be leaving immediately. Yeban acknowledges this order and leaves to prepare the carriage. Meanwhile, Alon is stressing out because he didn't know that it would all boil down to this. Just like how dangerous the 5 great sins are, the outer gods can also be considered a huge problem. Basically, one can't tell which outer god will descend or when through a divine descent. This is why Alon tried his best to gather information and move as quickly as he could. The one thing he didn't expect was for it to be this fast. When he was playing the game, he already saw hundreds of possibilities with one unique ending where the allied kingdoms crumble and collapse. They're going to fall into ruins fighting unnecessary wars in a land contaminated by otherworldly powers, and he would lose his life in the process. Alon has already devised a plan to deal with this, and it all depends on how fast he can be. Apparently, an outer god undergoes a stabilization period, which usually takes months before eventually awakening as a living god. Since the gods are not able to use their full power during this period, it is better to target them during this period. Even though he can't guarantee the success of the plan, Alon knows he has no choice but to try either way. Alon then prepares a letter and stamps it with his seal, while wondering what his person of interest would look like. 1 week later, Deus gets the letter that was sent to him by Alon, and his eyes light up in shock. He immediately tells his vice commander that the north schedule is being pushed back by 2 weeks. Later on, Alon arrives at Pakran, which is a village north of the Ashtalan kingdom, where he meets his person of interest. He is surprised that he got to see him that early, and without a doubt, the kid really stands out. It turns out that this kid, Eliban, is the protagonist and the playable character of the game. Being face to face with the protagonist, he has no choice but to admit he really looks like the illustration. Alon is completely immersed in how beautiful the boy is that he almost mistakes him for a girl. Seeing how bright and excited he is, Alon asks him if he knows who he is, but he replies that he is just happy to meet a new person. Alon knows that no matter how much everything changes, it won't change the fact that Eliban is the protagonist, and he will eventually become famous and strong. Alon commends him, telling him that he has quite the bright personality, but Alon feels some level of weirdness since he is standing in front of a character he used to play. Just then, Alon hands him a pouch full of gold coins, which shocks Eliban. However, it doesn't stop there, as Yaban whips out a ton of other goodies like potions and relics, telling Eliban that everything belongs to him. Before Eliban knows it, a mountain of presents is already standing before him, and he asks Alon why he is suddenly giving him all of these. Alon simply replies that it is an investment, and it is the truth because he basically brought everything that would make the protagonist grow early. Alon assures Eliban that he is going to be a big deal later on. He pats him on the shoulder while secretly hoping that he grows strong quickly so he can help deal with the outer gods. After giving him the presents, Alon turns around to leave, but before he makes it to his carriage, he turns around to finally introduce himself to Eliban. Eliban rushes over, thanking Alon for everything, while assuring him that he would never forget what he did. Alon notices how bright the kid is, leaving him to ask himself if he was always like that. He realizes that since the game is a dark fantasy genre, he didn't think too much about it. As they leave, Yeban asks Alon if he is sure that it is okay for them to just leave without having a proper conversation with Eliban. Alon assures Yeban that Eliban would definitely understand because he is an intuitive kid. What Alon has simply done is to set the protagonist on auto hunt because he doesn't have the time to play around. Even Yeban admits that Eliban is quite incredible because he can see how thick his mana is, even though he is just a kid. Yeban also notices that he is wearing artifacts even though he is putting on ordinary clothes. Alon assures Yeban that he can also feel the mana he is feeling, and the original setting of the game is that Eliban was an ordinary kid before his adventure. With what he's just done, Alon knows he might have just created another butterfly effect that branches away from the game, since Eliban is the protagonist. Nonetheless, Alon doesn't really think too much about it, since his primary goal is to survive, which means the stronger Eliban is, the better. So his investment doesn't go down the drain. Alon is also confident in his plan because Eliban is one of the few kind-hearted persons in the dark world. Suddenly, Alon remembers that he had sent a letter to Deus, and he worriedly asks Yeban if he thinks Deus would come to meet him. Alon is worried since he has never met any of the 5 great sins before, even when he had the chance to meet them at the orphanage. Yeban sighs, telling Alon that the whole situation is a probability of whether he would see him or not. 10 days later, they arrive at the capital of Caliban, Kurdam, and just like everyone else, they have to pass through the northern gate to be checked into the capital. Yeban and Alon are already exhausted from the long journey, which has taken them from place to place in preparation for the war against the outer gods. He has also bought a ton of gifts, but he doesn't know if Deus would appreciate them or not. As it draws closer to their turn, Yeban steps out of the carriage to attend to the security as he believes that the whole process won't take more than a minute since what they need is identity verification. Alon is resting in the carriage, waiting for Yeban to return, when he hears Yeban's worried voice from the outside, telling him that there's been a slight issue. Alon asks him what it is, and Yeban tells him that the knights are telling them to step aside. Just then, the knight in charge stepped forward, and he introduced himself as Viren, the direct disciple of Master Knight, Fiola, the fourth sword. Alon, in his usual clueless expression, wonders who Fiola is because he doesn't even know who the hell that is. Alon notices that they are being surrounded by knights, and Alon asks Varan what it is that he is trying to pull. Varan then mentions that a friend of his in the Asteria kingdom sent word that he is indebted to Alon. Alon expresses his surprise, telling Varan that such a thing did not happen. Just then, it dawns on him that Varan is talking about Carmine, and Varan confirms this, telling Alon that he has really offended his dear friend. Carmine had learned that Alon is heading to Caliban, which is why he reached out to Varan so he could help him deal with Alon. Varan laughs hysterically, telling Alon that he owes Carmine, which is why he has to put on a show. Yaban realizes that the situation is getting even more serious, and he whips out his sword. The knights surrounding them also get into an attacking position. Alon, on the other hand, can't believe that Carmine actually picked a fight and ran away. Just then, Varan tells Alon to hand over every valuable item in the carriage, promising to be lenient if he does so. Varan points his sword at Alon to show how serious he is. Apparently, Varan is arrogant enough to do this because he believes that there is nothing for him to lose. He sees Alon as a mere noble from the Asteria kingdom with little influence in the Union. In addition, he is convinced that Alon has no ties to Caliban because he has looked through it thoroughly. Meanwhile, Alon is already getting mad and his magic is swirling in his palm, ready for execution. Varan finally lets his thoughts take over because he knows that even if things go wrong, his master would just cover him. Just as he is about to strike Alon, a strong hand grabs him from behind. He is held tightly by the neck and lifted into the air. He groans in pain as his sword falls from his hand and he tries to look back to see who is attacking him. In a surprising turn of events, it turns out to be Deus, who looks extremely pissed. He asks Varan what he thinks he is doing by laying a hand on his benefactor. Deus slams Varan to the ground and stomps his head with his foot. Varan cries out in pain, trying to tell Deus not to embarrass him, but little does he know that Deus is not yet done. Deus grabs him by the head, and with a scary aura, he warns the rest of the knights not to make a move because it would end just as scary as they imagine it to be. Deus proceeds to kick Varan into the distance, and he is slammed hard into a tree. Alon is completely shocked because this is the first time he will be seeing Deus. Deus walks up to Varan and tells him that he should thank his stars that he is currently not in a place where he can kill him. Varan manages to get back on his feet, but before he even understands what is going on in his surroundings, Deus has descended upon him again. Deus punches him left, right, and center. While all of these are happening, Alon is completely engrossed with the fact that Deus called him his benefactor. Alon holds his chest tightly as he tries his best not to blush. He knows that Deus was grateful when he was young, but now that he is grown, he has assumed that he would not welcome someone whom he doesn't really know. Alon stands there feeling like a proud father, because what he just heard Deus say is more or less like he has received every reward for raising him. While Deus is busy trashing Varan like a drum, Alon is blushing with pride. He even says how proud he is out loud until Yeban walks up to him to call his attention to the fact that the son he is proud of is beating someone senseless. Alon basically ignores Yeban's concerns because he is just too overwhelmed at the fact that his son could step forward to save him in a foreign land. Instead of trying to berate him, Alon is exceedingly proud of him, and in the end, Deus has beaten Varan to a pulp before finally leaving him. After he is done with Varan, Deus walks up to Alon, and it is at this point that it dawns on Alon once more that Deus is actually one of the 5 great sins. In a shocking turn of events, Deus bows his head to Alon, telling him that he is there to escort him, and this leaves the knights completely stunned. Elsewhere, Delmian, the third sword of the Caliban and captain of the Crimson Flame Knight Order, celebrates their triumph over the annihilation of Kulkan, one of the 8 barbarian chiefs, and his clan. After cheering their victory, Delmian orders the knights to prepare to return to their headquarters. However, deep down, he feels heavy because this victory was won through shady means. Even so, Delmian doesn't mind using underhanded tactics as long as he can surpass Deus, who has just become a master knight. The Caliban and barbarians had a long history of fighting wars bound by mutual honor, but Delmian lured Kulkan out alone and set up an ambush unit to take him out when he least expected it, successfully defeating him and his entire clan. Just because Deus defeated Kurga, one of the barbarian chiefs of the Snowfield, Delmian needed to produce similar results to prove himself, so he came up with this cowardly scheme, which was against their code of honor. After the battle, Delmian couldn't find Kulkan's corpse, so he figured it must have been hidden by the barbarians. Even if he manages to somehow survive, Delmian isn't worried because he already poisoned him with a lethal potion. Delmian is excited as he looks forward to reporting his achievement to Caliban as soon as possible. Unfortunately, his excitement instantly vanishes when he arrives at their camp base, only to find it in ruins, and amidst the sea of his soldiers' corpses was Kulkan, who was supposed to be in the underworld by now. He seemed completely fine and filled with rage towards Delmian, who quickly draws his sword as he wonders why the air is filled with a suffocating, ominous aura. Swirling around Kulkan is Oltultus, who demands to know why Delmian defiled a sacred duel by underhanded means. Delmian is terrified when he realizes that the person in front of him isn't actually Kulkan, but a terrifying entity capable of devouring even a superhuman. When Delmian tries to ask about his identity, the entity impatiently demands an answer to his initial question. Disregarding his fear, Delmian unleashes his flames on Kulkan while telling him that he's at fault for having trusted an enemy. Even though Kulkan dodges the powerful attack, he commends Delmian for attaining such remarkable power for a human. He then decides to give him one more chance to redeem himself by challenging him to a proper duel. However, Delmian rejects the olive branch and orders his knights to prepare to attack Kulkan together. Since Delmian has no respect for tradition, Kulkan declares that he will not grant him an honorable death. With the flick of a finger, he creates an army of undead with the dead knights who begin to screech and cry out in pain while begging for death. Kulkan then severs Delmian's arm with his bare hands, after which he smashes his fist into the ground, blasting the remaining soldiers. Amidst the chaos, he swiftly punches a hole into Delmian, eliminating him with a single strike. As for the remaining knights, Kulkan surrounds them with an army of undead, turning the battlefield into a bloody coliseum. He then reveals his true identity as Ultultus, the father of duels and the barbarian god. As the sky turns crimson, Ultultus promises to grant the knights an honorable death, provided they can prove they are not disrespectful savages through the ancient rite of dueling. Meanwhile, back at Caliban, everyone is still stunned that Deus actually bowed his head to someone because it's common knowledge that his aspirations for power reach the heavens, so they've never seen him respect anyone like that. Even when the second prince of the kingdom insulted his sister, Deus mercilessly trashed him, ignoring the fact that he was royalty. They have never seen him offer courtesy to anyone but the king. That is why everyone was confused when he bowed his head to a mere count from a foreign nation. This leaves them wondering whether Alon has some kind of special identity. Afterwards, Deus invites Alon to ride with him in a flashy carriage into the city, but Alon finds the idea troublesome since he'd rather not attract any unwanted attention. Unfortunately, Yebun insists he get in while he follows behind with Alon's ugly carriage. A short while later, they arrive at their destination, and Alon is left stunned by Deus's magnificent mansion, finally realizing just how successful he has become. As they head into the mansion, an awkward silence lingers between them, making Alon uncomfortable. Alon also reasons that Deus must be uncomfortable around him since they don't exactly know each other. He then decides that the best approach would be to go straight to the point to show his sincerity instead of beating about the bush. Upon entering the room, Alon suddenly stops Deus and explains that he came to see him because he has a request to make. Deus is surprised that his benefactor is making a request instead of an order which would be appropriate for their relationship. Alon wonders if he said something strange, as he can't shake the feeling that he may have come off to Deus as a shameless person for asking for a favor. Deus simply asks him to wait until they settle down before discussing this so-called request. A few minutes later, they settle in the living room, but Alon can't understand why Deus gave him the highest seat, because usually it is meant for the host, not the visitor. Even so, Alon quite likes the fact that Deus is treating him like a father. Jumping straight to business, Alon tells Deus that he has two troublesome requests to make, and one of them is for Deus to escort him to the north. Before he can even finish the sentence, Deus agrees without hesitation, leaving Alon stunned. Deus then explains that it's no hassle for him, since he was also preparing for an expedition to the north. Alon feels less guilty when he hears this, because it means he's not actually putting Deus in a tough spot. For the second request, which is the most difficult one, Alon hesitates a little before revealing that he wants to briefly borrow the Ring of the Mad One from Caliban's treasury. Elsewhere, one of the knights who joined Deus to escort Alon returns to report to the vice commander, who commends him for doing a good job. The vice commander admits that he wasn't worried since Deus decided to personally escort Alon. Shilly, Deus's sister, overhears them talking about the escort mission and figures that her brother must be hosting a very important guest. The vice commander agrees with her because Deus canceled a very important expedition to the north just to personally welcome his guest, and when asked why, he explained that it was because his benefactor would be visiting him soon. It was the first time the vice commander had ever seen that kind of expression on Deus's face. On the other hand, Shilly is surprised when the vice commander informs her that their important guest is none other than Alon, the current Count Palacio of the Kingdom of Asteria. Back in the mansion, Alon is anxious about his request to borrow the Dark Ring because he knows that this unreasonable request might put him in debt to the royal family. However, he has no choice but to ask for it because the ring is essential to the success of his plan to defeat the Outer God. Deus is about to respond when Yebun suddenly interrupts them, but Alon is relieved because the tension in the room was about to crush him. Hoping to break the awkward atmosphere, Alon decides to present his gifts first, so he signals to Yebun, who replies with a quick gesture to let him know he brought everything. Moments later, Yebun stacks a mountain of gifts onto the table, leaving Deus completely puzzled. Alon then explains that they're all for him before proudly showing off his favorite gift, pleased with himself for finally lightening the mood. All he can do now is hope Deus appreciates the gifts he personally picked out to show his sincerity. Deus calmly thanks Alon, who urges him to open the gifts, but Deus says it would be rude, so he decides to open them when he's alone. Alon's excitement instantly vanishes because he was expecting some type of hyper-reaction from Deus, only to be left hanging. This leaves him wondering if the gifts are not enough, but there's nothing he can do because he's just a poor foreign count. Alon also considers the possibility that it's because Deus truly treats him with respect. Afterwards, he returns to their conversation about borrowing the ring and is just about to tell Deus to forget about it if the request is too unreasonable. However, Deus immediately promises to bring the ring right away, but Alon stares at him in disbelief because the ring is locked away in the royal treasury, which should be difficult to access. But Deus doesn't seem to care and stands by his words, even though it should usually take about a week to make the request. After considering it for a brief moment, he reassures Alon that it shouldn't be a problem if he eliminates about 50 people to bypass the annoying king. Alon wonders if Deus is trying to crack him up, but from the expression on his face, he figures Deus isn't joking. Alon then tells him that he doesn't have to take things too far, so Deus finally relaxes but promises to retrieve the ring as soon as possible. Even so, Alon doesn't understand what he means, but he's just glad that Deus is showing him so much respect. On their way out, they run into Shili, who immediately gets chummy with Yeban as if they're old friends seeing each other after a long time. Alon immediately recognizes Shili and recalls that he tasked Yeban with keeping her safe. In the game, he only saw her death scene, but seeing her in real life, Alon admits she's a spitting image of Deus. Just then, Deus pulls his sister aside, reminding her to address Yeban properly instead of casually calling him her friend. Alon is surprised to see how protective Deus is of Shili, as he only remembers him being completely broken after losing his family in the game. He was practically about to behead Yeban as he glared at him for getting too close to his sister. It finally hits Alon that Deus is being so respectful towards him because he saved Shili from death and returned her to him. But Alon admits that at the time he only saved her to prevent Deus from becoming one of the 5 sins, so it didn't even cross his mind that such a small action would help him reap huge benefits. Thinking about it now, Alon can't help but get excited at the thought that Deus might be willing to pluck the stars from the sky if he asked. Just then, Shili thanks him for ordering Yeban to save her. Alon plays it off by pretending he was simply being magnanimous, but deep down, he knows the real reason was to stop her brother from becoming a bloodthirsty killing machine and ruining his dream of living as a carefree noble. Taking her brother's hand in hers, Shili sincerely thanks Alon for reuniting her with her brother. Although he didn't do it out of the goodness of his heart, Alon is still touched by their heartfelt gratitude. With that, Alon's stay at Deus's mansion began, and Deus soon brought the ring as promised, which surprised Alon because it had only been a day since he made the request. A few minutes later, Yeban barges into the room to tell Alon that Deus caused a scene at the royal palace by demanding they hand over a precious artifact. Apparently, he thrashed the second prince when they refused to comply with his request. 3 days after completing the preparations, Alon set out for the north as planned alongside Deus and the Crimson Knights. 2 weeks into their journey, they received the grim news from the outpost on the northern border of Caliban that Delmian and his group had been defeated at the hands of the barbarian god. During a meeting, some officials suggest retreating since most of their soldiers are critically wounded, but others argue that they can't yield to the barbarians. Deus, who is overseeing the meeting, claps his hands to make them quiet down, while Fiola, the 4th blade of Caliban and commander of the Knights of Perseverance, suggests they take a moment to think before making a final decision. After the meeting, Fiola and Deus take a walk around the camp, discussing how the outer god brought chaos to the outpost along with the undead. So far, they have lost Delmian, the 3rd blade of the Caliban, and Kiriana, the 2nd blade, is critically wounded. Deus tells Fiola that the visions of horror from the outpost are starting to seep into their camp. Fiola also agrees with him as he anxiously reveals that he can see the strange reddish aura in the atmosphere corrupted by malevolent mana. This mana is so ominous that only those who have awakened can see it. Because of this, Fiola feels that retreating might be their best option right now. Suddenly, Deus notices smoke coming from the side of the camp, and after checking it out, it turns out to be Alon roasting sweet potatoes while quietly studying magic in his head. Just as Deus is wondering where on earth Alon and Yeban managed to find potatoes, the sound of a nearby argument catches his attention. 2 knights from Kiriana's Silver Shadow Order are confronting Pedia over the treatment of their wounded comrades. Pedia insists she's done everything she can and reminds them that she only came to the camp to research barbarian rituals, not to serve as a battlefield doctor. Pedia is about to storm off when she notices Alon's icy gaze fixed on her, almost knocking the breath out of her. She freezes in place, desperately trying to figure out why he's there. Alon casually waves at Pedia to greet her, but she immediately starts trembling like a fish out of water, blurting out that the medicine he requested earlier is currently out of stock. Avoiding his gaze, she explains that she can't make it right now because she has more important matters to deal with. Although disappointed, Alon tells her he understands and that she shouldn't force herself. However, hearing this, only terrifies Pedia even more. Afraid she might lose her head, she instantly changes her mind and insists she can have the medicine ready as soon as possible. Completely confused by her sudden change in attitude, Alon lets her know that the payment might be delayed due to an issue with his finances. To his surprise, Pedia practically offers to make it for free, asking for just 1 gold coin in return. Alon, who can never say no to free things, happily accepts, while her co-workers watch in utter disbelief. They can hardly believe what they're seeing because Pedia had just scammed herself out of hundreds of gold coins, yet she's standing there with a sheepish smile on her face. Convinced she's finally lost her mind, they watch as she dashes off to prepare Alon's medicine. The 2 mages from the Blue Magic Tower can't help but admire Alon's ability to tame someone as crazy as Pedia. Shortly afterward, Fiola senses a malevolent energy seeping into the tent, prompting Deus to point out that the camp is under attack. True to his speculation, Oltultus's undead army was approaching the camp, and chaos soon ensued as the knights began to clash with them. Unfortunately, no matter how much they stab the undead, the creepy things remain standing. Pedia uses ice magic to immobilize them while Deus swoops in to slay them with his blade. Suddenly, the sky turns blood red, and lightning begins to crackle as Oltultus descends to the battlefield with an explosion. As usual, he curses everyone for being savages and warns them not to desecrate the sins of those who have lost their honor. Fiola charges in to attack him, but instantly regrets it as he realizes too late that his sword intent has no effect on Oltultus, who immediately severs Fiola's head with his bare hands. He then declares that those who have abandoned honor will not be granted an honorable death. The knights watch in horror as Fiola's headless corpse begins to animate. Suddenly, Alon, having finished downing several potions, calls out to Oltultus, the god of duels, after which he begins reciting an ancient oath from the old era, formally requesting a duel of Babylon. Oltultus laughs hysterically, pleased that someone still remembers the oath of his era. He then gathers the blood of the undead and uses it to construct a bloody coliseum around himself and Alon, ensuring that no one can interrupt their duel. The blood swirls around them, creating a barrier that keeps anyone else from entering the middle. Oltultus then accepts the challenge, but as Aelin comes face to face with his terrifying presence, he begins to realize that he might have been wrong because it seems Oltultus is already close to manifesting. Basically, the closer an outer god gets to fully incarnating, the more powerful they become, to the point where their strength can nearly rival that of the mortal sins. Alon fears that he would have already collapsed under Oltultus's pressure if he hadn't consumed the potion of excellence beforehand. Realizing this may be his final chance to defeat Oltultus before his manifestation is complete, Alon declares that they should begin the duel. Speaking of the Grand Duel of Babylon, it is a turn-based battle, and the first rule is that the person challenged takes the lead, meaning Oltultus gets to make the first move. As he charges forward to unleash his first attack, the knights outside the bloody Colosseum scramble to get out of the way before the shockwave turns them into collateral damage. One of the knights notices that Alon is just standing there expressionless despite coming face to face with such a terrifying being. What he doesn't know is that Alon is just respecting the second rule of the duel, which states that the defender cannot move outside their turn, especially if struck by a restraint. Oltultus is amazed as he commends Alon for being truly honorable to respect the rules. The third rule of the Duel of Babylon is that a turn consists of 1 attack and 1 defense, meaning opponents swap positions at the end of each turn. Alon then prepares his defense, but since a basic defense would be useless against the power of a god, he decides to stack a few incantations into a defense spell. Though it might cause him to use up all his magic, Alon doesn't mind as long as he can block this first attack. As Oltultus unleashes his powerful strike, Alon successfully blocks and deflects the attack, causing a massive explosion that leaves behind a giant crater. Deus and Pedia hold their breath, anxiously waiting to see whether Alon survived. As the dust settles, they discover that Alon is still standing, though his body has been completely battered by the impact. His protective amulet crumbles as he collapses to the ground, thinking that he likely wouldn't have survived the attack if he hadn't taken Pedia's potion of excellence beforehand. In addition to the excellence potion, Pedia had also given him a Remithian potion, which soothes even the most unbearable pain. The only reason Alon is still able to stand is because he consumed those potions before the duel, otherwise he would have already been toast. Pouring the final potion over his body, Alon feels relieved that everything has gone according to his plan. Although this supreme potion should be enough to patch him up for now, its full effects can't restore him completely at once. Now that he has fulfilled all the conditions required to enter a frenzied state, Alon decides that it is finally time to use the power of the ring and launch his counterattack. Speaking of the Grand Duel of Babylon, Alon has played it countless times in the game and knows its rules like the back of his hand. He deliberately volunteered for the challenge, intending to use those same rules to restrict Oltultus's movements. Alon also survived Ultultus's attack thanks to the reincarnation pendant, which prevented his death, and a healing potion that restored his condition. Now it is Alon's turn to attack, and he plans to use the Ring of Radiance, whose activation requirement is to be on the verge of death, a condition he already fulfilled earlier. With the ring's effect now activated, Alon begins to consider his next move because reality is different from the game. In the game, he just had to withstand the first hit, but here it's different, with no time limit like in the game. Alon then begins to prepare his incantations while using constraints to bend the rules of this world. The first constraint is when magic is used on a snowy terrain, and the second is when magic is used at the gates of death. After stacking the spells, he unleashes a powerful lightning bolt and increases its capacity with the mana stored in his bracelet. He then further twists the rules of magic using 2 more constraints to make the strike more powerful. As the lightning bolt heads towards him, Ultultus takes the hit like a champ. As the dust from the explosion settles, Alon can only hope his plan works out because, for him to win this duel, he must defeat Ultultus in a single strike. However, Alon also knows that an outer god doesn't disappear just because its physical vessel is destroyed. Just as he predicted, Ultultus survives the attack, and the good news is that he has a massive hole in his chest where his heart is supposed to be. But the bad news is that he looks amused and full of energy. Ultultus is impressed by Alon's feat. But Alon's mind has reached its limit as the realization hits him that his attempt to defeat Ultultus in a single strike might have failed. Panic soon sets in because he has exhausted his magic use for the day, and even the mana reserve stored in his bracelet has been used up. Ultultus laughs hysterically as he questions if Alon is truly the heir to a special will. Alon is stunned when Ultultus gradually begins to dissipate into thin air, while commending him for being a noble warrior. Ultultus remarks that he can't wait to see how things turn out between the black and blue thing. As a reward for winning the duel, Ultultus passes on his belt to Alon, along with all the power it possesses. As his form continues to fade, Ultultus addresses Alon as the one who remembers the sacred rituals and hidden mysteries of the great forgotten god and carries on his will. He then gives Alon a final instruction to call upon him when the usurpers break free from their chains. At that time, Alon must call upon Ultultus by his true name, the god of chaos, not the false, humiliating name woven from lies. With those final words, Ultultus disappears completely, leaving Alon alone with the belt and a million unanswered questions. After the outer god vanished, the remaining survivors started burying the dead before returning to Caliban. Before Alon can leave, Padilla asks him a million questions, and Alon diligently responds. She asks if he's a rank 2 mage, but Alon lets her know that he's now at rank 3. Alon then asks what she knows about the blue and black things, but Padilla quickly feigns ignorance, while averting her gaze and clearly acting suspicious. Alon decides not to press further, while Padilla thanks him and rushes out of the carriage, fearing she might give something away. Even though he didn't permit her to leave, Alon doesn't stop her, but he can't stop wondering why everyone keeps thanking him for such trivial things, and at this rate, he might actually start believing he's some kind of genius. Once he's alone, Alon starts thinking about Ultultus and why he suddenly disappeared even though his attack failed. Apart from that, Ultultus's final words left him with even more questions than he had. Alon then stares at the familiar belt, which he has seen in the game before. It is known as the Belt of the Forgotten, which can double the damage given and the damage taken. As Alon examines the belt more closely, he notices an inscription along its inner lining, directing him toward a city called Kahala, known as the City of Ancient Gods. It is the first time he has seen the inscription, leaving him to wonder if he can find the answers to his countless questions in Kahala. Just then, Deus arrives to check in on Alon and mentions that he noticed how Padilla left so abruptly. He then asks Alon for permission to eliminate her for the disrespect, but Alon tells him not to blow things out of proportion. 2 weeks after the northern expedition ended, Deus headed to the castle to deliver his report and also return the ring Alon borrowed from the treasury. Soon afterward, Alon prepares to leave Caliban and even receives a ton of gifts from the king. He was so broke when he came on this expedition, but now he was leaving with a little pot of gold. After an awkward farewell between Deus and Alon, Deus asks Alon if he can become stronger just like him. Alon is stunned by the question because he knows how monstrously powerful the 5 great sins are, whereas he's just cannon fodder that should have died in episode 1. He figures it must be because Deus was impressed by his magic. However, Alon knows that the 5 great sins still have powerful innate abilities, even if they never go berserk. Deus already excels in swordsmanship, so it's just a matter of time before he breaks through his limit. Alon then assures him that he can become as strong as he wants as long as he works hard. Alon is already jealous because he knows that Deus has been blessed with insane talent from birth, unlike him, who has to claw his way through. As he prepares to leave, Alon advises him to take a chill pill, but Deus suddenly asks why Alon always asks him for favors instead of just dishing out orders. Alon simply asks why anyone would give orders to a member of their family. Stunned by his words, Deus freezes on the spot as Alon's carriage drives off. Alon, on the other hand, can't stop thinking about their conversation as he wonders if Deus still thinks he sponsored them with hidden motives. Alon feels bad that he's been misunderstood when he spent a fortune out of the pure goodness of his heart. He admits that he did it to prevent them from turning evil, but he still poured his heart and resources into raising them. That night, Deus sits quietly in the darkness, contemplating Alan's words. He admits that he only followed him because he felt indebted, while Alan saw him as family. Deus then mimics Alan's hand gestures as he tries to cast a spell, but nothing happens, leaving him wishing he could use magic just like Alon. Even so, he can't believe Alon referred to him as a member of his family. A few days later, Alon finally returns home, and after spending 3 months away, all he wants is to collapse into bed and spend the next few days doing absolutely nothing. However, his excitement is short-lived because the moment he steps into his room, he is greeted by a mountain of documents waiting to be reviewed. Horrified, Alon immediately turns around and bolts out the door, refusing to accept that this could possibly be his room. He only makes it a few steps before changing his mind and reluctantly decides to get the paperwork over with as quickly as possible. However, he vows to take a vacation once he finishes handling them, no matter what. As he scans through one of the pending documents, Alon can't help but wonder when he will even get the chance to live the peaceful, noble life he craves. After that, he rewarded himself with a week off to just enjoy food and do nothing, but after the short vacation, Alan was even more stressed and tired than when he was working. He lay on the couch like a couch potato, playing with his new ice magic while thinking about solving the mysteries Oltultus left behind. Alon admits that he has heard something about the ritual gestures and mysteries, but he has no idea what they mean. He's even more confused that Oltultus has a forgotten name like the Eastern gods, and this is his first time seeing anyone evaporate the way Oltultus did after their duel. Alon also wonders why an outer god appeared, and since he did, he fears that others might show up. Even so, he's relieved because the outer gods are less problematic than the 5 great sins, and apart from that, the gods at least give a warning in advance. Alon then checks his notes for his next adventure and he picks Kahala, but unfortunately, that isn't possible because explorers have yet to discover the city. He fears that barging in all by himself might just complicate his life further. Just then, Yebon barges into the room, shivering as he remarks that it feels strangely cold inside and wonders aloud if the unusual chill is the result of magic. Alon confirms that it is, explaining that he has been refining the spell and is pleased to see that all the research he conducted during his brief vacation is finally paying off. Yebon then informs him that a hidden city has been discovered in Koloni. Elsewhere, Utia hosts the semi-annual Blue Moon meeting through a magic crystal ball. Under normal circumstances, these meetings are expected to end in less than 10 minutes. However, this time, things take an unexpected turn when Xiolong asks Deus what it was like to meet their boss in person. Deus usually remains silent throughout these meetings, but to everyone's surprise, he volunteers to share his experience with Alon. Radon and Xiolong are stunned that Deus actually wants to talk. Unfortunately, they have no idea that they have just opened Pandora's box. Deus begins recounting every single detail of his encounter, leaving nothing out. After 50 minutes, Rin, Radon, and Xiolong are already exhausted, but Deus shows no signs of stopping. To their disbelief, he continues for more than an hour, repeatedly going over the same points and praising Alon over and over again. Utia, however, seems to be the only one enjoying the story, happily joining Deus in admiring Alon. 2 hours later, Deus finally finishes his tale, and Utia cheerfully remarks that she had a great time. Meanwhile, the other 3 have already mentally checked out. This was the first time the Blue Moon meeting lasted for more than 3 hours, since they began holding their meetings through a magic crystal ball. A few days later, Alon comes home to a ton of expensive gifts from several nobles, but he has no idea who they are and why they sent him gifts in the first place. After reading the letters attached to them, he realizes that the nobles are trying to make a connection with him because the rumors of his achievements in the north have spread. As a former corporate slave, Alon excitedly decides to accept the gifts. A week later, the gifts were still pouring in, and Alon couldn't help but credit his popularity to his adopted son, Deus. He decides to forgive him for not personally reaching out to him after leaving the orphanage. 1 month later, the gifts were still pouring in, and Alon wondered whether to send back the ones that were over the top because the whole thing was starting to get suspicious. However, a few months later, the gifts became rarer until they totally stopped being delivered. Soon it was time for the Grand Assembly held in Tyria, the capital of the Asteria Kingdom. That day, Alon hurried to the hall, irritated that he arrived late to his very first Grand Assembly. He didn't want to draw any unnecessary attention to himself, but coming late meant he would have to face a lot of prying eyes. Yaban is amused because it's his first time seeing Alon walk that fast, making him conclude that Alon must be in a hurry. As soon as Alon rushes up the stairs, a bunch of nobles line up behind him, and Yeban notes that they were probably waiting for him like his followers. Upon entering the hall, Alon is surprised to find the place slightly empty, convincing him that he isn't late. He then scans the hall to decide where to sit since every faction usually sits at a particular position. He already looked it up before coming and found out that the royalists sit on the left while the aristocrats sit on the right. Alon then decides to sit in the middle since the neutrals stay there. He purposely picks the back seat, but gets uncomfortable when the nobles from earlier stop to stare at him curiously. Alon figures it must be because he's trying to sit at the back, so he decides to go to the middle, but the same thing happens, so he moves to the very front where the faction leaders sit. Surprisingly, the moment he takes his seat, the nobles standing outside all troop in behind him, convincing Alon that it's because no one wants to sit in front. He quickly scans the hall and is disappointed that he left him all alone to sit near the faction leaders. Once everyone is seated, the host begins the grand assembly and announces that the new faction, Kalpa, now has voting rights in the assembly. On the other hand, Alon mentally checks out as soon as the meeting begins, only to hear them call him the president of the Kalpa faction. Confused, Alon looks around the room, wondering what they're talking about. He's even more puzzled when he notices Loria and Kalia giving him weird glances like he's supposed to know something. After a while, it finally dawns on Alon that the alliance between Altea and Zenonia, which he was certain would never last, not only survived, but went on to establish an entire faction and appoint him as its president without his consent. Alon snaps back to reality when the host asks if he has anything to say as the president of Kalpa. It takes him what feels like an eternity to process the ridiculous new title, which he never even knew he possessed. Just moments ago, he was simply an ordinary dude looking for a place to sit, but somehow, he has become the president of a newly formed evil faction. Meanwhile, in the northern snowfields, a cloaked figure is seen checking out the scene where Aelin fought with the Outer God, after which he decides to keep an eye on Alan to see how far he can go. Back in the Grand Assembly Hall, Alan is still out cold as he tries to wrap his head around how he suddenly became a villainous mastermind. It sounded like something straight out of a Wattpad series. Unable to handle the whole scenario, Alan mentally checks out while moving through the rest of the meeting like a living corpse. While going through his own banquet like an outsider, Alon wonders if he's just a figurehead or a puppet for the faction. Just then, Loria and Kalia's voices snap him back to reality, asking if he's enjoying the banquet. Like two kids fishing for compliments, the duo let him know that they've done everything exactly as he instructed. Alon is confused as he tries to remember when exactly he gave them this so-called instruction. He only recalls exchanging a few words with them years ago and nothing else, but this makes Alon start considering the possibility that he might have an alter ego who is an evil megamind doing these crazy things behind his back. When Loria happily expresses that she's doing this to repay him for saving her life, Alon stops to wonder when he did something like that. From his brief conversation with the girls, Alon learned that he somehow ordered them to form an alliance, and Kalpa was created from the instructions he supposedly sent to Kalia through his last letter. And as it turns out, the gifts he kept receiving from the nobles meant he was giving them permission to join the faction. However, Alon never did any of this knowingly, and even the letter he sent to Kalia was just a simple apology letter. But she somehow read through the lines, creating this whole misunderstanding. It finally hits Alon why he received some weird gift cards from nobles asking him to take care of them. At this point, the whole thing is one giant misunderstanding, and Alon can't seem to figure out how to clear things up. He also fears that the girls are too attached to the cause, and trying to talk them out of it might cost him his head since he has already accepted the gifts. From his knowledge of the game, Alon knows that the masterminds in this world tend to have twisted personalities, and even the slightest conflict could push them down a darker path, especially someone like Kalia. Because of that, Alon decides to simply go along with things for now and wait for the right opportunity to quietly retire. When Loria asks him about the faction's next agenda, Alon pretends to seriously consider the matter. However, deep down, he knows absolutely nothing about politics and has no interest in getting involved. But to get them off his back, he decides to throw out a random suggestion telling them to start by cleaning up the underworld. To come off as the cool mastermind they envision him to be, Alon immediately turns to leave because he might just slip up if he keeps hanging around them. Outside the banquet hall, Alon asks Yeban about the letter he was supposed to send out, and Yeban assures him that it has been sent. He then asks why Alon is leaving the banquet early, and Alon simply tells him to head straight to Colony without looking back. On the other hand, Loria and Kalia are impressed by how Alon manages to amaze them with a single word with deep meaning. This time, they interpreted his words as seizing control and unifying the underworld of the Asteria Kingdom. The duo clinks their glass as they excitedly look forward to a fun new adventure. Trouble soon finds Alon as an assassin hovers nearby, secretly watching his carriage. He admits that eliminating Alon should be easy, but it might become an issue if Dea suddenly shows up. Apart from that, his leader already warned him to avoid making unnecessary enemies just for a high payout. However, the assassin has no intention of listening to the leader and reasons that even the leader would understand why he accepted the mission. A few hours ago, this same assassin was in the Duke Kamalan's estate, located in the southern Ashatalan kingdom, where Carmine was waiting for him in the dark. The assassin belongs to a group known as the Agents, which is an elite group of assassins from the allied kingdom with swordsmaster-level skills. Apparently, the agent agreed to meet with Carmine because he's related to someone known as the Seeker. However, the encounter takes a sudden turn when the agent effortlessly eliminates all of Carmine's men who were lurking in the shadows, explaining that their organization does not welcome rats during a mission. Impressed by his abilities, Carmine gives the agent a standing ovation before ordering him to eliminate Alan. He attempts to intimidate the agent by reminding him that no one can refuse a request from the infamous tyrant of Ashtalan. The agent remains unfazed, stating that any target, even royalty, is acceptable as long as the payment is right. He then asks if Carmine can even afford his hiring fee, and Carmine pulls out a black box, telling him that he's ready to offer 4 of them as payment. The agent is stunned to see that Carmine is actually offering abyss matter, not just abyss orbs, as payment. An abyss matter is an item distributed in extremely small quantities on the black market by Kamalan, Carmine's father. Unlike abyss orbs, which only boost physical stats, abyss matter can grant special powers, which is why they sell for astronomical prices on the black market. The agent only got to taste the power of this item because of his leader, but now Carmine is offering him 4 of them. This item is actually one of the reasons the agents became the best assassin organization. Satisfied with the payment, the agent swiftly heads out while Carmine starts counting his chickens before they hatch. A few moments later, the agent is seen meeting with Kamalan, also known as Lord Seeker, to ask if it's all right for him to go ahead with the mission he received from Carmine. Speaking about Duke Kamalan, he's not just the head of the Ashtalan nobility, but also the real power behind the allied kingdom's underworld. The agent gets a little flustered when Kamalan reveals that Carmine stole the abyss matter for him. Even though Carmine's payment was tempting, the agent had to come check with the Duke because their leader warned him never to cross the Duke. The agent is over the moon when Kamalan decides to turn a blind eye to Carmine's request to eliminate Elon. After the agent leaves, Kamalan receives news from Shutro, an underworld power player in the Ashtalan kingdom. Shutro informs Kamalan that they can no longer operate in the underworld of the Asteria kingdom because of the influence of Alan's new faction. Kamalan isn't happy to hear this, but he's glad that someone wants to help him take out Alan without him lifting a finger. Back in the present, the agent continues to follow Alan's carriage as he looks forward to his reward. He then pulls out a pen and is about to take action when, out of nowhere, someone suddenly severs his arm before slamming him into the ground. It turns out to be none other than Eliban, the protagonist of this world, who is supposed to be the nicest soul in the game. As the agent writhes in pain, Eliban tells him not to waste what little strength he has left, and with a casual flick of his finger, he sends the agent into oblivion. After disposing of the pest, Eliban cheerfully resumes trailing Alon's carriage from the shadows. He then snaps the pen in half, remarking that the agent would never have died by his hand had he not targeted Alon. A few days later, Alon and Yaban find themselves almost roasted by the scorching sun in the desert on their way to Koloni. They have been traveling for 5 days, but Alon still can't get used to the sun, while Yaban is already almost melted away because of the heat. He wishes they had an ice crystal, but unfortunately, they cost an arm and a leg. Yaban then tells Alon that this is the best time for him to practice his ice magic, but Alon refuses to because it could get out of hand and result in a catastrophe. However, Yaban would rather have an ice catastrophe than turn to rotisserie chicken. Nonetheless, Alon is just glad they joined a caravan since they don't really know their way around the desert. Suddenly, some delusional chick named Lion accuses Alon of spying on her when he didn't even know she existed until she spoke to him. Lion is the daughter of the Red Magic Tower Master and a rank 4 mage. Although Alon denies the accusation, Lion insists that his bad attitude is something expected of a mage from the Blue Tower. Irritated by the sudden unsolicited drama, Alon wonders why he can't get a single moment of peace, even in a dry desert. Yeban, on the other hand, is just envious that Lian has tons of ice crystals hanging in her carriage. Alon decides to keep his distance from Lian because her father, the Red Tower Master, is a complete maniac. Unfortunately for him, the universe never seems willing to let him maintain a low profile. Without warning, a group of desert bandits ambushed their caravan. Caught completely off guard, the travelers are quickly surrounded, and Lian is seized by the bandit leader, who holds her hostage as he orders everyone to cooperate if they value their lives. Recognizing the emblem branded on the bandits, one of the travelers identifies them as the infamous Bloody Sand Bandits, and he can't believe they captured Lian, a rank 4 mage, before she could do anything. The bandit leader expresses his happiness that he found Lian here, according to the information he received about her whereabouts. Lian suddenly begins to cough as she struggles with a panic attack due to an old trauma. Suddenly, ice spreads throughout the atmosphere, immediately regulating her breathing. Lian is stunned when she realizes that Alon cast the ice magic. Using the Snowy Land spell, Alon freezes the ground beneath his feet, throwing some of the bandits off balance. Speaking of Lian, she developed trauma and an aversion to lies after facing so many trials due to her position as the Tower Master's daughter. Because of her aversion to lies, Lian is exceptionally sensitive to energy around her, even though she's just a rank 4 mage. During this journey, she has been secretly stalking Alon to uncover his lies. She simply cannot believe that someone whose mana barely reaches rank 2 could have played a major role in the battle against the Outer Gods, as the rumors claim. She heard that Alon was Deus's benefactor, but she strongly believed that was just stealing his credit, which made her despise him the moment she laid eyes on him. That was what she thought until she witnessed him using combined incantations to create the ice magic he cast earlier. From her observation, he probably used at least 3 elements, and everyone knows that the success rate of combined incantation decreases the more chants you pile on. This is because the technique requires linking multiple chants, each with its own unique structure. Besides having such precise control of this technique as Alon does, one has to be at least a rank 5. The bandit leader suddenly releases Lian and lunges at Alon, but before he can land a single blow, Alon freezes him in midair and smashes him into smithereens. Knowing that bandits typically scatter once their leader falls, Alon turns his gaze toward the survivors and delivers a stern warning. As expected, the remaining members of the Bloody Sand Bandits immediately flee in terror. Lian, on the other hand, finally realizes that the rumor about Alon is true. After the victory, Alon is treated to a feast by the caravan to thank him for saving their lives. After they settle down for the night, Alon begins analyzing his magic and is pleased with the results of his efforts to reduce the penalties imposed by his constraints. During his vacation, he created a new spell called Snowy Lands, which simultaneously uses space, frost, and maintenance magic. For now, its only effect is transforming the surrounding area into a frozen polar landscape, but the spell allows Alon to limit the penalties of his constraints to just 3. Usually, invoking all 4 constraints comes at the cost of decreasing his magic power, but Snowy Lands nullifies one of those penalties, leaving 3. Even so, Alon is disappointed that combining 3 incantations only lasts a measly 3 minutes, so he decides to study it more for a way to increase the efficiency. Apart from the short lifespan, Alon is satisfied with the spell, and thanks to the belt he got from the Outer God, his power has increased. Therefore, Alon plans to focus on solving the problem of the remaining penalties. A few minutes later, Lian approaches Alon to apologize for misunderstanding him and asks if he'd be willing to discuss magic theories with her. Alon is puzzled by the sudden change in her behavior when she was obviously picking on him during the journey. Nevertheless, he decides to be magnanimous and accept her apology, earning him Lian's admiration. From then on, they became magic buddies, discussing magic with each other until they reached Colony. After thanking Alon for the magic lessons, Lian asks if he will be attending the magic conference, but Alon tells her that he wasn't invited because he's not actually affiliated with any tower. Before leaving with her group, Lian suggests he tag along with the Red Magic Tower, and Alon agrees as he thanks her for the offer. As he bids her farewell, Alon is relieved that he can attend the conference since he needs to get something from the conference tower. After taking care of their luggage and carriage, Yeban is about to ask Alon about the person they're meeting in Colony when an explosion suddenly erupts nearby, knocking out a few guys. As Yeban and Alon try to make sense of the situation, several more erupt around them with lightning crackling in the midst of the chaos. It turns out to be an incredibly fast Xiaolang, taking out a few nuisances on her way to pick Alon up. As she approaches them, Yeban unsheathes his sword, ready to fight, but Xiaolang swiftly appears behind Alon, hugging him from behind. As she cheerfully greets him, calling him her godfather, Alon instantly recognizes her by her distinct features. Xiaolang complains that Alon should have told her that he was coming early so that she could pick him up, because this area is crawling with thieves. She then assures him that everything has been taken care of, and she has already eliminated everyone who was after his luggage. Xiaolang is now popularly known as the Golden Flash and one of the 4 Baba Yagas of Colony. She then expresses how much she has been looking forward to Alon's arrival since she received his letter. Meanwhile, passersby who recognize Xiaolang are stunned when they see her acting all cute around Alon. This makes them curious about his identity since he's capable of taming the infamous rabid tigress. While Xiaolang happily drags Alon away like an accessory, he can't stop thinking about the people she just beat up, as he hopes she didn't actually kill them. Soon afterward, they arrive at Xiaolang's guild, a place where only her kind are accepted as members. Upon entering, they are greeted by a warm, welcoming atmosphere. Xiaolang asks her assistant, Ralg, if anything important happened while she was away, and Ralg replies that nothing out of the ordinary occurred before welcoming Alon and Yeban. He then reveals that Xiaolang has been anxiously awaiting their arrival and even sat by the entrance every day since receiving Alon's letter. Afterward, Xiaolang offers Alon a seat, and judging by how restless and eager she seems, Alon figures she simply cannot stay still. He then commends her for taking such good care of her guild members, and Xiaolang tells him that it's only natural since they are her family. She also adds that she doesn't need anyone else except them, but realizing her words might offend Alon, she quickly explains that after her family and Yutia, Alon takes the third place in her heart. Alon doesn't mind the third place and thinks it's already impressive that she holds him in high regard, even though they've barely spoken to each other. He then decides to straight up ask her for a favor. But first, he signals to Yeban to bring out the gifts he bought for her. Xiaolong is over the moon when she sees the mountain of gifts and immediately offers to help Alon with whatever he needs her to do. Alon is surprised she agreed without hearing him out, but Xiaolong explains that it's because he's her benefactor even though she doesn't consider him family. She also explains that she was able to reunite her tribe thanks to Alon's gift, the essence of the Golden Mane tribe. Alon is surprised to learn that the item's affinity worked with Xiaolong just like the description stated. According to the item description in the game, if Xiaolong had obtained the item, she would never have fallen into the sin of pride. Nevertheless, Alon is relieved that the kids he raised are all willing to lend him a hand. Shortly afterwards, Xiaolong leads Alon to his room to rest, and on the way she asks him about his trip in the desert. However, Alon doesn't even know how to tell her that it was a shitstorm, while Yeban is a bit worried about their journey back. When Xiaolong asks why, Alon explains that it's because of the heat and the ambush by the bandits. Xiaolong freezes on the spot when she hears this, as Alon explains that they were attacked by the bloody sand bandits. He heard that they attack the caravans all the time, but Alon wishes he wouldn't run into them again. A wicked smile spreads across Xiaolong's face as she prepares to wreak havoc for the sake of the blue moon. After her conversation with Alon, she heads straight to the Bloody Sands bandit hideout, where she eliminates everyone there. She also swiftly eliminates 2 others hiding in the shadows like cowards, after which she turns to face their terrified leader. The so-called leader trembles as he reveals that he is Kalman's younger brother and claims to be under the protection of the longest reigning Baba Yaga. He attempts to intimidate her with the threat, but Xiaolong remains unfazed. Determined to erase them from existence for daring to lay a hand on her benefactor, she declares that she despises being scolded or threatened. With that, she unleashes her power and obliterates the entire hideout, crushing any survivors trapped inside. After the mission, she heads home to proudly inform Alon about it, and Alon can't believe she single-handedly wiped out an entire bandit group. Her reason is that Alon won't have to run into them on his way home once they're gone. Declaring that she handled everything by herself, Xiaolong snuggles up next to Alon, clearly hoping for a compliment or a pat on the head. However, Alon is too preoccupied wondering how a bandit group with hundreds of night-level members was wiped out so effortlessly by a single person. Even so, he is convinced that sending her here was the right decision. At the same time, seeing how fiercely she defends her title as Baba Yaga, Alon cannot help but wonder why she was destined to become the Sin of Pride. Meanwhile, in the Colosseum, Cologny's famous landmark, which has long been soaked with the blood of gladiators, a lone man emerges victorious. Standing amidst the fallen, he is met with a deafening roar as the crowd erupts in cheers. This lone wolf was none other than Kalman, one of the 4 Baba Yagas in Cologny and the gladiator who has held on to that title the longest. After the battle, Kalman is about to relax when Ralg approaches, congratulating him on successfully defending his title once again. Ralg then informs him that the bloody sand bandits have been wiped out by Xiaolong. To his surprise, Kalman reveals that he already knows. Confused, Ralg points out that the bandit leader was rumored to be Kalman's younger brother. Kalman dismisses the claim, explaining that it was nothing more than a rumor he deliberately spread. The so-called brother was merely a pawn he kept around until he was no longer useful. Ralg is disappointed, having hoped the news would provoke Kalman into seeking revenge. Kalman explains that he can't wait to eliminate Xiaolong, but challenging a fellow Baba Yaga head-on is impossible without resorting to underhanded tactics. However, he adds that the pawn's death provides the perfect excuse to rally public opinion in his favor when he finally takes out Xiaolong. Confident that his plan is falling into place, Kalman asks if Ralg is prepared on his end before handing him a box containing 2 abyss orbs and 2 abyss matter from Kamalon. Kalman then tells Ralg to use the abyss orbs and abyss matter to further increase his strength. He adds that once Xiaolong is eliminated, nothing will stand in their way of devouring Cologny's underworld, and after that, they can set their sights on nibbling away at the royal authority until they take full control. Ralg is excited to see how things turn out as he looks forward to how long Xiaolong can last against their brilliant plan. 2 days later, Alon travels to the ancient city of Kahala under the protection of Xiaolong's guild. After arriving at the ruins, Alon and Yeban venture inside while Xiaolong and her guild members wait outside the cave. After walking for some time, they notice a bright light coming from another entrance, and following it, they step through the passage where they're greeted by the breathtaking sight of the ancient city of Kahala. Suddenly, he overhears a voice calling him mage, but it seems like the voice is in his head. The voice orders him to come to the tower if he can hear it, so Alon orders Yeban to wait for him while he climbs the tower alone. Alon then heads towards the central tower, a place where he couldn't even enter in the game. As soon as he steps into a magic circle, it teleports him into the tower where the voice welcomes him and is quite surprised that Alon can hear it. Suddenly, a dark being appears and informs Alon that he possesses a minimum level of divinity. Alon then asks if she came because of the words of the god of monstrous strength. The being is surprised that Alon knows his true name, as she reveals that the one who told her about him said he was worth taking a chance on. However, she declares that she has nothing to teach him. Alon then asks her what divinity means, and she explains that it is the standard by which the world judges him. She then casually informs him that another outer god will soon descend and orders him to deal with it. Alon wonders what's next after dealing with the outer gods, and she lets him know that by then, he will have met the criteria to speak with her. She admits that Alon is better than those who simply mimic magic, so she decides to give him one piece of interesting information. The being then goes on to explain that magic is just a set of laws designated to the world by a mage. According to her, the magic of this world consists of incantation, logic, and then manifestation. She further adds that to manifest something through an incantation, one must first develop it according to logic before chanting the name that is magic. Alon is confused because this is his first time hearing about the principle of logic. Sensing he has no idea what she's talking about, the being decides to teach him one piece of magic that follows the principle of logic. Outside the ruins, Seolang can't help but worry when she notices that he's taking a long time to return. Suddenly, Kalman appears out of nowhere, grinning wickedly, and immediately begins to attack Seolang's people. Seolang is furious when she turns around to see this and questions why he's pulling such a shameless stunt outside the Colosseum. Kalman just laughs it off, reminding her that she also wiped out the Blood Sand Bandits and eliminated his little brother, so he's just giving her a taste of her own medicine. Without wasting time, he rushes towards the rest of her group while Seolang swiftly chases behind, warning him not to touch her family. As soon as she blocks the attack, he grins as if he expected her to rush in to save her family. This only infuriates Seolang, who hates being mocked, but before she can retaliate, someone suddenly stabs her in the back, and to her shock, it turns out to be her right-hand man, Ralg, who jokingly confirms that Seolang is truly predictable. It takes Seolang a minute to register what was happening, as she questions why he would betray her when they're supposed to be family. She couldn't believe something like this would ever happen, especially since she loves her kind so much that she treats them with respect. Family was everything to her. So once she left the orphanage, she held on to the memories of the happy times when the descendants of the Golden Mane tribe lived together in harmony. What kept her going was the dream that she would one day get revenge against the black dragon that destroyed her kind and gather them again to reclaim that lost happiness. As the sovereign of the hybrids, the Golden Mane tribe enjoyed a great reputation among their descendants, but that might not have been the absolute truth. Back in the ruins, Ralg finally removes his mask as he reveals that he's fed up with Seolang's happy family charade. On the other hand, Kalman tells him to stop beating around the bush as he suddenly swoops in to finish Seolang. However, despite being wounded, Seolang manages to block the attack, but Kalman refuses to back down because he believes they can win this time since he has already increased his strength with the Abyss Matter. He then charges forward to attack her again, but Seolang manages to block the attack with the essence of the Golden Mane tribe. However, while she's holding her ground, Ralg swoops in with his blade, determined to end Seolang this time. Fortunately, Seolang swiftly dodges the attack, but Ralg continues the offense, certain that she can't hold out for long against him since he has also received great power from the Abyss Matter. Kalman watches from a distance as Ralg and Seolang clash in a fierce battle, but Ralg soon realizes that even with his newly acquired powers, he's still no match for an injured Seolang. Kalman, who has been catching his breath, is also exhausted and annoyed that Seolang doesn't seem to be backing down as they expected. Just then, he notices Alon coming out of the cave and hatches the idea that he can use him to get to her since she calls him her benefactor. Kalman immediately springs into action to capture Alon as a hostage while Seolang prepares to strike Ralg. Unfortunately, before she can make a move, her body suddenly freezes up, and Ralg laughs hysterically, revealing that the poison in her is starting to take effect. He then explains that the sword he stabbed her with earlier was coated in a poison called camonasis, which will prevent her from moving for at least an hour. Feeling smug, Ralg taunts Seolang as he lets her know that not all descendants of the Golden Mane tribe are thrilled to play house with her. He reveals that they only followed her because she possessed the Golden Gauntlet, the symbol of her authority. However, they resented the way she flaunted a position they believed she gained through nothing more than pure luck. Seolang admits that she always knew her kin initially followed her because of her strength. Even so, after spending so much time together, she believed they had come to see her as family, just like it was in the old times. Ralg mocks her for believing in such a ridiculous dream as he signals for the rest of his accomplices to come out. He then tells Seolang to look closely at just how much the people she called family actually detest her. Seolang is completely devastated as she stares at the cold faces of the same people who smiled warmly at her only a few hours ago. She couldn't believe they were also traitors. Ralg then prepares to finish her, as he lets her know that it's time for the essence of the Golden Mane tribe to go to someone who actually deserves it. He then thanks her for the gift, but before he can snipe it out of her arm, a shockwave erupts behind him, leaving Ralg puzzled, and it turns out to be because of a fight between Yeban and Kalman. As Ralg turns around to see what is going on, he is absolutely confused by the terrifying aura around Alon. Alon also notices a faint black magical smoke in the atmosphere around Ralg and figures he must have used the abyssal entities to amplify his strength. According to the game, Alon recalls that the abyssal entities appear in the middle of the plot, so he wonders why they have resurfaced now. Back then, players speculated about the abyssal items because of their vague description. A few minutes later, Alon pours a healing potion on Seolong, and from what he just witnessed, he figures her guild must have betrayed her. He then assures her that she should be able to move soon since his potion is a high-grade one. Alon also reassures her that these traitors seem to be the only ones in the guild, but Seolong finds that hard to believe. However, Alon points out that the others he met at the guild seemed genuinely happy, so there's no way they're among the traitors. Seolong is relieved when she hears this and suddenly begins to bawl her eyes out. After crying for a bit, she wipes her tears and with a newfound determination, decides to finish the traitors. Alon then asks if she can hold off the traitors while he casts a spell, and Seolong assures him that she can because her family is waiting for her. With that, she charges forward with Yaban beside her to handle the nuisance while buying time for Alon to complete his spell. Alon then focuses on his ice spell because he can only use magic one more time before he's out of juice, so he needs to make it count. As he stacks the incantations, Alon recalls his conversation with the entity inside the tower when she was trying to teach him how to construct magic logic. According to her, incantations allow a mage to bend the rules of magic, while logic is the key to understanding those rules. She also lamented that, over the centuries, people had forgotten how true magic worked, reducing a once grand legacy to the trash they concocted, calling it magic. Applying everything she had taught him, Alon weaves his incantations into a massive snowflake before compressing it into an ice spear just like the entity in the tower taught him. According to her, the true name of this spell, forgotten for centuries, is the Ice Crystal Spear. And now, Alon had successfully recreated the forgotten spell after only a single lesson under her guidance. Seeing the terrifying spell Alon is conjuring, Ralg charges forward, determined to get past Seolong's defense to stop him. However, Seolong is determined to protect her benefactor while he continues to cook. Once the Ice Crystal Halberd is completed, Alon unleashes it upon the traitors, and before Seolong can even make a move against Ralg, the spell takes him out. Yeban and Seolong watch in stunned silence as the Ice Crystal Halberd erupts into a massive storm of crystalline spikes, transforming the area into a frost zone with countless ice spears skewering the traitors, including Ralg. However, Ralg is determined to take Seolong with him to the underworld. He suddenly breaks free from the ice and with the last of his strength, lunges at Seolong. Desperate for a second chance, he reaches for the golden essence, believing it will grant him a fresh start. Caught off guard, Seolong fails to react in time, but at the last instant, Alon steps in to shield her, taking the knife in her place. Seolong freezes up for a brief moment as she watches her beloved benefactor get hurt in place. Then her shock instantly turns to fury as she angrily takes Ralg down in a single strike, severing his precious golden head. After the battle, Alon plops to the ground to catch his breath while Yeban and Seolong worry about him. But what they don't know is that he wasn't really hurt much because Ralg's blade only grazed his skin. The blood he spat earlier was actually due to mana depletion, but it came at the right moment, making it seem as though he had been hurt pretty badly. Nevertheless, Alon is satisfied with the power of the Ice Crystal Halberd, but he didn't expect it to drain him to the point of causing internal damage. On their way back, Alon finds himself wondering what Kalman meant when he said that Shutro's father found him annoying. After all, he has no idea who any of those people are, but since everything worked out in the end, he decides not to dwell on it. Even so, his thoughts soon drift to opponents like Kalman, who have absorbed abyssal matter, a substance said to grant divine power to those of the appropriate rank. He also recalls that his third constraint allows him to bend the laws of the world whenever he faces a god using magic, effectively making him stronger against divine beings. Alon feels that if absorbing abyssal matter grants a person godlike power, then the same principle should apply to someone like Kalman as well. Alon then puts those thoughts aside when he notices Seolong's dark expression, making him wonder if he needs to help her get stronger to make sure she doesn't fall into darkness because of a twisted heart from the betrayal she just experienced. Seolong then asks Alon why he did not dodge the blade earlier when he knew that she was Ralg's target. Alon simply explains that it was because she had told him she would stop the enemy. Hearing that, Seolong is taken aback, realizing Alon had trusted her completely. But the truth is that Alon couldn't dodge in time and was secretly counting on Seolong to react in time to stop Ralg. But unfortunately, things didn't exactly go as planned. Seolong continues to question why Alon saved her when he knew the blade would injure him. Alon doesn't know how to tell her that his fatherly instincts had taken over the moment he saw the daughter he raised in danger. Besides, he was counting on Xiaolong to react before the blade would reach him. But she didn't. To answer her question, Alon simply tells her that one doesn't need a reason to save their family. However, Xiaolong points out that family is supposed to be related by blood. Alon immediately regrets saying that because he knows that Xiaolong is big on blood ties. But Alon is taken aback when she suddenly tells him that she wants to be his family. He is almost moved to tears like a stepfather who has never been acknowledged, finally being accepted by his stepchildren after years of grinding. Alon is still basking in this and wonders if this is the moment when she calls him father. However, his excitement is short-lived as Xiaolong suddenly tells him that they cannot truly become family this way because they come from different races. Then, with a bright expression, she declares that the only way for them to become a real family is to get married. Alon's soul instantly vacates his body when he hears this, while Yaban is equally shocked. Alon struggles to process why Xiaolong would suddenly propose marriage to him in the middle of a corpse field. 5 days later, word of Kalman's ambush spread throughout the entire city of Koloni, and the public was outraged by his cowardly behavior, which was against the code of conduct for a Baba Yaga. However, the situation worked out in Xiaolong's favor, and she gained enough support to become the first to receive the title. However, she refused to give Alon a moment's rest as she kept pestering him to marry her. Alon is frustrated by the situation because, unlike in the game, he cannot simply choose to skip the dialogue. More importantly, this has started to go beyond the usual playful scenario where daughters jokingly claim they want to marry their father when they grow up. Only today, Xiaolong has asked him to marry her like 19 times, even though he assured her that he already considers her family. However, she keeps insisting that marriage is the only way two unrelated people can become a family. She begs him to reconsider, assuring him that she can truly make him happy, but Alon doesn't care for that because his happiness lies in roasted sweet potatoes and a peaceful, noble life. A few days later, Alon prepares to return home. Before he leaves, Xiaolong reminds him that he still owes her an answer to her proposal and asks him to give her one the next time they meet. Alon promises that he will, but he has no intention of following through because deep down, he hopes Xiaolong will eventually forget about the whole thing. Xiaolong happily waves goodbye as Alon's carriage departs, but the moment it disappears from sight, her cheerful expression fades. She hated being separated from Alon, and even though the guild has improved after the betrayal, Xiaolong still feels that something is missing. Apparently, her tribe members had genuinely worried about her and were furious over Rog's betrayal, but everything that happened has caused Xiaolong to reconsider the idea of the happy family she had always dreamed of creating. To her, a true family was one built on trust and caring people who would stand by each other even in life-threatening situations, just as Alon had done for her. Determined not to make the same mistake again, Xiaolong makes up her mind to build her guild differently. Instead of a family, she decides to turn them into an elite guard that can protect Alon at all times so that she can be a happy family with him forever. On the drive back home, Yaban reports to Alon that his information guild didn't find any other suspicious parties scheming against Xiaolong apart from Rog's group. Yaban also adds that he already requested constant monitoring from them to keep an eye on things and report back to him. Alon then praises Yaban for making such thorough preparations. After investing so much into raising Xiaolong, he simply does not want anything to happen to her now. Alon then thinks about his next move, and according to the being he met in the tower ruins, it was to defeat an outer god to raise his ranks. Alon is frustrated that so many new things he has no idea about are beginning to pile up. He hasn't even deciphered everything Otultus told him, and now someone else has piled up more curious things for him to look into. During his meeting with the tower entity, she told him to check out the eastern end of the fortress at the bottom of the tower. When Alon did as instructed, he found a giant tablet that looked like the record of the past. The writings on it were in a foreign language, but Alon could surprisingly understand them. He discovered that the gods were being referred to figuratively just like in the game, and he also found some texts referring to the 5 great sins. Other than those 2 points, nothing else matched his knowledge of the game, but Alon figured it must be, because the game is a story from the future. However, what he couldn't understand was why outer gods were written on the tablet in reverse. Apparently, outer gods refer to gods from other worlds or human beliefs, while normal gods refer to the 5 great sins that existed since the beginning. However, the 5 great sins were written as outer gods on the stone tablet, which didn't make any sense to Alon. Yaban soon snaps him out of his thoughts to inform him that he received news that Deus defeated the first sword. Alon is taken aback that Deus actually defeated Reinhardt because he remembers that even in the game, Reinhardt was insanely strong. He can't help but wonder how strong Deus must be to have achieved such a level in just 6 months. Yaban then tells Alon that Rein has become a member of the Tarthania Council, and she now participates in deciding their policies. Alan is impressed that she's killing it in the political world and moving up the food chain. As for Radan, Yaban hesitates before telling Alan that he unified the 5 archipelagos and became the pirate king. Alan is shocked to hear this, as Yaban further adds that the bounty on Radan's head is in the millions, just like the first pirate king known as the Somali pirate. Alan can't believe his precious ward has evolved into another Somali pirate king, despite the huge difference in their levels. Yaban is about to give him news about Utia, but Alan is too devastated just thinking about Radan becoming a pirate king. Meanwhile, during another crystal ball meeting, Xiaolang happily announces that she is going to marry their great moon. The boys are left stunned by the sudden declaration, while Ryan grows uneasy upon hearing the news. As for Utia, she sees it as a blatant declaration of war from someone who is challenging her position as the person closest to him. Utia finally breaks the silence, saying Xiaolang likes to exaggerate things, and since Alan is a likable person, it is normal for Xiaolang to say such things. Xiaolang continues with her confession, telling them that she and Alan will be a power couple. The more she says this, the more Utia is losing her mind, and the others can even see it. Deus and the other 2 can only hope Utia doesn't lose it. Utia tries to act maturely, telling Xiaolang that it is impossible for her to marry Alan since they are nothing but shadows to him, but Xiaolang still can't read the room. She lets Utia know that shadows can marry, but it is at this point that Utia fully loses it. She grabs the crystal ball, telling Xiaolang that they are mere shadows, so they can't even stand by his side. Xiaolang continues with what she believes in, saying Alan's opinion is what matters, but Utia asks her if she really thinks she has a chance with Alan. Xiaolang then ruins it all, saying Alan already told her that she isn't bad, and the moment she says this, everyone becomes extremely curious to know what happened between her and their godfather. Xiaolang happily narrates everything that happened from start to finish, and after hearing this, Deus contributes to it, telling the group that everything Xiaolang just said reminds him of Alan's magnificence that he witnessed 6 months ago. Deus mentions that Alan has a calm demeanor, as if he has already walked through hell 1,000 times. Xiaolang and Deus start glazing Alan, leaving the rest of the group sidelined. Before they know it, 2 hours have gone by again, and Utia ends the whole thing, telling them that there will be no marriage with Alan. After this horrible meeting, they all came to a consensus on a bunch of rules. The first is that under no circumstances should Deus ask questions about Alan. Deus cannot believe that they have already created a rule to lock him out when he has not even asked about everything he would like to know. At the same time, Radan is very curious about Alan. Meanwhile, in an alley in Taria, the capital of the Asteria Kingdom, the leader of the aristocratic faction, Marquis Filboid, is seen meeting with the leader of the royalist faction, Duke Rimgrave. Basically, the two are already tired of the new faction, and they plan to crush the faction no matter what it takes. Rimgrave reveals that he plans to request help from the Holy Kingdom of Rosario to utilize a letter of reformation. Talking about the letter of reformation, it is a transnational letter sent from the Holy Kingdom of Rosario to those who are suspected of heresy. Sending of the letter requires the consent of multiple cardinals, which is why its authority becomes absolute. Filboid hears this, and he assumes that they already have the advantage, and he asks Rimgrave what he needs to do to help. Rimgrave reveals that, from his research, they are going to need 2 cardinals, and they are going to pay each of them half of the bribe. Rimgrave assures Filboid that he already sent someone, so the whole process won't take long. The two make a toast to what they believe is already a success. Later on, one of the cardinals, Sergius, who has been approached by Rimgrave, takes his offer to the worst person he could have, and this cardinal is Utia. Sergius tells Utia that he would like to borrow her name for Alan's letter of reformation, while assuring her that it is a good deal for her. He continues to talk freely, revealing that it is easy for them to fabricate evidence of heresy to take Alan down, since he already fits the profile. Utia cannot believe her ears when she learns that Sergius needs her name to destroy Alan. Sergius continues by threatening Utia, telling her that he would keep quiet about the mysterious death of Cardinal Viantria if she agrees to the deal, since he is aware that she had something to do with it. Deep down, Sergius is already imagining himself in paradise as he plans to keep all the bribes to himself, but suddenly he gets hit with an overwhelming force that knocks him to the ground. His insides twist while his body cracks, causing him immense pain. Utia completely loses it as she is offended at the fact that Sergius actually thought of using her to destroy her god. The entire room is encompassed in her rage, and Sergius screams out in pain. But little does he know that the guards can't hear him because the room has been sealed off with a barrier. Utia even urges him to scream all he wants, but she assures him that no one is coming. The pain becomes so unbearable that he starts begging Utia to kill him, but Utia lets him know that this will not happen. Utia continues inflicting pain on him so he can know the gravity of what he did, and after the pain has gotten to his limit, Sergius goes on his knees urging Utia to end it all. Utia then tells him that she wants him for something, so she is definitely not going to kill him. However, she still continues with her punishment as she lets him know that all those who wish her god harm deserve to be punished. The whole room echoes with his scream, but Utia's anger knows no bounds as she tells Sergius that he has to understand his sin to be forgiven. A month after Alon returned from the desert, he had gone through a whole lot. He is also preparing himself for another assembly, and after this, he has to attend the magic conference. Alon sighs in frustration because he has a lot on his plate already, but there is one thing that keeps him going. It turns out that after he received the certificate that confirmed his position as faction leader, he was also given the receipt of his allowance, and this completely blew his mind. He was complaining before the money, but after the deposit, he became a totally different person, forcing him to even admit that money is therapy. Later on at Marquis Bilutan's estate reception hall, Alon is surprised to see the ladies Zenonia and Altia present at the meeting, even though it was said that important dignitaries would be present. Alon admits that he feels strangely uneasy around the two, even though he is in the same boat as them. Not long after this, Yaban shows up to give him a piece of information, and he lets him know that the leader of the royalist faction received a letter of reformation from the Holy Kingdom. Alon doesn't really take this information seriously, as he is more concerned about the taste of the food he is munching on. Suddenly, something strange happens, leaving everyone present in the hall ultimately shocked. Philboyd walks up to Alon, and without hesitation he bows to Alon, urging him to spare his life. Basically, Philboyd is a big fish in politics since he is the leader of the aristocratic faction, which is why it is a big deal that he is bowing his head to Alon. Unlike the underworld politicians who prefer grand causes and a sense of honor, bowing to someone is basically telling them that you are giving them control. The two ladies are completely blown away when they see this, and they just assume that Alon's reach and power are so overwhelming. They are even more impressed that Alon remains calm as if he had already predicted the situation, but little do they know that he is freaking out deep down. Apparently, some days earlier, Philboyd had received a strange letter, which resembled a conversion letter. Accompanying the letter is a magical orb that contains a 5-second message showing Rimgrave in pain. He had also received a conversion letter himself. After the 5-second video, Philboyd was told he was next in line. Philboyd almost pissed his pants when he saw this because all they wanted to do was end Alon's career. Basically, receiving a conversion letter spells the end of one's career, but as long as one isn't truly a heretic, they should be safe. However, the same could not be said for Rimgrave, who had no ties to heretics but still suffered the consequences. Philboyd groans in frustration because he believes that Alon is behind their misfortune, which leaves him with the question of how Alon has more connections than them. This forces him to approach Alon in the meeting, and he goes down on his knees begging Alon to spare him and let him leave the rest of his life in peace. He lets Alon know that he is quitting politics after this, so he should just let everything end with the conversion letter. Alon stands there in shock, wondering why Philboyd is telling him all of this out of nowhere. Alon looks at the two ladies, wondering what it is they have done behind his back again. Little does he know that the two are even innocent on the occasion. Meanwhile, the two are staring at him with proud eyes because they are impressed at how well he handles things. 3 days after that, Alon heads east to attend the magic conference. Philboyd had also left for Rosario after the conversion letter that he received. Alon is surprised that his subordinates were able to get to Philboyd, and Yaban expresses his surprise, asking Alon if he isn't the one who sent the letter. Alon looks at him in disbelief, asking him how he could do something as impressive as that. Yaban then reminds him that he told Philboyd at the event that he would be lenient with him. It turns out that they have all misunderstood him again because he only said that to get himself out of the awkward situation. Meanwhile, in Lartania, the city of labyrinths, which is the city of infinite exploration possibilities and home to the 5 great guilds. Alderic, leader of the Iron Blood Guild, which is one of the 5 great guilds, is seen leading his men into a labyrinth for a certain subjugation mission. Apparently, they have been tasked with a mission to catch a monster on the 20th floor, and Alderic tells his men that he only accepted the mission because of the huge pay that was offered. However, he mentions how strange it is that the monster is on the 20th floor, since multiples of 5 are always considered to be safe zones. Nonetheless, Alderic is not worried even if it is a trap because he is confident in his skill since he has explored over 50 floors already. He also tells his men that even if they fail the mission, the money they have collected is not refundable because it is clearly stated in the contract. Soon afterward, they arrive at the 20th floor of the labyrinth to see a strange goblin standing in the distance. The goblin has his ears neatly packed and even has a robe on. He is backing them, but since it is just a goblin, they start raving, believing that he is going to be an easy takedown. The goblin gets tired of their noise, and he yells at them, telling them to shut their mouths. One of them hurries forward, but the goblin simply swings his finger, and it delivers an invincible cutting force that slices through the adventurers, decapitating them pretty easily. Alderic freaks out as he sees his team members get one-shotted, and he angrily lunges toward the goblin. Just as he is about to reach the goblin, he suffers the same fate as his comrades as he is mercilessly decapitated. It turns out that the goblin is a powerful entity, and it has begun its ascent towards Earth. Later on, Alon arrives at the central tower for the magic conference, and he's blown away by how huge the tower is. Lian meets him at the entrance with her entourage. She tells Alon that the official conference starts the next day, but he is free to look around first. Alon thanks her for the hospitality, and he asks her if she can show him where the library is because he is looking for a book. Lian offers to lead the way, but Yeban has no choice but to head to the break room since he is not a mage, so he is not allowed inside. Lian is telling Alon the events that will take place the next day when they hear an argument in the distance. Lian lowers her head in disappointment, telling Alon that Pedia is at it again. Alon is surprised to learn that Pedia is there, and Lian, who didn't even know that they knew each other, tells Alon that Pedia is insufferably arrogant. Pedia is in the middle of her rage-baiting when she spots Lian in the distance. Since Alon is backing her, she doesn't know he is the one, and she boastfully walks up to Lian with the intention of mocking her and whoever is beside her. Just then, Alon turns around, and the moment Pedia sees him, she startles in shock before throwing her head down to offer her greetings. Lian opens her mouth in shock when she sees this, while Alon casually talks to her, asking her if she is fine because it's been over 6 months already. Pedia continues addressing Alon with respect until Alon moves closer, urging her to calm down because there is no need for her to be this formal. Pedia is surprised that Alon wants her to speak to him casually, and Alon tells her to do whatever makes her comfortable. Meanwhile, everyone whom Pedia has acted rudely towards is left wondering if they are seeing right. Alon then proceeds to scold Pedia for being arrogant to her fellow mages. To everyone's surprise, she bows to them, apologizing and suggesting that they become friends. Alon then tells her that he has to leave, and Pedia acknowledges, but she is the first to disappear from the scene faster than the flash. Alon notices the strange expression on the mages' faces, leaving him to wonder if he has done something wrong, but little does he know that they are just stunned at how he is able to easily put Pedia on a leash. On their way to the library, Lian tells Alon how surprised she is that someone as crazy as Pedia is actually polite around him. Moments later, they run into an arrogant dude in purple, and he tries to flirt with Lian, but she throws him off. He then turns his attention to Alon, asking who he is, and Lian lets him know who Alon is while urging him to be polite. The moment he hears Alon's name, the dude realizes that he is the most popular guy around, and he finally introduces himself as the son of the Purple Tower Master, Baruch. Alon calmly offers his own greetings, even though he has never heard of the dude. After this, Baruch leaves, and Lian urges Alon not to have anything to do with Baruch because he is only a rank 4 mage, but he enjoys stealing others' research just to humiliate them. However, Alon considers him a genius because he knows he is pretty capable for him to have reached rank 4 at his age. Basically, every rank makes a massive difference, and the higher one goes, the more pronounced it becomes. In fact, the gap between rank 7 and 8 mages is quite unimaginable. Upon reaching the elevator, Lian takes a step back, telling Alon that the library he is looking for is on the 38th floor. Alon thanks Lian for showing him the way, and in no time, Alon arrives at his desired destination. Alon is blown away by how magnificent the library is since it is his first time seeing it in person. He quickly hides his amazement to get down to business. He knows that there are 2 things he needs to do, and the first is to set all the clock needles to 12, so he will only have to come back the next day when the full moon rises. After this, he searches for the black book with no title or author, and he pushes his hand into the book to obtain the Ring of Radiance. The following day, things are going incredibly well after the presentations until Alon receives a shocking notification that Baruch has challenged him to a duel. Alon starts wondering why Baruch would want to challenge him. He asks himself if it is because of Lian, because Lian told him that Baruch has been disturbing her with his marriage proposals, but she has also been rejecting them. Baruch urges Alon to accept the challenge, telling him that he would like to receive a few pointers from the one who calls himself the great mage who helped take down an outer god. In reality, Baruch just wants to take Alon down because he is a big fish, and with this, his influence will become even greater. Alon's contribution to taking down an outer god and his help in handling a Baba Yaga's ambush have made Alon's reputation among mages skyrocket, which makes him a prime target to be used as a ladder. Baruch plans to show everyone that Alon is a fraud and use him to gain more influence. Baruch starts taunting Alon, telling him that it is just a friendly duel, and he manages to get on Alon's nerves. Alon decides that he has to deal with Baruch for being a trash bag. Alon then accepts the duel, and the 2 step into the ring. The referee tells the 2 that lethal magic is not allowed, and the moment the match begins, Baruch prepares a powerful magic as he plans to end the battle with 1 shot. Suddenly, he realizes that he is feeling cold and his legs are also too heavy to move. Baruch looks around, and he is stunned to see that the ring has frozen over, but Alon is not yet done. He continues speaking incantations while making a unique hand gesture to reveal the Ring of Radiance on his finger. Some moments earlier at the front of the duel arena, the Green Tower Master learned that Padilla apologized, but he didn't believe this. He is informed that Padilla apologized after he saw Alon, but he doesn't believe it, and he decides that he would see things for himself. He tracked Alon down, and after a quick observation, he realized that Alon had a small mana hole. With this, he writes Alon off, and as the match is about to begin, the Tower Masters are all present to witness Alon get exposed for being a fraud. However, contrary to their belief, Alon executed a triple combined magic that leaves them questioning everything that they know. They can only watch as he combines a bunch of incantations while Baruch is freaking out. He tries to put up a defensive spell, but he is frozen completely before he can execute any spell. This leaves viewers and doubters completely shocked, and Alon easily wins the duel. After the match, the Masters rush over to Alon to try and get his insight on the magic that he used. Alon casually tells the interested parties that he is only rank 3, but they seriously doubt him on this. Tired of talking to them, Alon turns around and runs away from the scene. After escaping the crowd, he stares at the ring on his finger, and he admits that it provided a huge help. Apparently, it can help store one of the user's spells and manifest it with amplified power. Basically, the Glory of the Snowy Mountains spell that is used to offset constraints normally consumes 3 out of his daily magic slots. However, using the ring provides massive amplification and allows him to use all 5 slots the way he wants. Alon also understands how the Glory of the Snowy Mountains works. It is more or less an effect that freezes the surrounding air at the moment of manifestation. He remembers the strange god in Colony who told him that the keys to accessing some laws are sentences. This leaves Alon wondering if sentences allow one to interfere with the laws themselves rather than just changing properties. Even though he is not fully versed in everything, Alon's curiosity only becomes deeper. Alon then heads to the library again. The moment he steps into the library, a cold voice speaks out to him, saying he must have solved the riddle, which is why he came on time. Alon replies that he is there to solve more, and the person behind the voice expresses their surprise that Alon is not freaking out even after hearing their voice. It turns out that the person is no stranger to Alon, since they are the one who inspired fear and worship in those who disturbed the world. They are known among mages as the Cup of the Primordial and the first human to reach rank 8 since the age of the Forgotten Gods, Archmage Heinkel. A bright light hits the room, and with it comes a lady whose face is hidden under a wizard's hat. Alon knows how dangerous Heinkel is, and he is aware that one wrong move, he will be dead. Basically, the players know Heinkel as the Retry Witch. To get the items that one wants from her, you have to pick the right dialogue options, and if the player picks the wrong dialogue, it is straight to death. Now that he is in her presence, Alon can feel her scary presence firsthand, and he activates his defensive magic just in case. Thanks to this, the 2 eyes of the gods who watch over him appear right above him, and Heinkel freaks out when she sees this. Her spirit almost leaves her body, and her hat flies off her head. Alon is surprised to see how short she really is in person, even though he is already aware that she is small. He realizes that her hat has been carrying her all this while, and before Alon can even ask for what he wants, Heinkel rushes off to get it. She hands over the box and vanishes in a flash, leaving Alon completely surprised. He was already preparing his magic just in case of anything, but he noticed that she was staring at something behind him even though he himself saw nothing. Since he already obtained what he wants, Alon knows he has no right to complain, so he basically considers it his lucky charm. After the friendly duels, the presentations continued one after another, and Alon made sure to attend as many magic roundtables as he could possibly do. Alon figures out that this is the more efficient way for him to learn rather than trying to learn everything on his own. Talking about Leanne, she excels at arranging magic sequences, unlike Alon, who specializes in mana control. Thanks to this, the discussions were incredibly enlightening. Leanne is so blown away by Alon's intelligence that she is forced to ask him if he is truly a rank 3 mage, and Alon reminds her that he already told her the truth over 15 times. Alon then mentions that he might start trying rank 4 magic little by little even though he doesn't have enough power for it yet. On the 4th day of the conference, Alon learns from Yebon that an outer god appeared in the Lartania labyrinth. Yebon tells him that there is a report that the mutation is spreading through the entire labyrinth, according to the Information Guild. Alon treats this with urgency, and he tells Yebon to send out a letter as they prepare to depart. When it is time for Alon to leave, Padilla escorts him to his carriage, and she excitedly wishes him a safe trip. Alon is surprised to see how happy she is that he is leaving, but little does he know that Padilla is about to return to her wayward life, since the only person keeping her in check is already leaving. Upon arriving at Lartania, they head to their desired location, and they are blown away as they stand in front of the giant mansion, which speaks only of money. Alon finally realizes that it is the truth that magic item experts hold a lot of influence. They are soon approached by an attendant at the door who asks them if they have an appointment, and Alon urges the dude to announce to the owner of the mansion that he is around. The attendant immediately reveals his desire to take a bribe for this. telling Alon that he would have to pay 3,000 gold coins if he didn't have a reservation. Alon is shocked to hear this because this is enough to buy a house, and Alon asks the attendant when the next available opening is. The dude excitedly reveals that they would have to wait for about 10 months, and this leaves Yeban and Alon completely stunned. Alon has just finished paying the sum when a rude short noble, Labard Claystone, who is the son of the Lord of Lartania, shows up. Even the attendant appears to be totally disgusted by the dude's arrival because he is just a piece of trash who acts high and mighty because of his daddy's title. As Labard strolls into the mansion, he turns around to make fun of Alon and Yeban, calling them beggars. Suddenly, Ryan appears from inside the house, telling Labard that he doesn't have to come in. Labard is surprised that Ryan came outside, and he is still talking trash when Ryan punches him in the chest, telling him to get lost. Reen walks past the dude, and she offers her greetings to Alon, whom she addresses as the patron, telling him that she has been waiting for him. The attendant is stunned when he sees this because Ryan is known to be polite when dealing with everyone. Labarde is helped up by his servants, and he starts raging, reminding Ryan that he is a noble, but Ryan maintains her stance that she doesn't want to see him. Labard reluctantly returns to his carriage, but he screams at Ryan, assuring her that she is going to regret turning her back on him. Ryan ignores him, and she turns to Alon, suggesting that they head into the mansion. As they stroll into the mansion, Alon asks Ryan if she is sure that she's going to be fine, because it appears that the lord of the city is fond of his son. Ryan tells Alon that he has nothing to worry about, saying he might never even see Labard again. Ryan then tells Alon that she received his letter, and Alon is surprised at how reassuring she sounds. Ryan leads Alon to the reception room, where Alon gets to sit in the master's chair again. In the middle of their conversation, Alon asks Rina why she called him patron. Ryan appears to be confused by the question, and Alon explains that the other kids usually call him godfather or benefactor, so he wants to know why Ryan chose this particular title, since it feels so formal. Ryan casually replies that it is the title that suits him best, and Alon has no choice but to admit what she said. Nonetheless, he is proud of Ryan because she is doing really well for herself. Alon then tells Ryan that just as he implied in his letter, he needs a favor, and Ryan tells him to go ahead with whatever he wants. Alon says he's found out that he needs influence to get to where he is going, and he wants Ryan to help him join the strike force against the Outer God. Ryan admits that a strike team was recently put together. Alon then goes back to what happened at the gate again, and Ryan asks him if he is seriously worried about the Lord's son, but Alon lets her know that he just doesn't want any trouble for her. Ryan then tells him not to worry, assuring him that she can do exactly what he asked of her. Alon heaves a sigh of relief, thanking Ryan for the assistance. Ryan then leads Alon to his room so he can rest, since it appears that he is already tired. After she is gone, Alon and Yeben admit that Renee has the boss lady vibe to her personality. Alon proceeds to sleep with the assurance that Renee would handle everything. He was so exhausted that he slept till the next afternoon, and it was only until Yeben came to wake him that he got up. Even though he has been asleep for a while, he still feels really tired. Yeben takes him to the dining room where Ryan is already waiting for him. Alon takes his seat, and Renee lets him know that she has taken care of his request from the day before. In addition, the strike force will be meeting that very day, so Alon will also meet them. Alon is surprised at how fast everything is, and Ryan tells him that he doesn't have anything to worry about when it comes to Labarde because she killed him cleanly. It didn't quickly register in his head that Ryan had just killed someone, and he is still commending her when the realization dawns on him. Alon himself knows that Labarde is a problem for Lartania, and with his disappearance, everything would be better for Lartania. Basically, every single side quest in Lartania that entails gruesome criminal activities is tied to Labarde. However, killing Labarde is more or less killing royalty, since he is ruling the city like a king. Alon is completely taken aback by this, and he asks Rena why she killed Labard. Reen replies that Labard made him uncomfortable, and leaving him alive would further give him the chance to make life unbearable for Alon. Ryan assures Alon that he does not have to worry about the Council of Three either. Alon is left with questions because he knows that Ryan is a magic item expert, so he can't wrap his head around how she managed to kill Labarde's mercenaries. Ryan notices that Alon is acting down about it, and she tries to offer up another crazy suggestion when Alon cuts in, telling her that he is only concerned about her safety. Ryan then tells Alon that he has nothing to worry about because she already handled everything. Alon finally decides to let it go, and he thanks Ryan for the help, telling her that there is no need for her to be upset. Ryan denies this, saying she is not upset, but Alon could clearly see that she was. Nonetheless, Alon urges Ryan to avoid situations that would put her in dangerous situations because it would be a shame to lose everything that she's built. Ryan sighs when she hears this, and she gets up, telling Alon that she knows what he wants from her. She then tells him to follow her because she would like to show him the tracker eye. Ryan leads Alon to the room where the tracker is located, and Alon is blown away to see what the item has turned into. Ryan then tells him that the number of marks is increasing. Alon is surprised to hear this, and he wonders if the story of the black mark that boosts an artifact's power was because of the tracker eye. From what he knows, he is convinced that the tracker eye is a normal artifact that allows the identification of weak mana artifacts to assist their appraisal. Alon finally understands why Ryan has become so successful and why she treats him so well. Alon commends her, telling her that she is putting the artifact to good use. Reen then mentions that once they passed 400, it slowed down a bit, but she believes that they can obtain all of them within a few years. Alon has no idea what she is talking about, but he plays along. Reen then tells Alon to follow her to the meeting room since she has given him a full status report. In the meeting room, Alon finds himself getting segregated by the strike force. The team consists of Mayaon, leader of the 4th Guild, Maverick, leader of the 3rd Guild, Heman, leader of the 2nd Guild, and Argonia, leader of the 1st Guild. Seeing how hostile they are towards him because they believe that he is not up to the task, Alon understands that they are mercenaries who value strength over everything else, which means he would have to prove his worth before they can accept him. Basically, Alon has just 2 reasons why he wants to join the strike force. The first is that he knows that the traditional military forces won't be enough to defeat an outer god, and the second is that he needs some heavy-hitting mercenaries to pull off his plan. Since he can't convince them with his words, Alon realizes that he has to fight them. Before long, the room is frozen over, and Maverick yells at him, asking him if he is looking to start a fight. Alon casually reminds him that they are the ones who started it, and because of this, the situation has become even more unstable. Maverick holds his sword, ready to take on Alon, and Alon decides to take a seat since he has shown them what he can do. He suggests that they have a talk, and he didn't hesitate because the situation reminds him of a quest that he simply can't forget. Alon knows things will get easier if Argonia accepts him into the fold. Maverick is preparing to attack Alon when Argonia senses something strange, and she tells Maverick to stop. Maverick scolds Argonia for telling them to back down, and Argonia reminds him that they were the ones who looked down on Alon first. Maverick has no choice but to back down, and Alon is glad that his bet on Argonia came through. Alon then asks them when they plan to enter the labyrinth, and Argonia tells him that they will be entering in 2 days. However, the situation has gotten tense for them to hold a meeting, and she suggests that they postpone the meeting to the next day. Alon agrees to the arrangement, and he is the first to leave the room, telling them that he will see them the next day. Alon steps out of the room, and he holds his chest in fear because he sincerely thought he was dead. Maverick then turns to Argonia, asking her why she would allow a pretender like Alon to walk away with his life. Hyman quickly cuts in, telling Maverick that he should be happy because Argonia just saved his life. Maverick is shocked to hear this, and Argonia tells him that she doesn't know how to explain it, but with what she sensed, Alon's last attack would have ended his life on the spot. Argonia remembers her mother's words, who told her that one day a black eye would appear in the sky and she must do everything in her power to ignore it. She further adds that it would be better if she erased the memory from her head because under no circumstances should she meet the gaze of him whose caliber surpasses all. Just as her mother had told her, she could sense the gods watching over Alan, which is how she knew that he was not to be messed with. The next day at the meeting, where Alan feared that he would have to struggle to explain the situation, he is surprised when they all agreed to the plan he is presenting to them. In no time, the meeting was over, and even Ryan expressed her surprise. This leaves Alan wondering if Ryan had done something to make everything easy for him. Even Mian, who was the loudest the day before, appeared to be totally quiet during the meeting. Once the preparations were complete, the team began their descent into the labyrinth, tearing through monsters as they moved inward. Seeing the number of monsters that they have encountered in a short space of time, Alon is glad that he didn't venture into the labyrinth all alone. Just then, Miaon approaches him, asking him if he has an issue with the beast folk, but Alon says no. Miaon's entire personality changed when she heard this, and she drew closer, suggesting that they get down with each other. Alon freezes in shock as he didn't expect her to say something like that so casually. Just then, it dawns on Alon that the cat tribe has a habit of worshipping whoever is strong. Alon quickly rejects the offer, and Miaon expresses her disappointment because she was already wet when she saw Alon cast his spell. However, she tells him to reach out to her if he later changes his mind. Raine loses it when she sees how she is behaving around her patron, and she asks him if she should take care of her, but Alon quickly advises against it. On the second day, the team is already getting frustrated because they have been searching every single floor and they have only made it to the 4th floor. Meanwhile, in the game, one just had to fulfill all the conditions to move to the next level. However, things have been bad now because it has taken them nearly half a day just to find the entrance. Moments later, Argonia finds the entrance to the 5th floor, and the team descends to the next floor, which is green pasture land. The team takes in a breath of fresh air, since the 5th floor is a safe zone, making it quite peaceful. Argonia then tells the team to get ready for the plan because, according to their latest intel, the outer god was on the 12th floor some days earlier, so they still have some time. Alon sits in the distance to catch his breath, and Maverick stares at him in disgust because he can't believe that he is already losing his breath from clearing just 4 floors. Everything is going on smoothly when an invincible cut suddenly passes through a bunch of the mercenaries, slicing them in half. The leaders immediately get into a defensive position, wondering what just happened, and just then, the culprit behind it, the goblin, reveals himself. Maverick locks eyes with the goblin, and he angrily launches an attack because he feels insulted that Maverick looked him in the eyes. Fortunately for Maverick, Alon puts up an ice wall to block the attack, and Alon urges him to get a hold of himself. The goblin easily shatters the ice restriction Alon puts on him, and he teases him, telling him that he has a unique technique for someone who is a mere human. Alon then confidently calls the dude's name, which is Kairos. Apparently, Kairos was once a mere insignificant being who was hungry for knowledge until the day he opened his eyes to the laws. He is the king of all demons, who nearly made it to the caliber of the gods through his own efforts. Kairos is surprised that Alon actually knows his name, but Alon is more interested in how Kairos made it to the 5th floor that fast. Kairos then tells Alon that because he knew his name, he would show him and his team mercy. He tells them to turn around and leave, promising to spare them, but Alon simply throws his offer in the trash as he tells the team to prepare for battle. Argonia and the other leaders acknowledge the order and they get into battle positions. Even though Kairos is different from Ultultus, Alon is confident that they can take him down because the mercenaries are well prepared this time around. In addition, Kairos has not reached his full potential yet, so they have a chance. Since Alon and the others won't heed his warning, Kairos decides to send them to the afterlife. Kairos unleashes his deadly invincible cut again, but their swords block the attack, giving them the chance to advance. Kairos sees this and immediately figures out that they are armed with swords of dissipation, which works against the magic of an outer god that hasn't fully manifested yet. Nonetheless, Kairos doesn't look worried as he easily runs around them before leaping into the air to avoid their attacks. Alon knows that they don't have the time to waste, and if they want to win, they need to get things done quickly. Alon begins to chant the incantation to cook the giant spear, while Rhine's magic helps restrain Kairos' movements. With Kairos pinned down, Alon unleashes his attack, hoping that this attack gives Kairos a scare for his life. Just as the ice spear is about to reach Kairos, Kairos crosses his fingers and cuts down the giant ice spear, shocking Alon to his bones. Alon can't believe that Kairos really shattered his ice spear in a single blow. Kairos then mocks Alon, telling him that he still knows nothing, but since he likes the atmosphere, he will play with him a little longer. Kairos then shocks Alon as he starts to cast his own incantations, giving rise to a dark aura. The team leaders attack him simultaneously, trying to get him to stop, but their attacks are neutralized. Kairos successfully unleashes his attack, which releases a huge radiation that burns through everything that it comes into contact with. It ends up releasing a huge wave of blinding light in the sky that leaves a devastating effect. When the dust clears, there is a huge crater where Kairos is standing, but Heman appears to have survived the attack. Kairos notices him, and he takes a swing at him, but Heman reacts to this quickly. He weaves and easily dodges the strike, but Kairos is not yet done with him. He proceeds to unleash another attack from above, which Heman fails to dodge, and he is sliced in two. Miaon rushes toward Kairos in anger, but she gets smashed into the wall really hard. With all of the hindrances gone, Kairos turns his attention to Alon, urging him to show him his best attack. Deep down, Alon is freaking out because he didn't expect Kairos to be able to use ritual gestures and incantations. As if this isn't enough, the difference in caliber is greatly insane. Alon realizes that he is screwed because all of his plan has just been foiled, which basically means this is the worst-case scenario that he never wanted. Alon admits that the only way he is making it out alive is by pushing himself to his limits. Alon then makes a Gojo hand gesture as he prepares a more powerful spell. Surprisingly, the spell starts coming together, but Alon knows that the speed still matters. Alon then tells Rhine to support him, and Rhine does as told. They try to keep Kairos in place, and despite everything they are doing, Kairos simply watches with pleasure, just like a cat observing the desperate struggles of a mouse trapped in its claws. Alon is forced to keep pushing over and over again, while downing a ton of potions just to keep himself going. Before he knows it, he has already taken 5 mana potions, which is starting to affect his system, causing him mana toxicity. While Alon is struggling, Kairos is just staring at him with a smile on his face. After cooking up what appears to be a more devastating spell, Alon tells Rhine to do her thing, and just like before, she tries to restrict Kairos' movement. Alon creates a giant spear, but remembers that he only has one constraint left, which might allow him to twist the laws of the world further. Alon coughs up blood as he looks into what he can do, since everything he knows won't even cut it. He is sure there is a solution that he hasn't thought of. Just then, he remembers Kairos' words when he scolded him for not learning anything yet. It is at this point that Alon remembers the teachings of the entity in Colony. Alan pushes himself to the extreme just to make sure he reaches the next stage, and just then, it all comes to him that it revolves around a mudra. The red god speaks to him, telling him that if he opens his eyes to the possibility, he will receive a key. Just then, Alan starts to reshape the ice spear, shocking Kairos. He screams at him, asking him what it is that he is trying to do. Tired of being restrained, he breaks through the chains and he hurls an attack at Ryan. However, Alan grabs his child and takes the hit instead. Alan is already exhausted and even his hands have turned blue from mana poisoning, but he makes sure to complete what he was doing. In the end, he managed to transform the spear into a key, and the moment he unleashes the full power of the key, the entire area is turned into a glacier, unleashing an overwhelming wide-area attack effect. With Alan's knowledge, he knows that magic is governed by the pathways of the land and its established rules. It is basically the laws of fate which obey the creator's will. There is a law known as the Ice Crystal Halberd, and it freezes everything in its path, which is basically what Alan just used. He stares at the insane feat he just achieved, and he is surprised because this is the first time he is witnessing the manifestation of essence. Even though he just used a magic that is way above his level, he is glad that he managed to achieve his goal. Kairos's body is already damaged by the attack, and he commends Alan for getting the better of him, but he still blames the weak vessel that he inhabited. Kairos tells Alan that his attack would have meant nothing to him if he had given him the chance to properly incarnate. Alan cuts in, telling him that excuses mean nothing, and Kairos agrees with him. With this, Kairos is defeated and he turns to dust. With the danger completely gone, Alan collapses to the ground in exhaustion. Later on, Alan wakes up after seeing a vision of Utia stretching her hand at him while telling him that the world is at peace. Alan opens his eyes to find himself in a tent, which is the strike force's camp. Alan tries to move, but realizes that he is completely burnt out already. However, he is glad because it could have been worse, and he knows that with a bit of rest, he would soon be back on his feet. Apparently, mana poisoning from consuming too many potions can cause permanent core damage, mana sclerosis, and even death. Alan considers himself a lucky person to have even made it out alive, and he is reminiscing when Ryan walks into the room. She is surprised that he is finally awake because he has been completely out for an entire day. Rini asks him how he is feeling, and he lets her know that he is still drained from the mana toxicity, but he assures Ryan that he will manage. Alan then asks Ryan for the report on things, and she reveals that Miaon is recovering pretty fast, but Argonia is still in a life-or-death situation. Alan is even impressed that she was able to survive a direct attack from Kairos, which shows how durable half-dragons are. Ryan then tells Alan that there is something that has been bothering her, and he asks her what it is. Ryan asks Alan why he saved her because she wants to know if her life is really important to him that he would even risk defeat for it. Her question shocks Alan, and he asks her why she is suddenly asking such questions. Ryan replies that she was useless in battle and that by saving her, he risked his own life. Ryan tells Alan that even if he still needed the tracker eye, it doesn't make sense that he would sacrifice himself. Alan finally understands where she is coming from, and he clears the air, telling her that he didn't take her and her siblings in because he wanted to use them. Ryan is surprised to hear this, and Alan realizes that Ryan already assumed that this was the case. In fact, he is surprised that they all thought he saved them just to exploit them. Alan wonders if he really looks like a villain for them to have assumed such. Alan then shocks Rini, telling her that he considers all of them his family, so it is normal for him to save Ryan just as she saved him. Alan tells Ryan that their bond isn't based on necessity or self-interest, while assuring her that the relationship is not a one-way street. Alan tells Ryan that if she still feels like something is lacking, she can just wish him a happy birthday when the time comes. Ryan is overwhelmed with the realization that they are not just pawns that were created to defeat the abyssal entities. Ryan blushes really hard as she tells Alan that she finally understands him. 5 days after this, Alan had finally recovered to be able to step outside the tent. He realizes that the labyrinth truly exists outside of time because there is never night there. Alan asks Rina if she is fine, and she assures him that she is fine. 3 days after this, they finally manage to exit the labyrinth, and when they return to the mansion, Yeban almost lost his mind from how terrible the two looked. Yeban starts preparing tea while scolding Alan for not allowing him to follow them. Basically, Alan didn't allow Yeban to follow him because he was scared that his presence would ruin his plan. After all, Yeban didn't have any ties to the Labyrinth City back in the game. After the news of their exploit has finally spread through the city, Alan prepares to take his leave. As he is about to step into his carriage, Ryan asks him when his birthday is, and he replies that it was the 20th of last month. Ryan figures out that it is September 20th, and she assures him that she will remember it for the next birthday. In the carriage, Yeban teases Alan, telling him that his next birthday would be special because he would receive gifts from his children. Alan lets Yeban know that he is not actually expecting much. He is looking forward to maybe a bottle of wine or a small artifact, nothing really huge. Ryan, on the other hand, is still overwhelmed that she has a family. The word family has always been meaningless to her, but thanks to Alon, it finally became a path she could walk on. Even the title patron, which she chose out of respect, became the symbol of a true bond. Ryan starts thinking of how she can be closer to Alon than anyone else. Ryan, who has always maintained a stoic face, is seen smiling all around the house, thinking of what birthday gift she could offer Alon on his next birthday. Without hesitation, she thinks of sacrificing the lord of the city for starters. In no time, autumn passed and winter came. After a long rest, the effects of the mana poisoning began to disappear, and alongside daily business, Alon managed to catch up on his correspondence with Yudia. Later on, Yebun informs him that he has a package from Loria. Alon opens the package, which turns out to be a crystal ball, and Loria lets him know that she is reaching out to him to give him her report. It is at this point that it dawns on Alon that he is actually a faction leader now, but the idea of a duchess bowing to a count like him still feels really weird. Loria then tells Alon that the faction is doing great, and in addition, she has taken care of what he mentioned. She reveals that Kalfa has now taken full control of Asteria's underworld, just like he wanted. She congratulates him on this new success, but Alon is completely confused because he doesn't remember asking for anything of such. Unknown to him, they misunderstood his statement that they needed to bring order to the underworld, and they went ahead to gain complete control of the underworld. Alon didn't even think Loria would be capable of doing this, but she managed to pull it off, which completely baffles Alon. Loria tells him that it was pretty easy because he had already eliminated the heads of the royalist and aristocratic factions. Alon almost loses his mind because this wasn't his doing. Loria then asks Alon what he plans to do next. She is already suggesting the king, but Aelin tells her that they just need to focus on maintaining the status quo as it stands. With this, Loria ends her report and she signs off. After the call, Alon cannot believe that in one night, he went from leader of a villainous faction to king of the underworld without even lifting a finger. He finally understands why he was invited to the royal banquet, which will be held in a month at the royal palace. It turns out that it was the queen herself who specially invited Alon to the banquet, and Alon is losing it because all he wants is to live a peaceful, noble life, but they are always looking for ways to ruin it for him. Meanwhile, a strange man had gone to the 5th floor of the labyrinth to check out the level of damage that was inflicted by Alon, and he was blown away by how insane it was. The man asks a strange question about how he is curious to know if Alon will be able to hold his own next time. Back at Aelin's place, he is still worried that he has been invited to the banquet by the queen, and he wonders if it is related to Kalfa. Sian Cretenia is the 8th monarch of the kingdom, and just like the other rulers before, she inherited the Eye of History. This is an ability that works like transferring game data. It helps power down exactly as it is to the next generation, symbolizing the strength of the royal line. In the game, when the 5 sins descended upon Asteria, Sian temporarily joined the player's party and proved to be extremely powerful. This leaves Alon wondering if she is about to take action because of what is happening in the underworld. In the game, Xian doesn't actually care about what happens in her own country, which is why players even nicknamed her the Sleeping Dragon. At the same time, Alon doesn't think it is an entirely bad idea because he can take the opportunity to weaken Kalfa just so the queen doesn't feel the need to be worried. Alon is glad because this will also give him a good excuse to take a more passive role within the faction, since he is not even challenging the royal authority. Meanwhile, one of the agency's agents has found the body of their agent who went after Aelin, but was killed by the protagonist. Carmine is extremely pissed that his commission has not been carried out, but the new agent in charge assures Carmine that he will look into it. After discovering the body, he realizes that it is still fresh thanks to an anti-decomposition spell that was placed on the body. The bald-headed dude realizes that the body was left to make an example. The dude is worried that their boss would be pissed that their success rate is no longer 100%. The Baldy realizes that Alon is truly an influential person, and the agent decides to ask the person closest to him about who he is. Later on, Deus is strolling through his mansion when he notices someone's presence behind him and demands that the person step out. It turns out to be the Baldy, and he confidently steps out with his weapon. He tells Deus that he would like him to reveal everything he knows about Alon. The agent believes that Deus would already be peeing his pants, but he suddenly spots a thread close to him. He freaks out, and by the time he looks up, he sees 2 of his comrades hanging from the ceiling. Deus immediately figures out that the Baldy is part of the agency, and before he can even react, he is also strung up to the ceiling like his comrades. Deus tears him apart because he even has the audacity to talk about Alon's death in his presence. Meanwhile, the siblings were holding a meeting while Deus was busy taking care of the assassins. Xiaolong and Yutia are still busy arguing about who gets to marry Alon or not. Rina finally opens up about what she wants, telling Yutia that she wants the opportunity to send her letters to Alon directly. Yutia reminds her that she is already handling this for everyone, but Ryan insists that there is something she wants to report regarding the tracker eye. Yutia suggests that she tell her, but Rina refuses, saying it is an important matter, so she would like to explain it herself. Rhine makes sure to stand her ground when it comes to this, and the group is shocked when they suddenly see Rhine smiling as she mentions Alon's name. Rhine tries to deny this, telling them that she remembered something amusing, which is why she smiled. Not long after this, Deus, who has bloodstains on his outfit, joins the meeting, and he apologizes for his lateness. Seolong tells him that he has not missed anything important because the meeting will start in 5 minutes. Radon then asks Deus why he came late, and Deus tells his siblings that he has something to report before they begin the meeting. He lets them know that there is an organization called the Agency that is after Alon, and the moment they hear this, the whole team becomes even more attentive. Utia urges Deus to explain the situation, and Deus mentions that there are 15 agents, but he has eliminated 3 already. Deus adds that he already has information on most of them, and Seolong immediately suggests that they wipe them all out. While the rest of the team agrees to kill the agents, Radon voices his opinion, saying they should gather information first to establish a plan, just like they always do. The rest of the group yells at him, asking him what would happen if they managed to hurt Alon. Seolong is even more surprised that Radon is suggesting such, and this forces her to ask Radon if he is a traitor. Radon tries to defend himself, saying he is only suggesting that they understand the full picture first. Realizing that no one else is on his side, Radon is forced to just follow the crowd. Utia then dismisses the meeting, telling her siblings that they would resume the meeting after they have taken care of the agents. After the call, Radon is surprised that they are calling him a traitor, but deep down he knows he is not one. Since Alon was the one who gave him power and the chance for revenge, his loyalty to him is practically unshakable. However, he is convinced that the level of loyalty the others have to Alon is fanaticism. Later on, Alon arrives at Tyria, the capital of the Asteria Kingdom. Just like before, Alon heads into the hall while the rest of the nobles follow from behind since he is their leader. Alon is worried that with the way they are following him, it might be misjudged that he is there to challenge the queen. Alon starts thinking of a way to kick his plan into motion, and he assumes that bowing to the queen would make things better. Upon stepping into the hall, Alon is blown away by how magnificent it is. However, he notices that the aristocratic and royalist factions are really going at it, and they are not even hiding what they want. Alon remains his lonesome self, thinking about how to solve his problem. He then walks up to the queen to offer his greeting, and the queen urges him to raise his head. The queen looks absolutely gorgeous on her throne, and she talks to Alon with a commanding tone. The other nobles are already celebrating that Alon is about to be crushed by the queen, but just then, Sion shocks everyone with a declaration that no one had expected. The queen reveals her decision to make Alon a marquis, and even Alon himself never expected this. Everyone freezes in shock when they hear this, and Sion explains her reason behind the promotion. She mentions that Alon was able to clean up the underworld that was rotting away at Asteria, so this is basically his reward. Alon is totally confused because this only means that she is helping Kalfa grow even stronger. Even though she has never shown any interest in running the nation, it is even more surprising that she is handing out rewards. Alon doesn't think there is anything that warrants making him a marquess, and he assumes that this is the queen's way of saying she can actually crush the faction anytime she wants. Sion then steps down from her throne and raises Alon's head, urging him to smile a little because a smile looks good on him. After making this declaration, Sion tells everyone that she is done and she walks away, while urging them to enjoy the banquet. After her departure, the other nobles start to congratulate Alon on his promotion. Even the 2 ladies are impressed at how much reach Alon now has. Meanwhile, the other factions are losing their minds because they were expecting Alon to be punished, but he was promoted instead. Later on at the slums of the Ashtalan Kingdom, Philboyd is seen heading to a strange location. Apparently, he still holds a grudge about what happened, but unlike Rimgrave, who suffered physical damage, the only thing he lost is his influence. He really wanted Kalfa to be dissolved, but instead of this, Alon even received the Queen's approval. Upon arriving at the secret base where he is headed, he is stopped at the entrance, and a password is demanded from him. Philboyd provides the password, and he is allowed into the facility. Since he is there for the boss, they tell him to head to the back. Philboyd opens the inner door only to find Seolong inside. He assumes that she is the boss, and when Seolong asks him why he is there, he basically reveals that he is there to commission Alon's assassination. He promises to pay whatever the amount is, but just then, Seolong throws him the head of the leader of the establishment, and this is when Philboyd realizes that he is screwed. He screams in fear as he rushes out of the establishment, but Seolong easily intercepts him. Philboyd goes down on his knees, begging to be spared, assuring Seolong that he would reward her handsomely. However, Seolong shocks him with an unexpected question, asking him why he would want to harm her benefactor and husband-to-be. Philboyd doesn't understand what is going on until his head flies off his neck in a flash, with Seolong menacingly declaring that no one has the right to touch her benefactor. 1 week later, Loria and Zenonia are left wondering what the next move for Kalfa is. Alan, on the other hand, is busy going around tasting cake as he is not ready to disturb himself with what the faction has going on. Sometime later, Yeban and Alan head to the border of the plains and the desert. Alan suggests that they stop by the forest first, since the desert is near Koloni. Alan figures out that since he has defeated Kairos, he just has to return to the Kahala ruins. As if this is not enough, he also has to go to Raxus to activate the item that Heinkel gave him. Since he is now a Marquis, Alan figures out that he has to prepare himself for what is to come. Apparently, there was another game called Callisophobia, and both were developed by the same team. Interestingly, both games are running simultaneously, but their worlds are completely different, so they share no common elements. Alan had dropped Calypso right from the start, so he doesn't really know much about the game, but the protagonist's name is Nair. Alan can only hope that the changes in psychedelia don't trigger a butterfly effect in Calypso. Nonetheless, he is confident that the protagonist and Calypso will handle the situation. Alan and Yaban then continue their journey on foot. It appears that they are going after the agency, and after a while, they come across a cave. Alan knows how dangerous the agency leader, Alchemy, is, but he figures out that he would be fine if he sticks to the plan. The two finally reach the end of the cave, where the agency building is situated, only to find it completely deserted and ruined. Some hours earlier, Utia had appeared at the agency's building, and she looked absolutely pissed. Alchemy is surprised that only one person came after him, since he is known as the greatest slaughterer who has been beheading the strongest for nearly 300 years. He hasn't even fully removed his sword from the scabbard when Utia strikes him. Alchemy falls to his knees, and his head is overrun by guilt for everything he has done so far. He loses his mind, and he starts screaming in pain, but Utia has no intention of forgiving him because he has committed an unforgivable crime. Alchemy is strung up, and he screams out in pain, asking for someone to help him, but there is no one to help him, and he is torn apart. Even after tearing him to shreds, Utia still believes that the death she gave him is too fast, and this is because she wants to catch up with Alan, who had already written to her that he is heading to Koloni. Since she doesn't want Xiaolong to marry Alan behind her back, she has no choice but to go. With this, the agency was completely wiped out, leaving no trace whatsoever. Back to the present, Alan is stunned when he sees the state of the hideout, leaving him to wonder what could have happened inside. However, Yaban is glad that they came because there is a ton of treasure inside the hideout. Alan tells him that the items are usually bound to the owner with a spell, but since Yaban is able to touch them, it means Alchemy is already gone. Alan ultimately unveils his spirit of greed as he suggests that they take everything, especially potions and jewelry. The two then pack the carriage with all the treasures that they can, and not long after this, they arrive at Koloni, where Xiaolong is already waiting for them. After her warm welcome, Alan and Yaban set off for the ruins under the protection of Xiaolong's clan. On their way to the ruins, Xiaolong asks Alan if he can do her a favor, and he assures her that if it is within his power, he would. She wastes no time presenting him with a document to sign, and when Alan takes a closer look, he realizes that it is a freaking marriage certificate, and Xiaolong already has a pen for him so he can proceed to sign it. Meanwhile, in the Ashtalon kingdom, Kamalan has learned about the sudden disappearance of the agency. Kamalan then asks his assistant for a report on things in Asteria, and he lets him know that every organization worthy of receiving an abyssal body has vanished, which basically means that there is no one left for them to recruit. Kamalan cannot believe that they have lost all influence in Asteria, and the assistant apologizes, revealing that Kalfa expanded its power before they could react. Kamalan tells the dude that there is no reason for him to apologize, and he proceeds to shred him to take him out. After this, Kamalan calls on another servant who appears to be a demon, Ingela, telling him to clean up the mess. Ingela then tells Kamalan that, regarding the experiment, Carmine is in the isolation chamber. He mentions that absorbing the abyss, Jade only caused him excessive anxiety, but the body has also destroyed Carmine's ability to control his aggression. Kamalan mentions that he was just testing Carmine to see if he was worthy because they are all just guinea pigs for his experiments. Kamalan heads to his lab, where he has a tube that houses his prize jewel. It turns out that Kalman was also a part of his experiment, and he considers him a success. Some weeks earlier, he had given Kalman the Abyss Jade, so he could deal with Alan, since he had been a thorn in their flesh. However, Kalman still lost to Alan, and Kamalan admits that he made a mistake in underestimating Alan. Kamalan then tells Ingela to keep an eye on the Koloni underworld, and Ingela asks him about Asteria. Kamalan tells Ingela that they need to find a way to get control as soon as possible. He orders Ingela to go tell the corrupt trash to send their condolences to Alan because he believes that Alan will soften up if they shake his reputation. Kamalan decides that it is time to use the Asterian nobles who have been reaching out to him for help. Kamalan is prepared to achieve his aim no matter what it costs, claiming that it is for the good of everyone. Back in Koloni, Alan is stunned when Xiaolong gives him the marriage certificate to sign. Xiaolong lets him know that she wants to make the marriage official. Alon finds himself in a dilemma because he knows that he can't use the family trick on her again. He also cannot afford to trick her, so the only way out is to talk her out of it. Alon then tells Xiaolong to think about the decision again when she is older. Xiaolong demands to know how many years he is talking about, and Alon tells her to remind him in 2 years when she is more mature. Xiaolong happily agrees to this, and Alon pats her on the head, hoping that she marries someone that she loves. Alon believes that Xiaolong will understand this when she grows up. Not long after this, they arrive at the ruins, and just like before, Alon proceeds into the ruins alone, while Yaban and Xiaolong stand outside. Upon arriving at the central tower, Alon hears his person of interest speak out to him. Alon is surprised to see that the person who has been interacting with him is a dragon woman. Even though it is just a silhouette of the being, Alon could tell what she is. The dragon lady is surprised, and she figures out that defeating Kairos has helped Alon raise his caliber. However, she is not entirely impressed because the god Alon fought with hasn't fully incarnated. Nonetheless, she admits that she was expecting Alon to fail, and Alon lets her know that he almost did. The dragon lady tells him that this is not surprising because a mere human basically has no chance against a god, but she is interested in how Alon pulled it off. Alon then replies that he used essence manipulation, and this surprises the dragon lady. At the same time, she doesn't believe Alon, and she asks him if he knows spirit projection, but Alon appears to be completely oblivious to this. With this, the dragon lady assumes that Alon is lying. She tells Alon that she is going to call him master if he can prove his claim. Alon takes up the challenge, but he is worried if he even has enough mana for the challenge. Nonetheless, he knows that he has no choice but to give it a try, and he proceeds with the same incantation that he used inside the labyrinth. Alon is able to recreate the key, and the dragon lady is taken aback when she sees this. After Alon is done showcasing what she wanted, he reminds her of her promise, but the dragon lady accuses Alon of lying that he doesn't know what spirit projection is. The dragon lady tries to push it aside, telling Alon that it doesn't count, and Alon uses her integrity against her, asking her if she is about to break her own word. The dragon lady is forced to call Alon her master while asking him if he knows what spirit projection is, but Alon assures her that he doesn't. She then asks Alon how he was able to pull off the spell, and Alon replies that he structured his incantations according to the principles and memorized the names. He reminds her that this is what she told him the last time. The dragon lady lets Alon know that magic is not just some nonsense that applies principles. She mentions that it is about accessing and manifesting the laws engraved by the mage. She tells Alon that if he understands the incantations, the sentences, and the ritual gestures, he can use manifestation by twisting them the way he pleases. However, using sentences to manifest the essence would require that one call upon the spirit projection. She mentions that this projection corresponds to the memory of the first time when the mage used the sentence to engrave the said law. Upon hearing this, Alon points out his opinion, saying this only means that sentences have two distinct uses. The dragon lady then tells Alon that she can't trust him because there is no spirit projection or a mage to receive the legacy. Alon reminds her of what she said about sentences being the key to understanding the laws. It is at this point that she realizes that Alon picked up clues from what she said the last time. Nonetheless, she doesn't believe that it is possible without spirit projection, and Alon tells her that he only just recited the incantation while performing the ritual gesture as usual. Just then, Alon notices something, and this is the fact that their logic is not aligned. The dragon lady is focused on the question of comprehension, but contrary to what she said, Alon comprehended everything by using his magic. This leaves Alon wondering if it is impossible to become a mage by self-study alone. When the dragon lady learns that Alon learned all of this on his own, she is completely shocked. Alon casually tells her that this is how he has always done it. Just then, a bright light appears to transport Alon away, telling him that his time is up. The dragon lady tells him that they will get to continue the conversation in a couple of days. Before he leaves, she tells him to get his hands on Sparrow's staff to receive incantations and sentences. Alon asks her if it is a sentient weapon, but she reveals that the staff belonged to a lunatic who planted his own personality into a weapon. Alon is worried that Sparrow won't give it to him, since sentences are like a secret art. The dragon lady then reveals that Sparrow never found an heir, so she is pretty sure that he is still wandering around in frustration. The lady tells Alon that he will be able to wield the magic of any mage, since what he said is the truth. After the meeting, Alon returned to his carriage, and on their way, he could not take his mind off everything that he had heard. Since he is looking for the staff, he is convinced that it is in the royal treasury of the Colosseum. Alon concludes that he would have to sign up as a fighter. He figures out that if he can achieve enough victories during a tournament, he will receive an artifact from the royal treasury. It is a more or less mandatory quest, which he has done a lot of times, but in all the times he has done it, he has never picked Sparrow's staff because it is a useless item. Moments later, the carriage comes to a halt because the road is blocked ahead, and Alon decides to step out to stretch his legs. Upon stepping out, he notices that the street is packed and there are paladins in the area. Xiaolong is curious, and she drags Alon along so that they can check out what people are so focused on. They get there only to meet a shocker. It turns out that the person everyone is gathering around to watch is Cardinal Yutia, and even though this is the first time Alon will be seeing Yutia in person, he immediately recognizes her from her beautiful red eyes. Alon is mesmerized to see her in person for the first time, which he admits is different from seeing her through a game screen. Alon is snapped back to reality when a little kid starts shouting, calling Yutia a pretty saintess. Yutia cheerfully tells him that she's a cardinal, so he should refer to her as Your Eminence instead of saintess. Alon is stunned when he realizes that Yutia really became a cardinal. Meanwhile, the little boy from earlier rushes over to Riz Yutia, making his father panic and flee with him before they lose their heads. Yutia then turns to Alon, saying they need to find a place to chat since they bumped into each other. Alon turns to get Xiaolong's opinion, but she's already nodding in excitement and suggests they head to the guild's headquarters. A few minutes later, they ride off in their own respective carriages, but Yeban notices that Xiaolong suddenly seems depressed, so he asks Alon about it. But Alon is only interested in knowing how influential a cardinal from Rosario is. Yeban tells him that it's the highest position after the Pope, so it's quite influential, and apparently a cardinal can declare a holy war. Yeban is stunned when Alon informs him that Yutia actually became a cardinal. He had already seen the Holy Kingdom's carriage earlier, but he did not know it belonged to Yutia. Since gathering information from Rosario was more difficult, his information network had not been able to provide him with any updates regarding her. Alon doesn't mind that she climbed that high as long as she's happy wherever she finds herself. Even so, he's certain he can ask Yutia for a favor, since they've been writing to each other, making her the closest one to him. Alon is pleased that he finally has a solid, powerful backer in his corner. Soon afterward, they arrive at the guild, and Xiaolong is about to cling to Alon as usual. But Yutia glares at her, making her quickly reconsider. While Yutia happily chats with Alon about her business in Colony, Xiaolong cowers beside her, docile as a lamb. Yutia then tells Alon that one of the reasons she came was to personally tell him about her promotion to cardinal. A bright smile spreads across her face as she lets him know how happy she is to see him in person. Alon is drawn in by her angelic smile, admitting that it could make anyone mistake a terrifying character like her for a saint. Alon tells Yutia that he's also happy to see her, even though deep down he purposely avoided her because he was traumatized by her destructive side in the game. But seeing how differently she has grown now, Alon can't help but be proud of her. On the other hand, Xiaolong quietly calls Yutia out for pretending to have an important business in Colony when she clearly came just for their godfather. Yutia doesn't really deny it, but she sternly warns Xiaolong not to slander her, leaving Xiaolong terrified. Though Yutia looks normal on the outside, Alon notes that Xiaolong has been acting nervous around her this whole time, so he asks if everything is fine between them and whether they're getting along. Yutia immediately embraces Xiaolong and, with the brightest smile in the room, assures Alon that everything is peachy between them. With an awkward smile on her face, Xiaolong also confirms it, but she's not a good enough actor like Yutia. Then, out of the blue, Xiaolong suddenly reminds Alon about his promise to consider their marriage again in 2 years. Though taken aback, Alon quickly brushes her off, saying they will see what happens when that time comes. Yutia is curious as she asks what Xiaolong means, and Xiaolong happily explains that Alon promised to seriously consider their marriage in 2 years' time. Alon tries to explain himself, but Xiaolong refuses to give him that chance. Yutia then gently asks Alon if he only said that to calm Xiaolong down, knowing how immature she can be at times. Alon is surprised that Yutia actually understood his intention. Seeing how she acts very mature, he wonders if it is simply because she is the eldest. Yutia's expression suddenly darkens as she tries to get Alon to admit that he was forced into reassuring Xiaolong by promising to consider the marriage proposal in 2 years. She believes he only made that promise because he had been backed into a corner. Alon, however, is left confused as he listens to Yutia essentially speak on his behalf. Yutia then turns her attention to Xiaolong and tells her not to put Alon in such a difficult position. She also reminds Xiaolong that she is still too young to be thinking about marriage, but Xiaolong confidently insists that she is already at the right age. Frustrated that Yutia is trying to ruin her plans, Xiaolong angrily reminds her that she's the one who is too old. However, Yutia points out that Xiaolong is only 2 years younger than her, but Xiaolong refuses to back down as she insists that Raina already told her Yutia's real age. She's about to reveal that Yutia is at least 1,000 years old when Yutia slams her into the ground, causing the floor to collapse. Yutia then pretends that it collapsed because the building must be faulty. The whole time, Alon has no interest in getting involved with their catfight, but even he knows that revealing a woman's age like that is taboo. Putting on her saintly expression, Yutia calmly announces that she will go retrieve Xiaolong from downstairs where the faulty building sent her. But watching her effortlessly switch personalities like that reminds Alon once again that beneath that perfect facade, she is still one of the 5 great sins. After that incident, Utia was able to talk with Alon in peace, after which she prepared to leave for her assignment at the royal palace. However, she promises to visit Alon during his stay in Colony. Utia then asks if he plans to participate in the Colosseum tournament because of the reward. She offers to help him check with the palace and see whether the item he is searching for is still available. Alon is pleased to hear this and tells her that he is looking for Sparrow's staff, but since it is considered a worthless artifact, he doubts anyone would have bothered taking it from the royal treasury. Promising they'll see each other next time, Utia drives off in her carriage. On the other hand, Xiaolong heaves a sigh of relief to have finally gotten rid of the Wicked Witch. Alon then decides to get a move on registering for the tournament because he heard that registration takes forever to complete. However, by the following day, he completed his registration in the shortest time possible thanks to Xiaolong's influence. Unlike others who needed to wait in line all night, Alon is surprised that he got his F-rank gladiator tag in a few seconds. With the registration done, Alon plans to grind his way up to A rank because that is the only way to access the royal treasury to get the item he needs. 2 days later, the gladiator tournament began, and the Colosseum was packed full to witness the F-rank deathmatch. This match is considered the bloodiest battle of all, and unlike individual duels that require stacking up multiple wins, the winner gets to jump straight to D rank. Usually, the best strategy in this kind of fight is to band up together and take out the strongest contender first. Unfortunately, this time, Alon is the one with a giant red target on his back as the gladiators band together against him. Before the match begins, Alon tries to figure out a strategy because he's mostly experienced with using a single spell against overpowered opponents. But now, he would have to adapt his strategy to help him simultaneously fight against multiple opponents. The battle soon begins and all the gladiators charge toward Alon, determined to take him down. Realizing that fighting them individually would be inefficient, Alon decides the best approach is to create a wide area of effect and unleash enough power to defeat them all in a single strike. As his opponents close in, Alon combines the Snowy Lands and Ice Spear spells, using them to launch himself into the air and expand the range of his attack. The gladiators immediately stop in their tracks, frozen in confusion, as they try to understand the unbelievable sight before them. Meanwhile, Alon gathers a massive snowball from his ice tower and compresses it into a giant spiked sphere. He then sends it crashing down onto the arena below. As a storm of ice spikes rains down, every gladiator is instantly defeated, leaving Alon as the sole winner of the match and promoted to D-rank gladiator. Alon confidently struts out of the arena, but the moment he's alone in a corner, Alon almost collapses from anxiety. Alon is relieved that he managed to take them all down in a single strike, or he would surely be toast because expanding his range like that already drained his mana pool. This makes him realize that he must work hard to regulate his mana flow. Yaban soon finds him and commends him for his victory. He then presents a gift from Utia, which turns out to be the sparrow's staff he wanted. Alon is puzzled because he thought the only way to access the treasury was to prove his worth. Nevertheless, Alon is glad that he gets to pick the actual treasure he wants once he reaches A rank instead of wasting it on the staff. Yaban notices that Alon seems unusually happy to receive the gift. However, what he does not realize is that, for Alon, this is a proud father moment because of the joy of receiving a gift from his first daughter. By the following day, Alon's depleted mana has recovered, so he channels some of his mana into the staff. As Alon pours mana into it, the gem embedded in the staff begins to glow and a voice echoes from within it, asking who dares to wake it up. Alon then introduces himself to the Sparrow staff, explaining that a dragon woman told him to find the staff. Irritated, Sparrow reveals that there is indeed someone like that in his memory. Alon then begs Sparrow to teach him incantations and sentences, but Sparrow doubts if Alon can even understand them, let alone use them. Sparrow angrily tells Alon to leave him be and grumbles that he isn't interested in passing down his legacy to anyone. Just then, Yeban interrupts them to inform Alon that an A-rank gladiator named Persian sent a duel challenge. Alon is surprised as he wonders why an A-rank would suddenly challenge a D-rank gladiator. He figures that Persian must really have no sense of shame. Besides, the whole thing smells fishy because no A-ranker would risk losing their title for no reason. However, Alon does not care whether there is a hidden scheme behind it. Instead, he sees it as a free opportunity to reach A rank without having to go through the tedious process of grinding. Alon then decides to use this opportunity to make a deal with Sparrow. Since Sparrow doubts that Alon truly understands what he is doing, Alon challenges him to make a bet. This immediately catches Sparrow's interest, as he looks forward to making things a little more entertaining. The following day, Alon heads to the Colosseum after firing up his competitive spirit with the bet he made with Sparrow. Soon afterward, the host introduces Alon and Persian to the arena. Persian doesn't show it, but he's excited for the match, which is both a risk and an opportunity for him. Apparently, he took this risk to challenge Alon because of the rumor that a new Baba Yaga will be selected from among the A-rank fighters. He plans to use this stage to make a name for himself by defeating the one who is rumored to have defeated an outer god. Even though Persian looks strong, Alon believes he can take him down as long as he analyzes Persian correctly. The duel soon begins, and Persion's strategy is to swiftly take Alon down before he can finish his spell, since every spell takes time to cast. From the information he gathered, Persion learned that Alon's main strength is his ice magic, and his power drops when he's forced to use other types of magic. Persian is from the Fire Beast tribe, so manipulating flames is his speciality, which makes him certain that his fire is certainly Alon's ultimate weakness. For a brief moment, he even smugly considered attacking after Alon casts a spell, so that his victory doesn't seem too easy. However, he decides not to drag out the fight and immediately charges towards Alon to finish the match as soon as possible. Unfortunately for Persian, this time Alon uses lightning magic instead of his usual ice magic. Persian is a bit uneasy when he sees that Alon plans to use another element. Persian had been hoping Alon would stick to his preferred element, ice, and give the audience a spectacular fight. Now that Alon has switched to a secondary skill, Persian admits it will be much harder to predict his movements. Even so, he lunges forward, swinging his flame-covered blade in an attempt to finish Alon before he can complete the spell. But to his shock, Alon literally becomes one with the lightning itself, using an incantation known as the form of the lightning god. In a flash, Alon effortlessly evades Persion's attack, leaving him disappointed. As Alon prepares his counterattack, lightning begins to surge violently around his body, including his eyes. Across from him, Persian can only watch in confusion as the bizarre scene unfolds. Once the incantation is complete, Alon unleashes a devastating bolt of lightning, but Persian manages to block the attack with his twin swords. Unfortunately, the lightning force is too powerful for him to handle, so he's soon overwhelmed and completely knocked out. With Persian defeated, Alon is declared the winner. However, the lightning coursing through Alon's body soon begins to take its toll. Fortunately, he regains control of the spell before it can cause any lasting damage. Basically, Alon had twisted the laws of this world with the spell from earlier, using it to turn his body into pure magical power. The sentence he used during the spell, lightning alignment, was even more dangerous than mana exhaustion. This sentence actually replaces the physical body with a flow of pure magic infused with the lightning element, and the incantations that follow after the sentence acted as a fusion for the enchantment of lightning magic. By materializing this fused product through the form of the lightning god spell, Alon was able to transform his physical body into lightning, allowing him to temporarily harness its properties. It turns out Sparrow taught Alon this spell for their bet, and it's called the Manifestation of Essence. The spell is insanely difficult, but it allows a mage to turn into lightning. Fortunately, Alon understood how the spell worked when he cast it. Had he failed to grasp its meaning or lacked the skill to properly align his mana, his body would have exploded in the air like 4th of July fireworks. On his way out of the arena, Alon cannot help but feel grateful that a single mistake did not turn him into confetti. Even so, the lightning magic did a number on his party, and after taking Persian out, Alon had to pause to immediately fix his body's mana alignment because of the unstable lightning magic, remains an unstable field. Apparently, even the slightest movement can break the alignment, resulting in his body exploding. Even though he has fixed everything, Alon still feels pain all over his body, making him wonder if he messed something up. On the drive back home, Xiaolong weeps uncontrollably when she sees Alon bandaged from head to toe like a mummy. She hovers around him like a mother hen, asking if he needs more healing potions. But Alon assures her that he's fine, since he has already been treated with a potion. On the other hand, Sparrow struggles to understand how Alon survived using the Manifestation of Essence spell. Alon figures that Sparrow probably gave him that spell on purpose to trap him, but the most important thing is that he won the bet, and Sparrow lost woefully. The following day, Xiaolong escorts Alon to the royal castle to get his reward. Alon thanks her for making it possible so fast with her influence. He thought it would take him at least a week to visit the treasury, but thanks to Xiaolong's influence, everything moved up so fast. Sparrow then signals for Alon to speak with him in private. To avoid drawing attention, Alon uses his mana to establish a telepathic link between them. Once connected, Sparrow asks Alon what he thinks about becoming the heir to his legacy. However, Alon has no interest in the offer because it would require signing a contract, and to him, the whole arrangement sounds like Sparrow is trying to make him his personal servant. Sparrow insists that this opportunity is once in a lifetime, but Aelin lets him know that the loser has no say in making decisions for the winner, but Sparrow keeps begging him to reconsider, claiming that the laws he created are powerful, and with a little input from Alon, they can crush other mages. Alon considers it for a moment, and though he's interested in learning Sparrow's magic, he doesn't want to deal with any contracts. He then decides to visit the Dragon Lady again to see if she can help him find a way around it. Alon then reminds Sparrow that he once called him useless without spirit projection. Sparrow quickly points out that he has already apologized for his ignorance, but no matter how much he tries to smooth things over, Alon refuses to budge, leaving Sparrow frustrated. Soon afterward, they arrive at the royal palace, and Siolang quickly drags Alon away, leaving Yeban behind with an angry sparrow. Inside the palace, Alon pays his respect to Carmaxes, the king of Colony, who commends him, saying he was very impressed with Alon's duel. After confirming that Alon wants access to the treasury, Carmaxes lets him know that he has met the required condition. According to their ancient tradition, only a valiant warrior may access the treasure they covet from the treasury. Alon then thanks him, after which Carmaxes suddenly offers to give Alon an extra gift. As he mentions his daughter, Alon figures the old man must want to brag about his daughter, and as an already made father himself, Alon admits he knows how Carmaxes feels. However, Alon is clueless about the fact that Carmaxes is offering his daughter as an additional gift. Even so, Carmaxes tells the clueless Alon to think it over, after which he orders his aide, Maxime, to take Alon to the treasury. Alon quietly follows Maxime, still wondering what the king was talking about. When they finally enter the treasury, Maxime reminds Alon that he can only take one item and warns him not to try to pull anything foolish. Alon acknowledges the warning and figures it must be because others have tried using underhanded tricks to take more than one item. Alon then begins searching for the treasure he wants, and after 30 minutes of searching, he finally locates the item called the Oath of the Blindfolded One. Most people think this item is trash, but Alon knows it's a treasure. After making his choice, Alon heads out of the treasury to inform Maxime. Alon dreads the fact that he has to go back to report to the king because he doesn't want to listen to him talk about his daughter. However, as soon as he steps into the throne room, Carmaxes doesn't mention his daughter again, but Alon notices that he's acting strange. He then presents what he chose and is about to thank the king, but Carmaxes suddenly urges him to head home. He also tells Alon to consider what he said earlier about his daughter a joke. Before Alon can make sense of anything, Siolang drags him out without even giving him the chance to properly say goodbye. Outside, Alon asks why Siolang didn't even pay her respects to the king. Siolang explains that she's now the first Baba Yaga, so the king excused her from such formalities. Alon then asks Siolang what she was discussing with the king when he went to retrieve the treasure from the treasury. Siolang explains that they were just making small talk, but Alon suspects it's more than that, and besides, he noticed that Siolang is still acting weird. On the other hand, Carmaxes can't stop thinking about Alon's visit. He's a little taken aback because he has never seen Siolang smile as she did with Alon. And as soon as Alon left the room, she showed her true nature, but the expression on her face was unsettling. Carmaxes notes that Siolang is usually cold towards him, but this time she was radiating pure killing intent towards him because he wanted to give his daughter to Alon. This makes him conclude that her loyalty to Alon runs deeper than he expected. Just then, Maxime informs Carmaxes that Yutia has requested an audience. Carmaxes allows her to enter, but the moment Yutia steps into the throne room, her expression sends a chill down his spine. He remembers that Yutia is always smiling, but this time, there is something different about her. With that terrifyingly calm expression, Yutia tells him that she heard some rumors and came to ask him about them. After Yutia's visit, Carmaxes is left in disbelief as he wonders what kind of influence Alon has over the girls. First, he could not understand why Siolang, who normally kept her distance from him, had suddenly become openly hostile. Although her behavior was a clear act of disrespect toward him, Carmaxes could not bring himself to arrest her for treason. With only 2 Baba Yagas remaining out of the original 5, he cannot afford to lose their strength at a time when he desperately needs their power. He had also hoped to use Alon to his advantage by offering a marriage alliance with his daughter. Since it was merely a political calculation, Carmaxes believed that if Alon rejected the proposal, he could make him feel indebted through guilt. If Alon accepted, he could use their connection to control Siolang, whose unpredictable nature is difficult to handle. On top of that, Alon's prestigious reputation would only serve as an additional benefit. Beyond that, Alon's connection to Yutia, a cardinal, could have brought Carmaxes even more advantages. However, after witnessing how fiercely they defended Alon, Carmaxes begins to question whether continuing his plans is truly the right choice. When she approached him earlier to clarify the so-called rumor, Carmaxes was uneasy, but he couldn't refuse her because she's the cardinal, and he needed the Holy Kingdom's help, which is why he agreed to give the staff she asked for earlier, disregarding tradition. After giving her that item, Carmaxes was sure that their relationship was moving in the right direction until she came to see him shortly after Alon left his palace. With that eerily dark expression on her face, she calmly demanded to know why Carmaxes would offer such a troublesome gift to her godfather. Thinking back to it now still sends shivers down his spine, making him wonder who exactly Alon is to have such powerful individuals defending him. Elsewhere, Alon drags a reluctant sparrow to the Kahala ruins to meet the Dragon Lady, ignoring all of his protests along the way. Alon hopes he can talk with the Dragon Lady for longer than usual. Upon entering the tower, the Dragon Lady lets him know that she has been waiting for him. Alon then reminds her about her promise to call him Master, and the Dragon Lady reluctantly calls him Master. Afterwards, she commends him for getting the staff and asks if he has received Sparrow's magic. Alon tells her that he was only able to learn the manifestation of essence spell, but it almost cooked him when he used it. The dragon lady is puzzled that it actually worked, since it should have been impossible for someone like Alon who knows nothing about spirit projection. She then asks Sparrow whether Alon is telling the truth, and Sparrow confirms that he is. Alon is confused when he sees Sparrow trembling after speaking to the dragon lady. Meanwhile, the dragon lady decides to answer Alon's questions since he already met all her criteria the last time. Alon then decides to gradually ask the questions in order not to miss anything. His first question is what the dragon meant when she said caliber is the standard by which the world judges him. The dragon lady takes a moment to recall what she said to him back then, after which she explains that she was talking about divine caliber. Alon is taken aback to hear this because divine caliber is the only type of caliber he knows, so he didn't want to believe it when the dragon lady told him he had caliber. Alon can't understand why he has divine caliber because it isn't something he can just absorb by killing the outer gods. Alon then asks the dragon lady if he can increase his divine caliber by eliminating the outer gods, but she lets him know that it's impossible for an ordinary human to do so. She then asks him to guess why a human can't acquire divine caliber, but Alon is unable to think of any reason. The dragon lady explains to him that it is because humans lack the vessel to contain divine caliber, and that vessel can only be formed by faith or piety. Alon wonders if this means any human can acquire divine caliber through piety. The dragon lady confirms this as she reveals that there's no way Alon would have been able to see her if he didn't have any divine caliber. She then reveals that she wanted Alon to raise the little he had, which is why she urged him to fight the outer gods. After hearing all this, Alon is even more confused as he wonders who in the world has that much faith in him when he isn't even popular enough for anyone to know him. Even so, Alon feels excited when he remembers that the gods of this world can obtain special cheat skills because of their divine caliber. He can't help but wonder if he's going to get his own cheat skills soon. However, his excitement vanishes when the dragon lady lets him know that he is basically the poorest of the poor when it comes to gods with divine caliber. This makes Alon realize that even within divine caliber there are levels to it, and he's nothing but a bottom feeder with no special cheat skills in sight. Nonetheless, Alon reminds the dragon lady that he has defeated 2 outer gods, so that should count towards something. But the dragon lady explains that defeating them doesn't mean that Alon absorbed all their divine caliber. She then explains that Alon only eliminated them temporarily, but that alone is an impressive feat. Without his little divine caliber, there was no way he could have achieved such a result. Hearing this, Alon finally understands what Ultultus meant when he said that he already possessed caliber. On the other hand, the dragon lady is surprised that Alon has achieved so much even without knowing what he was doing in the first place. Since he's now a little knowledgeable, she tells him to ask her about his other questions. So Alon continued asking her his questions in the order he had prepared, but the dragon lady's answers were too simple to satisfy his curiosity. For example, when he asked about the mysteries and ritual gestures of the great forgotten gods, she simply replied that it was how mages were once described. For his final question, Alon asks her if there's a special reason for him to obtain this divine caliber. The dragon lady assures him that there is, and he will find his answers in the deepest depths. However, this only leaves Alon even more confused, and he figures that she's deliberately being vague. The dragon lady explains that she cannot talk about the past loudly because those things are listening, and from the very depths of darkness they can gnaw away at the world's history to swallow the past into the abyss. Finally, the dragon lady tells Alon that the beings who once brought an end to the Age of Gods are beginning to return to the surface. She then hands him a pendant and instructs him to offer it to the last mermaid at the eastern edge of the coast. In exchange, the mermaid will guide him to the deep depths. Alon accepts the pendant and promises to do as she says. Besides, this works out since he was planning to head to Raxus to release the artifact he got. According to what the last outer god told him, Alon asks the dragon lady if it's true that the blue things and black things are watching him. The dragon lady reluctantly confirms that it is true, but explains that he should consider it as receiving the recognition of a great god. She then tells Alon to leave Sparrow behind before departing, promising that she will return the staff in 2 years. Sparrow begins to tremble when he hears this, while Alon wonders why he should leave it behind. The dragon lady tells him that she wants to train it so that it can make itself useful. She also adds that she needs to gather her strength so that they can talk for longer periods. Sparrow immediately begins to protest, begging Alon not to leave him behind. But Alon ignores his protests and hands the staff to the dragon lady before leaving. However, she suddenly stops him in his tracks to tell him a bit about his magic, since she has no idea when they'll meet again. After the meeting, Alon leaves the ruins to join Yeban and Seolang, who have been waiting for him outside. Alon apologizes for keeping them waiting, only to find them having an absolute feast roasting sweet potato rings. Afterwards, they return to Seolang's guild to prepare for the journey to Raxus. While Alon enjoys his own sweet potato rings, Yeban does the packing. The following day, at the gates of Koloni, Seolang finally bids farewell to Alon, but not before reminding him about signing the marriage contract. On the other hand, Alon and Yeban are surprised to run into Yutia outside the gate as she expresses how happy she is to see him before he leaves. Alon figured she was busy, so he only sent a message to inform her of his departure. Even so, he thanks her for coming, but asks why she came with the king of Colony. Carmaxes explains that he wanted to wish Alon a safe trip, but Yutia reminds him that he supposedly had a gift for Alon. As if being forced, Carmaxes reveals that he indeed wanted to give Alon a gift. Even Alon can clearly see the awkward tension between Yutia and Carmaxes, making him wonder if another misunderstanding involving him is brewing. Carmaxes then goes ahead to offer Alon several boxes of gold and treasures. Alon can't help thinking that it seems like a little too much for a simple gift. He fears that accepting the gifts might drag him into some political game since they came from the king. Normally, Aelin would never say no to free money, but this time, he decides to politely reject the gifts. However, Carmaxes tells him not to read into it, explaining that he's simply offering the gifts because he likes Alon. As if someone would behead him if Alon doesn't accept the gifts, Carmaxes practically begs Alon to accept them. Alon has no choice but to agree, after which he sets out on his journey to Raxus. After Alon leaves, Yutia calmly remarks that she's glad that her deal with Carmaxes went smoothly. The whole time, Carmaxes is sweating buckets as he makes up his mind never to have anything to do with Alon again. Just because of his greed for power, he wanted to use Alon and ended up having to deal with Yutia, which has depleted his lifespan, making him consider going back to the happy magic herb he gave up years ago. Meanwhile, Alon is on cloud 9 as he uses a bag of gold to calm his nerves. He is relieved that he finally has enough money to cover the deficit in his county's finances. Yeban then asks Alon if he truly wants a peaceful life. Alon answers yes, but Yeban finds it ironic, considering his current situation. Alon assures him that he will only be busy for a short while, but Yeban believes it may continue for several more years. Unhappy with that response, Alon decides to punish him by declaring that he wants sweet potatoes for dinner. Yeban immediately tries to protest, but Alon reminds him that, based on what he saw the previous day, Yeban has apparently become quite the sweet potato expert. Hearing this, Yeban concludes that truly petty people have such a good memory.